that would also get the feel of what we've got going here. It should be 50%, not 66. This is an attempt to override what we did earlier tonight. That is all this is, because you can't get 50 plus 1. Move it, Aaron Stars, to 50 plus 1, and we'll vote for it.
Request for information, microphone 3.
Okay, request for information, microphone 3.
So is Mr. Craig's statement here, is that a motion to amend the item we're currently voting on to change 2/3 to majority?
It wasn't phrased that way, but he made a suggestion.
Madam Chair.
Can you ask Mr. Craig if he wants to do that right now?
Mr. Craig, were you trying to make an amendment? Please consider this.
I would like a friendly amendment, instead of being 2/3 to be 50% or majority rule.
Okay, it's been to amend Mr. Starr's. Okay, but it would need a second.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
It's been moved and seconded.
Point of
Point of
order,
order, Madam Chair. Mike 4. Point of order.
Hang tight. We're going to jump to this point of order, then we're going to jump to that point of order, and then we're going to mention the motion. Yes, Mr. Starr.
Here we are. It's whatever. It's gonna be what it is. Let's try to get this right. They're yabbing on about stuff. I want to get our stream right.
We can combine my motion to suspend the rules, to change the bylaws to 2/3, and with that same 2/3 vote, agree to seek.
That looks good. That'll be good here.
That way, the only way this bylaw can change is if at the same time you're seating delegates.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Mike 4.
But you need a 2/3 vote anyway to adopt the bylaw change.
Microphone 4.
Yes, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Mr. Starr made a motion to suspend the rules. We never voted.
So we got the RFK stream up. We're kind of just waiting on them to get started here. Meanwhile, we're just gonna be listening to this shit.
And then we would need a 2.
Let's hop live. Make sure we're live.
Let the woman
Here-
speak.
We added in the others very quickly.
Oh, I like that. Stargate is the next suggestion.
Dispose of these, and there are more people in the room.
Let's go.
Credentials.
So to be clear, your solution was Aaron Starr's solution.
Close. And then someone else tried to make an amendment to make it a majority. Okay.
Microphone, one point of order.
Microphone, 1 point of order.
I'm a parliamentarian, and I'm having trouble figuring out exactly what we're voting on. It's really.
Everybody's a parliamentarian apparently.
that you read the
It's
motion
fucking. It's been like this shit
that we're
all
voting every
day.
time we vote, so we know exactly what we're voting on. Thank you. Scott Lieberman, California.
Okay.
Let's do something like this.
Madam Chair.
Let's put
The Robert F. Kennedy Jr. talk is starting in 15 minutes.
Microphone 1.
Yep.
Microphone 4.
So,
Who cares?
Starr.
thank you. So first of all, I want
Pretty much everybody else cares.
motion so that I can then represent it with combined.
Okay.
My
We got
combined
Massey down here
motion
speaking.
is to suspend the rules to adopt this bylaw amendment up here.
That's not a privileged motion, and I was ahead of
please
him.
don't interrupt me. And to seat the people from this morning that were deemed ineligible.
Seeing if there's anything
That's my
else
motion.
worth
It's a combined
sharing.
motion. I think there's 2/3 the
Oops.
1 second. Does it have a second?
Yeah, I think this NTD one can just wait. We'll see which of them, them or the Hill, has the actual best one. This is the live shot of the RFK stuff. And then we've got this one as well. Comments disabled. Come on, Hill. We'll get a downvote just for that.
If we all vote yes on this, it gets the job done and we move on. I know it's not our favorite solution, but just saying.
Yeah, C-SPAN was supposed to be hosting it too, but they're not here, so we just be chilling.
Point of information.
See if any of our people on X got back to us. Yeah, Big John followed
Point of
us.
information, microphone 3.
That was about it.
Microphone 3.
Jim Fulner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Was Mr. Starr's motion a privileged motion?
All right. So, Mr. Starr, can we get his motion? Oh, it's up. Move to suspend the rules
Uh-huh.
to amend the bylaws to say by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions.
Okay, my inquiry though, my point of information was, is his motion to suspend the rules a privileged motion?
No.
Then why was he recognized again prior to other folks who have been waiting to be recognized longer than he has?
I'm sorry, state that again?
If his motion was not a privileged motion, why was he recognized prior to other delegates who have been waiting longer to be recognized than he had been?
Because I can't see you or hear you, and when people are speaking about their names, well, that's the reality.
But point of information. Microphone 4. Point of information.
Yes, microphone 1.
No.
Thank you. Elizabeth Brierly, California.
Yes.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
Folks under question, I believe that they are already seated. They were not deemed ineligible. They are already seated.
Oh no, it's popping out. It grabbed the wrong chat. We don't want to grab this chat.
I ruled that what happened was out of order because it was
Okay.
a continuing breach of the bylaws. So the whole reason we're doing this right now is to try to cure the continuing breach of the bylaws and then find a way to seat them.
Okay, I just thought I heard Mr. Starr say that they were not in a.
that's right.
That they were
Somebody else
not
talking.
eligible. I believe that they were.
NTD doesn't seem like they're gonna cover it.
Thank you.
Point
We'll
of
just keep the
information
hill.
number 4.
Okay, point of information, mic number 4.
Thank you, Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. Let's say that this motion passed. Would that then invalidate everything that has been done since those delegates were seated earlier this morning?
What's been done?
We passed the credentials report. Would the impact be that everything that's happened since then is not hasn't happened? It would have to all be redone.
Let me do a quick count.
I hope
because
questions of privilege
the number
matter.
of people matter.
Or are people leaving the room now? Are they not going to have quorum to be able to decide anything?
Number 3, question of privilege. Madam Chair, delegate from Connecticut, Dan Reel, I have a time-sensitive motion that pertains to RFK and Donald Trump's speaking time, and the motion was submitted hours in advance in writing, and we have filibustered our way out of avoiding a motion co-sponsored.
Let's go.
43
I'm
delegates
enjoying
that
this.
everyone wants to hear in debate.
Oh, that's so bright. There we go. Tone it down a bit. Let me fix some lighting over here.
Point of order.
Oh my god. Love it.
Your point of order is not a point of order? Is that Mr. Reel?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
it's not a point of order, and I'm going to continue with
You're
this
going to
with
alienate 43 co-sponsoring delegates.
You're gonna
The
wait
media
for
sees
Mr.
you doing it
Dosbach.
right now.
Mr. Dosbach? No,
Yes.
because the vote, it's 29 people who
Miss
were in question.
McGardle, I'd like to propose
Oh!
Donald Trump to go fuck himself away from here. Yes.
That was my motion too.
Fantastic.
We are a libertarian convention looking to nominate libertarians.
Mr.
We do not
Dosbach,
need to give that
it will
time
not
to
invalidate
non-libertarians.
Come
This
to
is
order.
not a GOP cuckolding convention.
God damn, dude.
Through it. Please settle down.
I move to vacate the chair.
Point of order.
Wow. Y'all are going nuts, dude.
Madam
That
Chair, point
needs
of
a
order.
second.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
The problem she
Madam
cannot
Chair.
solve.
Madam Chair, point of
We
order.
are still on Mr. Starr's motion, and Mr. Dosbach had a point of order, and I had a really good answer for him.
Point
That
of information,
The number
yes.
of delegates in
Wow, dude.
question would not invalidate any of the results because it required 2/3, and we had way more than 2.
I'm trying to see.
Regarding the agenda. Does that make sense?
No.
No.
The chair was motion to be.
I was
vacated,
joking.
though.
They said yeah.
That was
Can
vacated.
I just? I mean, make sure I'm clear on this.
It should be
The
responded
saboteurs
to,
are live.
to vacate the chair. That should be responded to. Should not be ignored, like these previous motions.
Point of order, Matt.
Right?
That's right. Thank you, good sir.
This is out of order. My motion has the floor right now. We need to dispose of the motion, and then you can do whatever the heck you want to do other than that. But right now, this motion is on the floor. It needs to be voted on. Let's vote in favor of this. Let's seat these delegates, and let's get some goddamn business done.
Okay.
Point of order, Mrs. Chair. I'd like to call the question on his motion, please.
All right. The question has been called. Any objection? Please don't.
No.
It's a suspension of the rules. We shouldn't really be debating it, but you know what I mean. Okay. We need 2/3.
Wow.
There's an objection to calling the question, even though it's a non-debatable motion. We're going to go to a vote. And you need 2/3 to suspend the rules, so that the bylaws say by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions, revisiting a prior vote. All in favor, please stand. It requires 2/3.
Stand up.
Just get it over with, guys.
They said vote no, so please vote yes.
They said vote no. Who is they? What is happening here?
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Do you need me to repeat the motion? No. Okay, it's on the screen. Well, we've said it many times now. To move to suspend the bylaws, move to suspend the rules, to amend the bylaws as follows. Instead of 7/8, by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention.
It's going crazy, man.
And to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions. So those of you who are opposed to it are voting right now. Do you want me to start over? No. All right, we're going to start over. If you are in favor of this motion, please stand. It takes 2/3. Yes, there we go. Everybody's standing. All right.
Let's be ungovernable, everybody. Let's prove it and be ungovernable. Ungovernable. Ungovernable.
I really think that's
Let's
2/3.
prove it.
Those of you who are opposed, go ahead and stand up. All right. We have 2/3. It passes. Thank you.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
I motion to suspend the rules to add to the agenda an item immediately following its acceptance to consider the ratification of Region 1.
We need an agenda before we can do that.
We have an agenda. The
We have
agenda
not
passed.
approved. We have
Yeah,
not
we did.
approved.
A long time ago.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I believe
We
that's
have
out
an
of
agenda.
order.
That is out of
It's
order.
going crazy, dude.
A long time ago.
So we're still waiting for RFK to take the stage. Meanwhile, we're dealing with the
Madam
fuckery
Chair,
of the LNC
he's
right
not-
now.
Not asking that. He's asking to consider the LNC's move that ratified Region 1.
So we're just going on about who's allowed to vote, who's legitimate. It's been like this since 9 a.m. this morning. It's ridiculous.
How do you want me to be any more clear?
We are very ungovernable. Even our self-government
moving
is
Suspend
unmanageable.
the rules to add to the agenda a time to consider and debate the LNC's
But hey, you know what?
move to
We're here.
ratify Region
We're ready for it.
1 against the
We got our
will
Jim
of
Beam.
some of their
We're gonna enjoy the show. Well, there's 600 people watching the LP thing and 400 watching RFK.
Parliamentary inquiry, please, Mike 1. All right, does it have a second?
Oh my gosh.
Parliamentary
Oh yeah, they tried to
inquiry,
vacate the
Mike 4.
chair earlier. We kind of missed that. That was
Arthur
fun.
DiBianca from Texas again. Madam Chair, did we finally adopt our agenda earlier?
Yeah, we had an agenda.
The
Oh.
answer is yes?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 3. Over here, you.
This is just gonna go on and on.
Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I move to amend the agenda time-wise to extend business today and tomorrow to 5 o'clock p.m. each day.
We're still on my agenda, though.
This.
I have a motion.
Well, we were on the motion regarding Region 1, Mr. Goldstein.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
I need to know who made that motion.
Mike Chinese of
Josh.
Wisconsin.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone 1. Dustin Blankenship, West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
This is, I guess, more of a question, but during the last kerfuffle, there was a motion to vacate the chair. Would that then become the next agenda item? I just want to make sure we're doing things correctly.
It was not recognized because it was not in order at the time.
Honestly,
It was in order at the time.
like
Point of order, Madam
I feel like Angela's handling it decently well considering all the hostility. But
Me again.
if they wanted to get rid of the chair,
Microphone 4. Thank
it really wouldn't matter. You just have somebody else, and I feel sorry for whoever that person is going to be, because this is just smack your head against the wall. That's what this is.
This is simply a suspension of the rules in order to consider a question.
Okay, it will still require 2/3. Okay. So I believe your motion is in order, although I don't know that there's a particular consequence to it, but we can go ahead and deliberate it if that's what you'd like. Someone speaking in favor or against the motion?
Madam Chair, point of information, Mike 1.
Yes.
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. Can you please state the motion?
Michael Chianese moved to suspend the rules to take up consideration of the LNC's move to ratify Region 1.
Thank you.
And to take it up now, I assume, not at a particular time.
Yes.
Okay, and was there a second?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Point of order. Microphone 2.
Thank you.
I wish we could see the crowd. People have been complaining about that in chat all day, and I agree. I wish we could see the crowd. I wish we didn't have to look at the Google Doc. It's not helpful to people that are not there. If the people are there and they want to show the stuff that's, on the sides or whatever, they want to put it on the side screen, that's fine. But for the live stream, we want to see the stage, we want to see the crowd, we want to see the people asking the questions. Those are the most important parts.
In favor of the motion yet.
But it's been a shit show since it started. So
You're right. It's not debatable. We're just hearing points of order and points of information, although most of them are probably trying to argue. It is what it is. All right.
I would like to speak in favor of the motion.
Okay. Should we go to a vote? We need to suspend the rules first to take up consideration. This is a two-parter. This is not a one-parter. It's not rolled into one. I'm looking at it on the screen. I need 2/3. We're going to go to a vote quickly. All in favor, stand up. Sorry, it's like church, but it's so much easier if you stand up. All in favor of suspending the rules to take up consideration?
the RFK room's getting pretty full.
People who want to do this. You want to suspend the rules. Okay, sit back down. I don't see 2/3. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Oh my God, here we go again.
Microphone 1 from Santa Clara County, California. People who do not have delegate badges displayed are voting. Please ask them not to do that.
That's an issue. Delegation chairs, please check your delegations.
Madam Chair, mic 4.
Microphone 4.
Madam Chair,
This is
Arthur
so
DeBianca,
fucked.
I
So
call
fucked.
For the orders of the day.
Next item on the agenda, I believe, is the treasurer's report. Is it?
Are we
Madam
actually going to
Chair,
do the
question
Richard's
of
report?
Urgent, privilege, time-sensitive. 10 minutes from now. Microphone 3, Dan Reel from Connecticut.
Microphone 3.
I have submitted a motion that was co-sponsored by 43 highly now alienated and disaffected delegates. That motion seeks to give back the time to RFK and Trump, to libertarian candidates that we intend to run against these individuals.
They're gonna speak, dude. It's gonna happen.
I appeal the ruling of this rogue Republican chair.
What? Whoa, dude. Whoa.
I can also be a plaintiff if you want.
That's fine.
See you in court then.
What the fuck? This is so stupid. She said,
Angela, I know how much you like to suck GOP cock.
what? Let's go, dude.
That's out of order, and it's
I don't care. I don't care, dude. Fight, 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 fight.
Assault! Assault! Assault!
Okay, I'm sure.
She says, I'm sure.
Please escort anybody who's getting.
Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, ooh.
Hotel security if they're needed.
Wow, dude.
Madam Chair, do we have a sergeant at arms?
Point of information, Madam
Have you
Chair.
identified who that person is so that
We
we
have
all know?
a couple of sergeant of arms. I see Ollie.
Oh my god, dude.
Ollie's on it. He's doing a fantastic job. Now, it's 3:30.
This is stupid, dude. This is absurd. Absurd.
Kennedy's talking, reading the room. It looks like most of you want to continue business.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
My suggestion is, for those of you who would like to go see a talk, you are free to do so at this time.
No quorum, no vote.
Reasonable? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a highly privileged motion at Mike 4.
Mike 4, yes.
Arthur DeBianca.
Yes.
I'm going to make a funny motion that we need because we do not have a time-based agenda. I'm going to make a motion to fix the time to which to adjourn. And I move that when this meeting adjourns, whenever that is, we adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. Oh, actually, that is already in order because that was part of Mr. Redpath's special order.
Okay, I did not know that was the time of convening, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Microphone 1.
Can we find our treasurer? And yes.
Am I recognized?
Yes.
Starchild, delegate from California. Another time-sensitive matter that I tried to bring up earlier, I'll ask again now, and I'll wait for a little bit more quiet in the room so people can hear. Thank you. I am inquiring as to how votes for none of the above cast in terms of platform plank retention tokens will be counted. Can people vote for none of the above for that if they don't want to delete anything from the current platform and have those votes counted?
I don't even know what he said. I glazed over.
I would like, if I could, to get a parliamentarian's ruling on that. Right. Some of us would like to stop stuff from being deleted, and if we can do that by voting none of the above, in terms of submitting the tokens, because otherwise we basically don't have a vote.
Hey, Starchild, if you could just wait 1 second
Sure.
so I can chat about it.
Thank you.
Oh my god. What a shit show. We've had motions to vacate the chair. Apparently a fight broke out. There was an assault. So, Jesus Christ. What could happen next? You never know. If it keeps being this entertaining, we might not be able to watch the Kennedy thing. I mean, technically, Kennedy's late.
Information, Dan Lewis of Illinois.
I think they have to reach a certain threshold to pass anyway.
Madam Chair, Mike 4, point of information, Dan Lewis of Illinois. What time is business supposed to end today?
There we go. Good question.
Sorry, I don't have the schedule in front of me.
5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
All right, hour and a half, hour 25.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
It is not time certain. That is what time business should end. It is not time certain. I hope that makes sense.
Yep. Could drag.
So that you're not overstepping on regional caucusing on that.
Madam Chair, point of excuse me, motion to recess for 10 minutes so people can calm the hell down.
All right. Do we want to take a recess for 10 minutes?
It's going to take 10 minutes to take the vote.
I'm not sure that people want to take a recess for 10 minutes, which is why I have not called one.
They're looking for Massey. The hot mics, baby.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Nope, they want to do some more shit.
Okay, we're going to go to the treasurer's report.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Okay, microphone 3.
Jim Fulner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Thank you for recognizing me after waiting in line here for well over an hour. I would
God
like to make a motion
damn,
to
dude.
suspend the rules to extend tomorrow's time of adjournment from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and to rescind the invitation to former President and WWE Hall of Famer Donald Trump.
Second.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. The dramatics, dude. The drama. Appeal the motion of the chair. Or ruling of the chair.
Point of information.
Okay, it's becoming dilatory. Last one. We're going to go to the treasurer's report.
Can we please hear from the parliamentarian whether or not that is in order?
I've already consulted with him, trust me, many times in advance on this particular topic. It's not in order. It's not part of convention business.
But it is part of the convention, which according to Robert's rules is allowed and controlled by the delegates, correct?
It's dilatory and we're moving on.
Let's go! That's what I'm talking about. Just say shut up and move on. Can we be adults? Is it? Todd! I want to know why Todd's not running again. Please do. Yes. You're going to have to like pull up pictures of people who are talking so we know who's talking. Facts and figures. He has an unfortunate lisp, but we love him anyway. Gopian. This is your speaker. This picture looks pretty good. Another good one. Can we just put his face over this? This is Todd. Todd is speaking.
I am happy to announce the following results.
Okay.
Clean FEC Bill of Health.
Yes, sir. Good job. You did your job.
We have had the cleanest audit in several years with no significant deficiencies.
Let's go. Good job. We are in compliance. It's not something to brag about, but whatever. Hey, there we go. Good news.
We have outsourced and professionalized the accounting department, which led to that clean audit.
We're having a good time.
We did an FEC complaint that was wrongly filed unanimously in our favor.
Let's go, dude. Victory, victory, victory. So much winning.
The highest sustained cash and cash equivalent balances that we've had in 10 plus years.
Hell yeah, brother.
bottom line is that this party is financially strong, despite rumors to the contrary. We have done a good job. Thank you all. I appreciate it. I'll be around for questions.
Mr.
if you read the
Treasurer.
report. Thank you.
Mr. Treasurer, microphone 4.
All right, I will take questions.
Mr. Treasurer, I have a quick question at microphone 4.
Okay.
This is Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Mr. Treasurer, would it be accurate to say that LNC revenue in 2023 was lower than in any of the previous 20 years?
I do not know if it was lower than any of the previous 20 years. It was certainly low.
Was it, Mr. Treasurer, lower than almost any of the previous 20 years?
That is probably accurate.
And could you please give us the projected revenue for 2024?
Yes, we should be in the arena of 1.6 to 1.7 million in 2024, potentially higher based on the successful fundraising of this convention.
And can you quote,
It's not bad.
for comparison purposes, Mr. Treasurer, do you happen
Good-
to
good
know
question.
the revenue for 2020?
I do not have 2020. I believe 2022 was just over 2 million.
Okay.
Point of information, microphone, or question, point, microphone.
So you're gonna say revenue down? We lost 300 grand. We paid off a mortgage. That's pretty important.
It says there that they paid off the mortgage this LNC inherited.
Okay.
Wasn't that a loan against business assets and not a mortgage? I'm pretty sure that they ended up not doing the mortgage.
We paid our bill.
Assets. Is that
I apologize. Yeah, there was a lien, so I called it a mortgage, but you're correct.
yeah, line of credit based on business assets?
We paid our debts. Dilatory. Move on.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 4, Leighton from Alaska.
Leighton, friend of the show.
If you have an estimate of what the LNC has, or the Libertarian Party has raised in the last 2 days.
Yes, we have raised over 400,000 this month. I believe we have raised over 200,000 in the last 2.5 days.
Let's go, brother. Let's go, brother.
Phone 4.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Treasurer, Billy Pierce from Texas. Could you please tell us how much the LNC, the Libertarian Party, nationally has spent on ballot access and candidates?
I would have to look at the reports for that. I apologize. I do not have that right handy, but it's in all of the monthly reports that I've been submitting.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Question, Mike 1, please. Rajani Mayatico from California. Just, does the report include percent changes? So if there was a percent increase or a percent decrease over time from last year, from 2 years ago?
Should. It would at least have the numbers side by side.
On what previous reports have looked like. So what it will show is 2022, 2023, and year-to-date 2024, which is what we've always shown. You can always email me with more questions for previous reports or all the financial reports for the last 10 plus years are on LPDIA.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Microphone 4.
Uh-huh.
Mike Saliba, Real Chair, Michigan. Mr. Treasurer, could
Real
you
Chair.
please tell
What
us
does that
how
mean?
much the LNC has spent on suing me and the rest of the Michigan 8 in federal court, and how that number compares to cuts to ballot access spending?
Ballot access spending was not cut, so that question is mute.
How much did you spend on suing us?
That was what you wanted to know. Why didn't you spend that?
Those financials, and that was 2023.
This is
The
absurd.
case is ongoing.
Next question.
Yeah, he just pulled a Tiffany Henyard. Oh, that's a good question. Next question. That was good. Yes. There we go. Can we just go? He's not running again. If you don't like him, vote for somebody else.
I appreciate the cheering.
So do I. Next question. All right. Seeing no more.
Microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
I guess it's a parliamentary inquiry. What
All right,
part
so we're at
of
777
bylaws makes it
on the
in order
RFK.
to ask a
We're at
treasurer
650.
about a
RFK has
bill,
officially
such
passed
as
the
how
LP.
much money was spent by the LNC to sue other libertarians
in order to defend intellectual property as a concept.
Nobody said it was out of order?
Question,
asked and I
microphone 4.
answered.
John Phillips from Illinois. Question from microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
How much?
It just keeps
was
going,
raised
dude.
In the presidential straw poll this weekend, and I would like to thank our presidential candidates for all their.
Oh, it was like 120, 130, some, I don't know, somewhere around that neighborhood. It's got to be.
I believe that number was 183,000.
Oh, way better.
Great job, presidential candidates. Great job bailing us out.
Any more questions?
Ryan Sugden, microphone 3.
Yes, sir.
I recall you mentioning that the outsourcing of the accounting department was more expensive than anticipated. Is that an ongoing increased expense or a short-term one?
We are hoping that a short term, they have been going down and down in cost. It had to do with them basically between the FEC portion of the accounting and the accounting portion of the accounting. It took a little longer to get them up to speed on the FEC portion, and we do pay by the hour. So in addition, when we have to go through audits or when we need additional information for the FEC, every bit of that costs money. So when we have a challenge that is ridiculous, that costs us money. Thank you.
Yep.
Microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Mark Hinkle, former
So all your dilatory bullshit about how we're not real libertarians, cost money. What are you saying?
No, we did not.
Mr. Treasurer, microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Related to a previous comment about alleged bailout of this convention, was the convention profitable, or is it profitable without that fundraising from the presidential candidates?
We will not know until the end of the convention, but
Could you speculate?
yes, I believe this convention will be extremely
I love seeing certain people's mask clipping and exposure of them true selves. Yeah, I mean, convention is an interesting time, man. All sorts of people come out of the woodwork. Reno was the same situation. It was the same situation in Orlando. The past couple conventions I've paid a little bit of attention to, and so this is just no different. And like you said, people are revealing themselves. I always go back to SAR work. The party is the people who show up. And people want to wonder why nothing gets done at a national level. And look what happens when we get together. It's just fucking madness. So, hey, whatever. We're here for the show. We're having our drinks. Is Todd done? Can we pull Todd's face off? Is he done?
Did anyone keep time on that?
No. It was about, yeah.
I apologize, I didn't hear your objection, but we're also on time.
Let's go. Todd's done. Yeah, so we're just kind of waiting for Kennedy to take the stage and seeing if anyone else breaks out in a fight. Audit committee. We got one of those? Okay. Oops, sorry. Trying to get her picture too. This was Kathy, right?
The 2022 audit was concluded in fall of 2020 by Fry and Company CPAs.
Okay, that is not her.
The 2022 financial statements present fairly the LNC's financial position.
Getting like pictures of like Ann Coulter and all these other people. Can't find a good picture of her. Not gonna use it. Don't mean to discount her or not use her, but
$2,010,837 for a change in net assets of
You know, if the music's too loud and you can't hear, I'll turn it down a little bit, but I want to have some kind of background.
Minor adjusting entries made during the course of the audit, resulting in a decrease in net assets of approximately $6,200. In the management letter, the auditor recommended a review of internal control.
RFK Jr. has some explaining to do about Harvey Milk. You got any more context to that? I'm going to look up Harvey Milk RFK. Let's see what you're talking about. I mean, I guess this is a raw milk. Oh, gay rights leader, Harvey Milk. Okay, Post Millennial's got an article. Let's see. We'll put this over here so it's not too distracting. Harvey Milk, accused of grooming minors. Take a moment to celebrate Harvey Milk Day in honor of those who bravely transformed us. Was a trailblazer, first openly gay individual elected to office.
Initiated a selection process and engaged a new CPA firm. The LNC had utilized the same firm since
It's from Cernovich saying that. Interesting.
turnover in key staff positions and change in the accounting processes. And again, in the unqualified opinion of the auditor, the 2023 financial statements present fairly the LNC's financial positions, again, the highest level.
I did not know that about him. Didn't even know. Yeah, I saw his tweet was there in the article that we were just looking at. Yeah, I did not know that about him. I don't know. I don't think RFK should be. I'm not going to say I don't think he should be at the convention because obviously people are paying attention because of that, and Trump and Vivek and everybody else that's going to be there. But I will say I don't think he should ever been the nominee. We talked about that yesterday. I'll repeat it again today. I don't think he should be the nominee, and so definitely not a libertarian. Unlike just like all the others too, Vivek, Trump, none of these guys are libertarians, and they shouldn't be representative of the party. And I'm looking forward to everybody coming in and saying "fuck Trump" like they were saying before. Yeah, what's up? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. We got to get you on Discord somewhere. You know, by the way, Discord link is down below, and anybody can jump in and join us there. A lot of memes and bullshit going on in there, but yeah, we got to get together. Liberty Libations, that must be you. You got too many damn channels, bro. This one is a lot less controversial than the Treasury report. Waiting to see if they're going to motion to vacate the chair again. The main problem was that Milk was an underage lover. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about Harvey Milk other than what we just read in that article. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't know much about him, so I have to look into him some more. But like I said, I don't think we should be defending RFK on much anyway, so I don't really feel a strong urge to do so either.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I don't identify as madam.
Nice. Yes. Good deal.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to recess for 1 hour.
True. True.
Can you please state your name?
Darian Drake.
I need some more alcohol. What are you drinking? That was a joke for one person in chat. Jim Beam. That's what we're drinking today. Jim Beam honey. I love the honey drinks.
Mr. Chairman,
Super sweet.
Mike
We have
4.
business to do.
Microphone 4.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Would it be in order to amend the motion to recess?
I believe so.
We have a chair debate coming up in half an hour, I believe.
Oh,
Might
damn.
need to recess and return after the chair debate. So I would move to amend to recess.
Sounds like last night.
Until 5:30.
Come on, camera. Stop being stupid. Yeah, we're going to be drinking all weekend. I think they voted earlier to
So that it would now be a motion
let him
to
talk.
recess until 5:30 p.m.
1 second.
I believe they voted earlier to resume business at 9 a.m. and they wanted to continue with the presidential debate at that time. I didn't get to see how that concluded, so there's a good chance that we'll be doing this early in the morning tomorrow. Now that
Chairman, I withdraw. Thank you.
now that the work week is over, we have more time to dedicate to LP stuff.
Yes, I think it would be prudent to have nominations of our chair candidates before we have a chair debate, and then we could probably recess to the chair debate.
Okay.
It's not a bad idea.
Is that a motion?
I move at this point in time, we move to nominations of.
What happened to
chair
Angela? Who's standing up there?
next term.
All right. We do have a motion to. Mr. Chair, call for orders of the day. 1 second, please.
Un momento, por favor.
When you come to the microphone, please clearly state your name and the delegate.
Cranking up the music a little bit, so we have some. We be chilling over here, you know.
So I think we should move forward with that. Either vote yes or no on that, and then we can consider other ones. Unless the mover wants to withdraw that motion to recess.
Let me do
And there was a second. Any discussion? Is there any objection to recess for 1 hour?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Microphone 1, 2.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Can you please state your name and delegate?
Samuel Bowler, Alabama. I've been standing here for an hour and a half on a motion, so I'd rather.
There we go. Boom. Messing with some settings. We're going to debate on this. We already know how it's going to go. People don't want to give Kennedy any time. And so they just want to keep continuing on with business. So our attention will be split.
South Carolina. Do we know when the nomination, but not the tokens, the nomination petitions for vice president are due?
Needs more kick. I need more alcohol.
We hadn't, when I checked earlier, we didn't have a time yet. Do we have a time?
I believe it's 5 p.m. tonight.
It's 5 p.m. for the nomination petitions as well as the tokens? Is that correct?
It's for all business, I believe, right? I spilled a little. Gotta wipe it off.
So let's move on to a vote to recess for 1 hour.
They're gonna recess for an hour. Let's go. That'll start the RFK debate, or not debate, but speech. Put this over here so I don't spill anymore.
Okay. Please sit. All those opposed, please stand.
Hey, I see Lisa. There we go. Florida delegation. Lisa standing there. Hi, Lisa.
Microphone 2, Samuel Bowler, Alabama.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So our state missed one of our alternates that was selected at our state convention.
No recess. It's gonna. They got it right. They got it. We're going back to who's allowed to vote. That's been the discussion all morning. Oh, I see you, Jake. Hi. Bonus points if you know who the picture is. It's obviously not me.
Actually, does that even? It's just a shuffling of alternate and they don't. I don't think it requires any approval.
Mr. Standards wasn't listed as an alternate or a delegate at all on our report.
Oh, was the vice chair running the show right now? Is that what's happening?
Okay, then he'll need to be added.
So H. Marty Shelper is the alternate he would be replacing, who's now a delegate, and his name is Joshua Standridge.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
is a timely motion. I move to make Larry Sharp eligible to run for VP in 2024, even though he is a stand-in candidate in New York.
Right now, there's
Why would he not be?
Once we dispense with that, then we will entertain more motions.
Seems that way for the moment. Seems that way for the moment. Yeah, I
Mr.
mean,
Chair, point of
I don't think they're gonna recess. It keeps coming up, but we'll see what happens.
Mike 4.
I'm thinking if the Kennedy thing starts, I'll keep the window open, I'll keep the chat open, but I think the audio should switch over to the Kennedy thing, just because it's a lot of dilatory Robert's rules bullshit, and it's just not that entertaining. I would rather respond to the things that Kennedy's saying, but you know, we got to see what's happening with the schedule, especially tomorrow.
Stanridge to the delegation list due to clerical omission and failure to submit his name to the credentials report. It only requires 2/3. Are we going to have discussion on it? Are we going to go to a vote? All in favor?
Oh, she's back.
All opposed? All right, the motion passes.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
This is Sam Goldstein, delegate.
Adding
from
more people to
Indiana.
delegates.
I move that we open nominations for chair of the Libertarian Party for the 2024-26 term.
Okay, I want to know who the competition is. I think Angela's got it in the bag, but
Timely parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Microphone 4. I'm sorry. John Phillips from Illinois.
I got to respond to that. That's
Understanding
bullshit.
That, there are a few delegates that have had their pins come off, and they're being told by credentials that there are no replacements.
That is probably true because there probably are no replacements. We only ordered a few replacements and we did pins because they were more secure than ribbons.
Okay, so we are disenfranchising just delegates that have lost their pins.
No.
No, we're
asking
punishing them for
delegates
irresponsibility.
To be accountable for their belongings and being the fact that they are a delegate.
I mean, just keep your button. I mean, what's the deal? Put it in your pocket. Pull it out when you need it.
Be generous to delegates and making sure that people get sat, and I think we've been taking good care of our delegation.
Everybody's been seated, as far as I know.
What is your motion? To open nominations?
Correct.
I did not hear a second. but we
Madam
can hear
Chair,
one.
I have a point of personal privilege, Mike 4.
Okay.
Dan Lewis,
Che-
second, and Mike
Yo,
4.
is this real? Are you fucking with me right now? I'm gonna search him.
Even if I don't agree with you on everything, I do want to apologize on behalf of that delegate that got out of line and said those things to you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good man. That's the squeaky toy. It's back.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
I don't see.
Open nominations for chair.
All right. Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to open nominations for chair. At this point, nominations are in order. Anyone who'd like to make a nomination for chair?
Yeah, I think Chase has a pretty good chance. I don't see anything about this. I think you're fucking trolling
Dan
me.
Lewis of Illinois.
He's sitting in front of you. You're there right now, bro.
Please state your name.
I'm at Mike 4, Dan Lewis of Illinois, and I'm not.
How funny would it be if Chase Oliver can't vote?
For those of you who are about to make nominations, please don't.
I feel like if I was his delegation chair, I would say, yeah, go ahead and vote, dude. I know who you are. I know you're a fucking delegate. I know you're on the list. Like, I don't care that you don't have a button. I'm your state chair. I know what the fuck's going on. You're approved. That's how I would treat it. But
Privilege of placing in nomination the name of Mark Rutherford for chair of the Libertarian Party.
Mark
I served
Rutherford.
with him as vice chair, served with him on the LNC.
Let's find him.
And he will do a great job stabilizing this party and moving it forward in our fight for liberty for the next 2 years. Thank you.
okay, no personal attacks. Liked it. Good job.
Right, 1 second before we move on. You need to turn in your nomination papers to the teller.
Hey, I'm in Georgia too. You know, Godspeed. Do what y'all gonna do. That's funny. I would have done different, but hey, y'all do what you do.
15 signatures. That needs to be turned into the tellers. If you have not done so, run.
I'm trying to find this guy.
Out of order by the
He's a
time
prominent figure, apparently.
taking nominations, and this is the only time I'm trying to extend it to be polite. Okay.
Madam Chair, at 4.
Yes.
He was candidate for chair in 2012.
I nominate
Hey, Lee!
Kyla from the Republican
No.
in Florida.
Listen, it's Nikayla, first of all. Second, I love Steve. No.
Jennifer Leatherberry from Virginia. I nominate Angela McArdle for chair.
There we go. I think this Mike Rutherford might be her biggest competition. Nikayla's well liked in the party, but
Any additional nominations?
no.
Madam Chair.
Do all of our candidates thus far accept nominations? Did Mr. Ken Molman accept his nomination? He said yes. Okay, thank you. Believe
Oh, wow.
Madam
Ken
Chair,
wants to do it. Hey, Ken wouldn't be bad. Ken would not be bad.
and then we'll jump to 3. Yes.
I actually really liked him after Bill Yu was kicked. So, really good.
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I move to close nominations for chair.
Thank you. Are there other nominees? I don't hear. Is there an objection?
I think Rutherford's the biggest competition. Nikayla's got a lot of friends, but I don't think enough to carry him over the line. Rutherford seems to have more of the national name, but I really do think it ends with Angela. Ken's not bad. Love Angela, though. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. That's where I'm at. We're on the same page, dude.
In Indiana, it was okay. The secretary got it. Sam Goldstein was the nominator for Mark Rutherford. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Please make sure you speak clearly because the echo is a little trying. You're stumbling your words. Okay, I don't hear any other nominations.
Madam Chair.
Looks like the Kennedy speech is going to start here in a moment.
I'm Kareem Mays from Pennsylvania. I nominate George Besda for chair.
That's not a point of information, but it is a nomination.
Point of personal privilege.
Sorry.
I'll allow it.
Please ask people to quiet down a little bit.
Yeah.
It's really hard to
Guys,
hear.
please come to order. Or quieter we are, the faster we'll go. Could you please restate your nominee? Okay.
Was it Jorge Posada?
Hello.
No.
I'm Kareem from Pennsylvania, and I nominate George Besda. I believe I'm saying
Besda.
that correctly for chair.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 3.
No chance.
Could we possibly get the font size on the displays increased back up to 125% since lunch?
Thank you. Okay. Now, I believe someone was going to close nominations.
This is Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I move to close nominations for LNC chair.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close nominations. Is there any objection at this point?
Just close it. I mean, we got enough nominees. We're good.
Virginia. Going once, going twice. Hearing no objection, nominations are closed.
Madam Chair, Mike
Chair,
4.
Mike 2.
Mike 2?
Travis Boss, delegate from West Virginia.
Yes.
I move to suspend the rules.
Oh, that is Massey. I didn't even notice. That's Massey right there. Hi, Massey. No. What is that? No.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to allow stand-in candidates to be nominated for president.
The fuck does that mean? No.
Convention only.
The fuck?
Oh, to amend the bylaws.
I don't. Meh.
Point of order. You cannot suspend the bylaws.
To suspend the rules to amend.
There you go. Meh. We all know what she meant.
So to
Travis Boss moved to suspend the rules to amend the bylaws to allow stand-in candidates to run for president and vice president for this convention only.
Interesting. I like Larry, but the idea, I just don't like it. I just don't like it.
Is this a combined motion?
Plus, Clint's going to win this shit, in case you didn't know. What up, Tim? Anything? Oh, dude, you missed it. Yes. There was an alleged assault that happened. There was people motioning to vacate the chair. There was, it was getting loud and rowdy. It was fucking great. Jimmy Bobby, I see you. Nah, it was good. It was good. Yeah, you definitely missed it. You missed some good stuff. It was hilarious. We're watching more of the hilarity ensue.
Not in order. It's not
We only allow trans flags in this chat. Sorry. It was assault technically speaking, but if he presses charges, he's a pansy. So what was it, like a verbal assault? Did they actually like grab him? Like what do you mean? I just remember them yelling assault. I'm gonna sue you. This is bullshit. Fuck Trump. There were all kinds of stuff going on. It was good. Good show. Just pushed him lightly. Okay. What the? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is America.
Request for information, microphone 4.
I was watching the arrangement discussion of Nick Ricada. I've been busy all day. Oh yeah. I need to follow up on that. I posted that in our chat earlier. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, that was a good moment right there. Good moment.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Yes.
At this
Is anybody drinking with me? Am I the only one drinking right now?
for the day.
To be fair, he was defending Angela because the mic told her that she lied. And oh yes, see, other highlight. So we know you love to suck Republican cock. It was great. It was a great little episode. We'll definitely be clipping that. That was great.
And it requires a second. It's been moved and seconded, and it is not debatable. We are going to go.
Yeah, lots of good moments. Are we though? I need to put in a request for more ice.
Okay, point of information, and we're going to a vote on
Microphone 3, Kristen Alexander, Indiana.
Yes.
I would just like to clarify the motion on the floor. Is it to adjourn or to recess?
He said to adjourn for the day, so we would.
Let's go.
According to our special order at 9 a.m.
Hey man, go vote, dude. Godspeed. Good luck. We'll be here all night. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here. I have no idea what transpired with all that. I just got home and poured a glass of wine. Hey. Cheers. Cheers. We be drinking all night. RFK has been delayed for... My timer went away. RFK has been delayed for almost 45 minutes now. So as soon as he switches over, we'll put the audio on.
All right. I need everybody who wants to adjourn to sit down. And I need everybody who wants to go to business to stand.
Yes.
Business to stand up.
This one's actually close. They've been saying close all day, or she has been saying so. I guess that's the joke. Let's see how we're looking on the view count. 680 to 950. A German pass. Let's go. You want to say hi to Shannon? Brandy waves at you. She refuses to come on camera. We're just waiting for his voice to catch up when they'll let him speak. Yeah. True. All right, here we go.
Request for information?
Yes.
Was the motion on adjournment or recess?
Adjournment.
It's adjournment. It's adjournment until.
I'm half paying attention and I heard that shit. You're in the fucking room and don't know what's going on. Okay.
All right, so I want tellers to come out and help me.
Tonight's drink, Jim Beam with the honey. I'm trying all the honeys. I love them.
Let's try to do this very quickly.
The goal is to finish this by the end of the convention. Making good progress for day one.
Tellers have a section. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to count the yeses.
She will either respond to your love or see it shortly.
Place in your seat. Please don't walk around unless you're a teller because you make it harder.
Yes. This was a big problem early this morning. I have been watching all day, if you didn't know. It's been a good show.
Are you ready? Okay, everybody who wants to adjourn, please stand up.
Quorum. Do we have quorum?
Yes. Quorum call.
I may Okay, good. I may have been guilty on that. I reminded everybody, no quorum, no vote. We got to know this. What is this shit? Who the fuck is that? Hashtag me too. I cannot be the only Floridian or Floridian adjacent that is thinking baby Jesus is not Florida causing a scene. Yeah, I haven't seen Florida causing a scene yet. I saw Lisa on the RFK stream. I saw her get seated there, so we pointed her out. And Lee Koyitzer nominated Nikayla to be chair of the National Party. So those are the only times I've seen Florida, other than Josh, of course, being the Credential Committee chair. Don't you think it was so funny that everybody was in the LP chat was saying, "Oh, the Credential Committee chair he's a fucking Mises plant. It's all fucking set up by Mises," not knowing who Josh is, not knowing the history there and all that shit. It was hilarious to me. I tried to push back a little bit, but bunch of fucking retards in that chat. Let me tell you, we got them here so you can follow the retardation, but you know, it's great. It was great. I enjoyed it. I tried not to engage too much. Not worth it. Just like I told you earlier, just like going, just not worth it. I'd rather be here having a drink, hanging out with the family, you know. Much better. Thoughts and prayers for Josh, man. Yeah, he wants to win the VC. Honestly, I kind of like him better than Hannah Goodman. I think that's the way to go. I don't like the way that she cucked out for Colorado, saying that we're not going to run any Republicans against you. I don't like that move. Josh would never do that. So I think he's got a one up on her over there. The one criticism I had for him during his the quote unquote debate, the little bit of it that we got to see thanks to Matt Johnson, the one criticism I had for his whole thing was he just said, you know, we need to stop paying for ballot access. We just need to have it. Like, yeah, that sounds good, but what's your plan to actually do that? So I don't know. But she's a true libertarian the way she lives her life, man. Yeah, I don't know. You know, and look, you're saying you don't know, and I know exactly what you mean. She is doing it right out there. I don't know anything about her personal life. I hope it's good. I just didn't like that. I didn't like that one thing that she did. I really don't care how it goes. I mean, I gotta support Josh. It's the swamp. We gotta support our people. But you know, Josh and I will argue, and we'll continue to argue until the day we die. But we're still gonna be friends about it. That's what I wish a lot of these people in this fucking room would understand. Like, they're in there like quote unquote insulting each other and having all these fucking problems, and like Josh and I disagree a lot on strategy and other things, but at the end of the day, we're still friends. We're still libertarians. We still want freedom in our lifetime. We still want all the same things. It's just we disagree about how to get there, or we disagree on certain moves that are being made by caucuses or whatever. We have our fights, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm still going to back Josh because he's my guy. But I don't know. I wish the people in the room would just chill the fuck out a little bit. Just this whole day has been a demonstration in why nothing gets done. Everybody wonders why the LP can't ever break 1%, why we can't ever move forward. Because they're too busy tearing each other apart, these motherfuckers. Like, they make it unbearable. It is embarrassing. And this is why, like, people refer to doing party duties as like, you know, Greg in Florida, not be cringe, mission level impossible. Exactly, dude. I mean, like, y'all are making us look bad. Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. It's like, if we could just get past that. And it just seems impossible. Seems impossible. I don't know. I don't know what to do with these people, man. But that's why we are where we are. So, you know, it sucks because there's nowhere else to go. Like, there's people in this chat over here, you know, these fuckers, they keep saying, oh, a bunch of Republican plants, you like to suck Republican cock. Like, no, That's not the case at all. You know, I do have more agreements with the Republican Party than the Democratic Party at this point in time. That's true. I'm not going to deny that. But to say that that makes me a Republican, or to say like Hornberger would say, the right-leaning members of our party are destroying it and what it means, that's all a bunch of bullshit, dude. There's nowhere else to go. So I'm kind of fucking stuck here with you guys. So, you know, I'm kind of fucking stuck here with you guys. It is what it is. I mean, the best that we look at work, you know, and you guys have heard this in your workplace too, I'm sure. It's you either got to laugh about it or you got to cry. You got to choose one, because there's no other option. You're stuck here with it. You know, you can go get another job somewhere else, but it's going to be the same shit. So I'd rather hang out with cool people and laugh at all the retardation and whatever. I don't know. we gotta do better, but it's just not happening right now. It's just not happening right now. And this convention is going to be super interesting. I got to hear this. I'm happy, dude. I'm happy, dude. Okay. Okay. What time? Okay, so that's 9 a.m. So that guarantees that this stream will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Happening at 5:15 to 6:45. They can find the room on lnc2024.com/schedule.
Right now, if you so desire, you can go see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speak. It's your choice.
Of course you can fuck with us, Magoo. Of course, dude. You don't have to. I totally understand not identifying as a libertarian anymore because of all the retardation that's associated with it. But of course you can fuck with us, dude. I don't give a shit, man. I really don't, dude. I really don't. We just gotta, we'll get through this. The retardation will ensue. This convention is going to be particularly interesting because, you know, like we said in our prediction videos, I don't know if you saw them or not, but like we said in our prediction videos, the MC is not the force that it was in Reno. So how this turns out is going to be interesting for that. It's too much for me, the tism that is. Yeah, it's a lot, man. There's a lot of tism. But we're here for it. We're here for it. So if they're ending business there, I think Kennedy is probably delayed on purpose to allow business to wrap up and let more people filter in the room. So I think we're good. I think we're good. No, but yeah, of course you could show, dude. What the fuck kind of question is that? Yes, of course. I don't care who's part of what party. You know, you're welcome. Progressives are welcome. Communists welcome. Whatever. They won't stick around because they're fucking. They can't handle it. But you know, of course, dude. Everyone is welcome as long as they want to stay, especially you, Magoo. When is the Trump deal? According to the schedule, I'll pull it up here. Saturday, I believe. Yeah, Saturday at 8 p.m. is supposed to be the Trump deal. So, like I said, if they're gonna, this whole schedule is kind of moot. Yeah, tomorrow. Like I said, since they just decided to do the presidential debate tomorrow at 9 a.m., we're going to start up fresh at 9 a.m. and be ready to go. And so it looks like it's going to be a 12, 15-hour stream, paying attention to all that. But yeah, we're going to catch the Trump thing and everything else. So yeah, going to be good. Like I said, I'd rather chill here, save some money. Look, if I would have went to D.C., we'd be spending $3, $4, $5 grand. Easy. I think this bottle costs about $25. That's a lot better use of my time and money, if you ask me.
California, this is your delegate chair.
I'll be drinking along for that. Hell yeah, brother. Let's do it.
Selected our Region 4 representative and alternate. We do not need to meet. I repeat, we do not need to meet. Just answering that for a lot of you who have asked. Thank you.
Hey, I hope that the Region 2, you know, the Florida, Georgia delegation, I hope we... Florida, Georgia, Alabama. That should be all that's in Region 2. Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, whoever the fuck else, kick rocks. Sorry, peeps. keep it in our little corner. Let's have our region. That's my position. I'm not there. The party is who shows up, so hopefully they choose the way that I've described, but is what it is. Oh yeah, no signal. Okay. Swamp. All right, let me remind all these people that were here. Swamp is live. Ready for RFK. Join us if you dare. There we go. Filter in some of the disagreeables here. But yeah, we'll be here for the whole thing tomorrow. It'll be fun. Very much looking forward to this Memorial Day weekend. Glad I didn't waste a bunch of money going to DC.
Upstairs, and I believe the Kennedy talk is running over because it started late.
It didn't start at all. We're looking at the stage right here. But she doesn't know that. She's in the other room, so. Yeah, it's going good, man. It's going good. Yo! That's what she said. Your mom is dilatory. Let's go, dude. Got him. Look, everybody saw that in the chat. Yo! Hell yeah. Average libertarian comment. True, dude. True. Love it, man. It was. It was. All right. I'm going to take a pee-pee real quick. We'll see if he comes back when I'm back. And we're back. Yeah. And I know what you're asking. You know, I know what you're thinking. Did he wash his hands? That's a good question. Anyway, let's see what's happening over here. The hill is covering Kennedy. Yeah, I know. I'm watching it. The swamp cast is covering Kennedy. F the hill. Even though we're going to use the hill to stream it. We want people here, hanging out with the cool folks. Kennedy speech, this person's asking why the Kennedy speech is so late. The Kennedy speech is late because they were waiting on the LP to get our shit together. We can't do anything on time, so we got to wait. That's why. Here, since we got, I just noticed, or just realized, since we've got, since we're waiting on these people, let's go ahead and crank up the tunes a little bit. It's a chill song, but gives us that good background while we wait. Looks mostly dilatory so far. True. No, not that. Add hosts. To see if we can get somebody that's one of the swamp guys that are there at the convention to give us an on-the-ground report or a recap either soon or later tonight. So I just put that feeler out. So we'll see if Mitch or Rob or Josh or anybody wants to tell us what they're seeing on the ground, maybe some stuff that we can't see that's happening beyond the camera's view. We'll be here for it. Still late on the Kennedy show. Let me grab... I'll grab it over here. That way it doesn't mess up our stuff here. The most professional stream on YouTube. What's up, y'all? Go to this. Search Libertarian, see who's live. Filters, live. Let's go. All right, so the Hill's number 1, LP number 2, Independent US. He's not addressing us yet. Okay, so they're not there. Nothing. There's us. There's this guy. I don't know who he is. Let's see. What is this? I got a couple things here. We'll see what's going on.
If we're going to save our country, we need to start looking at each other as Americans again. Yeah. And stop hating on each other.
Oh, I'm seeing this.
Both of these candidates have fed this, the forever wars.
Oh shit! He took the stage. Let's go. We're on. I'm gonna make him full screen since the other one's down. And I'm gonna cut this music. Yes, sir. Oh, it's... Why do they always do this? It's left ear only. How long ago was Reno reset? 2 years ago. 2 years. 2022.
A lot of people don't realize that the articles of the Constitution...
I'm gonna see if I can find one that has both ears.
...any rights or freedoms whatsoever.
Because this is so annoying.
That was a real problem to some of the founding fathers.
Here, I'll keep this up over here.
George Mason. Mason wrote a pamphlet during the Constitutional Convention, felt that it was too much
I got one.
And that the Constitution was in danger at that point of not being ratified.
This one's better.
And that's when James Madison came to the rescue by drafting the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution.
Is this his security? I'm not scared of that guy.
Originally, Madison felt that the Bill of
Just
Rights
saying.
were unnecessary because it was obvious to him that the government couldn't exert powers that the Constitution had not assigned to it. But as everybody in this hall knows, governments don't like to limit themselves.
True.
Instead, they are
Speaking to the crowd.
they're constantly moving to exert and appropriate new powers. The Patriots in 1791 vividly remembered the British tyranny, and they knew that every power that a government takes, it will never voluntarily relinquish. And every power a government takes, it will ultimately abuse to the ultimate extent possible. And that's why the delegates to the Constitutional Convention balked at a constitution that only enumerated government powers, but nowhere limited them. And so thanks to George Mason, the Bill of Rights was enshrined in our nation's founding documents. The main articles of the Constitution enumerate what the government can do. The Bill of Rights is the opposite. It enumerates what the government cannot do.
Is his speech on the floor or something? He keeps looking down. Oh, I guess that's where the prompter is. His backdrop looks like a trans flag. True.
Powers to force government officials to respect it. And I'm sorry to say that again and again throughout our history, our leaders have failed to respect it. Again and again. Again and again, they have cited some pretext to suspend and volunteer and violate our constitutional rights. There's always a reason why right now the rights are an inconvenience that we can't afford. It was the Red Scare in the 1920s. It was Joe McCarthy in the 1950s. It was civil rights protests and the Vietnam War protesters in the 1960s. It was the war on drug in the 1970s. It was the war on terror after 2001. And most recently,
Can I turn him up? Yes.
the COVID pandemic.
Apology. There you go.
Maybe a brainworm
Good call out.
ate that part of my memory.
Definitely did, dude. Good joke.
I don't recall any part of the United States Constitution where there's an exemption for pandemics. And
yeah! Hey, that's good.
in fact,
So far,
there's
so
not
good.
one of the amendments of the Bill of Rights has a preamble that says, except when officials
I'm with it,
choose
brother.
to
I'm
declare
with
a
it.
public health emergency, they all say very simply, the government shall not infringe on these rights no matter what. If the government can take them away at will, then they're not rights at all. They're really just privileges that are granted or revoked by an authority. Is that the kind of country that you want to live in? And every time they suspend rights and then pretend to give them back again, they establish a dangerous precedent. The rights they give back are never quite as strong as the ones that they took away. Oh, obviously, it's not the piece of paper called the Bill of Rights that protects our freedoms. We have to actually believe
It's
in
the
it.
guns.
Our leaders have to believe it with sufficient loyalty to counterbalance the temptations of power. And even more importantly, our citizens have to believe that their rights so loyally that they stand up for them, even when it means taking a personal risk. After all, the Constitution isn't just a legal document. It's also an inspirational document. And that's why, if you treasure your freedom, you better elect leaders who are inspired by it.
Is this the
and
feeling
who
that he
will
gives you?
wield it
Is that what
to
that is?
inspire others. Leaders who believe in
He's saying a lot of
freedoms
the right things.
and
I don't
hold
know
the
how
Bill
much
of
I believe,
Rights
but he's
in
saying the
reverence.
right things.
I'm sorry to say that neither President Trump nor President Biden passed this critical examination. Neither of them upheld the Constitution when it really counted. Let's start with President Trump.
Let's.
I think he had the right instinct when he came into office. He was initially very reluctant to impose lockdowns, but then he got rolled by his bureaucrats. He caved
He is,
in,
but he's playing
and
to the
many
crowd.
of our most fundamental
So,
rights
it's kind of what I
disappeared
expect.
practically overnight. It all started with the social media and the mainstream media, apparently without any government prompting, began censoring any speech that departed from the government's official orthodoxies. It's critical to the survival of any democracy that the free press maintains a posture of fierce skepticism toward government pronouncements and towards towards large agglomerations of government and political and economic and corporate power. But suddenly, America's free press was no longer speaking truth to power. Instead, it made itself a vessel for government propaganda. It began suppressing the voices of dissent, silencing and gaslighting the powerless. Oh, Hamilton,
I keep
Madison,
seeing
and
the
Adams said
transcript.
that they had put
You
the
ruined it,
First
Shannon.
Amendment into, or put the right of free expression into the First Amendment because all of the other rights depended on it. A government that has the capacity to silence its critics has license for any kind of atrocity. I grew up reading Aldous Huxley and Robert Heinlein and Arthur Koestler and Franz Kafka and Alexander Solzhenitsyn and George Orwell.
Welcome. Yes,
And
thank you so much.
the consistent theme in all of those works was the presumption that censorship of speech was always wrong, that it was always the first step down on the slippery slope toward tyranny and totalitarianism. There is no time when we look back at history and we say that the people who were censoring speech were the good guys. They're always the bad guys. The framers didn't write the First Amendment to protect convenient or desirable speech. They wrote it to protect the kind of speech that nobody wants to hear.
Yeah, he's definitely playing to the audience, but it's good rhetoric.
They wrote it to protect incendiary speech. They wrote it to protect insults. They wrote it to protect misinformation
and it's working,
disinformation
right?
And malinformation and even lies. All of those are protected by the First Amendment. There were no exceptions. The Constitution doesn't have exemptions for wars or resurrections or financial crises.
Does not.
Or pandemics. The framers wrote the Constitution for hard times. During the American Civil War, the Confederate states were sending up agents provocateurs to the northern cities like Boston and New York and inciting draft riots, and they were destroying northern morale at a critical time during the war. This was a war that almost destroyed our nation. For 3 years of that war, nobody had any idea whether the United States of America would exist after the war was over. There was even money on it. There were 659,000 Americans who died during that war. It's the equivalent of 7.2 million today. So Lincoln and the Northern military knew who these agent provocateurs were as soon as they entered the cities.
So
And
I've
they
got
began
a
arresting
Josh
them
and
before
Rob
they could give
going to
these
give us some
speeches.
on-the-ground reporting
And the
here
Chief
soon.
Justice of the Supreme Court, Roger Taney, said you can't do that.
We're coordinating right now in
That
our
is
chat,
assault
so
against free speech
look forward
and
to that
habeas
tonight.
corpus. And he said even if the
His
life
voice
of the
is
nation
like a
is at
wool
stake,
sweater.
even if
True.
hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake, you cannot suppress our Constitution. It is above everything. But the moment, so they wrote it for hard times. They didn't write it for easy times. They wrote it, United States Bill of Rights was written for the most difficult times. And no matter how difficult they are indomitable. We're not allowed to suppress them. But the moment the White House officials satisfied themselves that the American people would accept censorship, by February, the end of February of 2020, they took hammer and tongs to the rest of the Constitution. President Trump allowed his health regulators to mandate science-free social distancing, which undermined our First Amendment rights to freedom of assembly. We could no longer peacefully gather. So that was the first two legs of the First Amendment, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. And they went after the third leg of the First Amendment, which is freedom of worship. They closed every church in this country for a year with no due process, with no scientific citation, with no public hearings, no notice and comment rulemaking, no environmental impact statements. All of the process of democracy that I've been suing companies and governments for 40 years because they forgot to do one of those things. And all of our constitutional rights were plowed under. They closed all the churches, but they kept open the Walmarts and the liquor stores.
How convenient.
And the Fifth Amendment says that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property unless convicted of a crime. Yet President Trump shut down 3.3 million businesses. President Trump said that he was going to run America like a business. And he came in and he gave the keys to all of our businesses to a 50-year bureaucrat who'd never been elected to anything and had no accountability. They closed down.
Call him out, dude. Call him out.
He closed down 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation, in violation of the Fifth Amendment. With the lockdowns, the mask mandates, the travel restrictions, President Trump presided over the greatest restriction on individual liberties this country has ever known.
You spelled it wrong. We're supposed to have 2 R's. Supposed to be sharing.
He didn't stand up for the Constitution when it really mattered. Next, President Trump's beloved Operation Warp Speed shut down jury trials for any corporation that was involved in COVID countermeasures. Here's what the Seventh Amendment says. No American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers in cases or controversies exceeding $25. There is no pandemic exception. And by the way, the framers knew all about pandemics. There were 2 pandemics during the Revolutionary War. One that decimated the armies of Virginia, the other that destroyed for a long time the army of New England at the very time when Benedict Arnold's army had conquered Montreal. So they had gone into the inner city, taken away from the British, and they owned it, but they had to withdraw because they did not have the troop strength to defend it because of the smallpox epidemic. Otherwise, Canada today would be part of the United States, and all of the framers knew that. And between the end of the war, the Revolutionary War in 1780, the ratification of the Bill of Rights in 1791, there were pandemics in every city in our country. Boston, Philadelphia, New York, North Carolina, South Carolina, all the major cities had cholera epidemics, yellow fever epidemics, malaria epidemics. It killed tens of thousands of people. Almost all of the framers had family members or friends who died in those pandemics. Yet they did not put a pandemic exemption in the United States Constitution.
True. Like I was saying, this guy, he's not intimidating at all. Not at all. Yep.
And the waiver of the Seventh Amendment for corporations that were involved in countermeasures meant that no matter how reckless the corporation behaved, no matter how negligent it was, no matter how toxic or unnecessary the ingredients, no matter how shoddy the testing, no matter how grievous your injury, you could not sue that company. They had a ticket to make anything they want without any kind of accountability. The Trump White House also went after the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures with this intrusive track and trace surveillance systems that obliterated our rights to privacy in this country. The only amendment that did not come under attack during the COVID pandemic was the Second Amendment. And many Americans believe that the reason for that is because we have a Second Amendment.
What are you trying to say there?
Incidentally, President Trump also assaulted the First Amendment, or failed to defend press freedom when he continued President Obama's persecution and prosecution of Julian Assange.
Your grandmother had those frames. It reminds me of the horned rimmed glasses that it kind of looks like.
Assange should be.
Assange should be free. Here, I've got it.
Assange should be celebrated as a hero.
There we go.
are doing exactly what journalists are supposed to do, which is to expose government corruption. We shouldn't be putting them in prison. We should have a monument to him here in Washington, D.C. The same is true for Edward Snowden. Who exposed illegal spying by the NSA. And Congress went ahead and passed legislation because of the findings of Edward Snowden. If he hadn't told us, we wouldn't know about
Visibility.
it. He's a hero, not a criminal.
Yeah, I agree. Assange, Snowden, all of them. Bring them back. Let them be free.
So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what President Trump should have done. On my first day in office, I'm going to pardon Edward Snowden, and I'm going to drop charges, all charges against Julian Assange.
But we should do those things.
I'm curious to know how President Trump is going to defend his attacks on the Constitution.
Yes.
When I meet him on the debating stage. I invited him to debate in front of you, in front of the members of this party, but he declined. At some point, I hope that he has the courage to stand up there so that we can all talk about these issues.
Him out,
and to make sure that these assaults on our Constitution never, ever happen again. We need to have a civics lesson for the American people to make sure this is never repeated. How? When President Trump left office, the assault on the Constitution intensified. President Biden violated a freedom so fundamental that James Madison didn't even think to put it in the Bill of Rights. He never imagined that the government could mandate medical procedures to unwilling Americans in violation of bodily autonomy.
Fuck you, vaccine free, baby. Let's go.
But that's what happened during the pandemic. A program of coercion and information chaos and information control that prevented the public from making fully informed choices. But that wasn't the worst of it. He put the power of his office behind the assault of the one freedom upon which all other freedoms rely, the freedom of the press. We now know from the Twitter files, from the discovery in the Murphy versus Biden case, and from my own case, which is now in front of the Supreme Court, Kennedy versus Biden, at 37 hours after he took the oath of office, President Biden was colluding with the FBI to coerce the social media sites, Google, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, to open portals to allow the federal agencies to censor political speech of Americans. The FBI opened this portal to the CIA, to CISA, to NIH, to the IRS, to the CDC, to the DHS, and about a half dozen other agencies in an obscene orgy of federal censorship that was unprecedented in the American experience. It started with what they called medical misinformation, and it wasn't even misinformation. There's a dialogue between Facebook and the White House at that time, in which Facebook is saying a lot of this information, including from me, the stuff that they were suppressing, is actually factually accurate. And the White House, they coined a new name, a new word called malinformation, which is information that is factually accurate, but is nevertheless inconvenient to government authorities. And pretty soon, an entire censorship industrial complex had grown up, which was $1 billion spent that involved the government agencies, the universities, NGOs, and tech companies. And the stuff that they censored, they started with so-called medical misinformation. They then widened that to all kinds of political issues, including censorship about criticism of the war in Ukraine and other government programs. Going back to at least the FISA Act under President George W. Bush, Democratic and Republican administrations have taken turns assaulting our constitutional rights and freedoms. You know that. That's why you joined the Libertarian Party. Well, I stand with you in valuing personal liberty. And I promise you that when I'm president, I'm going to protect your right to speak freely. I'm going to protect your right to assemble peacefully. I will protect your freedom to worship. I will protect your right to keep and bear arms.
That's the one that gets them all excited.
I will protect your right to a trial before jury. I will protect your privacy against unreasonable searches and seizures. I will protect your private property and your right to operate a business. And that's not all. Two of the most overlooked amendments in the Bill of Rights are the 9th and 10th. And those amendments essentially say that just because we've listed all of those rights by name, it doesn't mean that those are all the rights that you have. That any power, they say everything else is a right, any power that is not explicitly given to the federal government remains with the individual or the states. And I will always protect those rights. As I mentioned before, the Constitution is more than a legal document. It's meant to inspire us. It's a recitation of the most fundamental moral truths that govern human conduct. It reminds us of the central proposition that only under a system which maximizes the personal freedoms that God intended for us when He gave us free will can we achieve our potential for creativity, for prosperity, for the ultimate elevation of the human spirit. The Constitution embodies the very soul of our nation as first invoked in the Declaration of Independence. Let me read you now its most famous passage, which comes in the second paragraph. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I get goosebumps when I read those words. Those words change the world forever. The Bill of Rights endowed them with a legal existence and a legal reality, but we need to take them further. Some people argue that it's fine for social media platforms to censor speech.
We have now.
After all, they're private companies, and they can do as they please. Well, that argument falls apart when the government is bribing, threatening, and cajoling them to censor speech. And to deplatform dissidents. It also falls apart if they have monopolistic control over the public space. But aside from that, yeah, they do have a legal right to censor. It is legally acceptable. But is it morally acceptable? Is it socially acceptable? It shouldn't be. In an authoritarian country like China or Japan, Iran, censorship is socially acceptable. People take it for granted. It's in the air they breathe.
Yeah, I think
in this
America's one of the
country
only
to the
countries
extent
with
that
the
we
freedom
still
of speech.
cherish the spirit of our founders, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of
respected, but
Independence.
it's at
We
least
do
codified.
not take it for granted. Instead, we greet censorship with outrage. We greet it with indignation. We greet it with
Apparently,
contempt.
Rob and Chris
We
Allen
fiercely reject it.
are hanging out at
If the day comes when we do not,
debate.
our descent into tyranny is inevitable. Oh.
Apparently, Rob and Chris Allen are hanging out at the Kennedy debate.
What disturbed me most during the pandemic was not what the government was
Nice,
trying
yeah.
to do and what it succeeded in doing. It was really how the public complied. But now, except for the people in this room,
Similar, but not cool. Playing to the crowd again.
I got to tell you something. That,
okay.
When I was researching my book on Dr. Fauci, I did a chapter on these old CIA programs at MK Ultra. MK Ultra, MK Naomi, MK Dietrich. These
know
were
what
the
it is.
MK stands for mind control, and they were a series of
They can't
experiments
spell.
that the CIA did. It had other programs too, Operation Bluebird, Operation Artichoke, and were all designed to manipulate human behavior, individual behavior
Hopefully not
through
with this crowd, but there's
the
going to be
use
a
of
lot of people that are
hypnosis, through
swayed by it,
psychiatric drugs, through
unfortunately.
sensory deprivation, through noise torture, through information confusion, and the experiments in how to manipulate entire societies in order to impose control from above. They were doing all these weird experiments and creating Manchurian candidates, and it all came out in 1973, between 73 and 77, with the Church Committee and the House Select Committee on Assassinations. One of the famous experiments that I, in my book, was able to connect to MK Ultra was the Milgram experiment. The Milgram experiment was, as many of you know, was an experiment that was part of this program. It was conducted by a young associate professor at Yale University who recruited about 70 people from every walk of life, blacks, whites, teachers, students, business people, laborers. And he would put the subjects on a chair in one room, and they had a dial on the table in front of them. And they were told that that dial was applying a shock, an electric shock, to a subject who sat in the other room, who was actually a Confederate of Dr. Milgram. He was an actor, but he pretended to be tied to a chair. And when the electricity went up, he would scream. He would see what level it was and scream appropriately.
You got to, man. If you
And
want cheers from
struggle
the
and
crowd, you
plead
got
and
to.
beg and cry. And
Hard-hitting messaging, radical
many of the
messaging.
subjects, when they were told to do it, Dr. Milgram would stand behind him with his white lab uniform on and all the iconography of authority, of medical authority.
He still thinks he's
He'd
talking to
stand behind
idiots.
him,
We're
and he'd say,
retards, not
turn it up,
idiots.
turn it down, turn it
Difference.
higher, turn it down, turn it higher. Many of the subjects were weeping. They were pleading with him, don't make me turn it up more. And when he told them to turn it up, they did so anyway. And 67% of the people, the subjects who he recruited, turned it up to
That was very
250
based.
volts, where
I
it was
enjoyed
marked.
There's going to be a compilation
potentially
of
fatal.
all of Angela McArdle's
So and what Milgram concluded is that most people, 67% of the people, will allow people in authority to overwhelm and subvert their most closely held values. They all knew it was wrong, but they did it because they were told to do it. The good news is that 33% of those people stood up and walked out of the room. And they were... And I think that those were the libertarians. Those are the people in this room. Most Americans accepted the orthodoxy And we watch this happening with dismay. We watch families separated and fighting with each other. I know you all
She
knew
definitely
people
did. She definitely did.
whose relationships change because of your skepticism and their feeling of safety when they were subsumed in that orthodoxy. And now things are changing. Tens of millions of Americans are waking up to the fact that they were lied to the fact that they were manipulated, that they were
I've been hearing
gaslit.
that for 15 years now.
Except for a narrow elite that's still promoting it, mainly in the media, Americans have lost all trust in our public institutions. You know, today...
I think that's true from COVID.
About 2 months ago, the CDC made an official recommendation for the 9th COVID booster.
I'm glad
90% of Americans are saying we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Do you want a government that is telling you you can't go to work unless you submit to that? No. That's what they did to us 2 years ago. And now most Americans are losing their faith in those institutions, and with good reason. And I'm going to restore faith in those institutions. I'm not going to do it.
X for doubt, peeps.
By telling people you ought to be censored, you ought to believe in it. I'm going to do it by making them tell the truth and giving us good science and changing the corrupt cultures that have put them under the control of corporations. The President of the United States is more than just a legal authority. Occupying the bully pulpit, he sets an example for the nation, for good or for ill. So I want to tell you the kind of example that I'm going to set for America. Yes, I'm going to uphold the Constitution and protect every freedom in the Bill of Rights. I'll also strive to represent the principle that animates those freedoms. And I believe this is the same principle that lies at the heart of the libertarian philosophy. It's the principle of respect. It is the respect for each individual as a full and sovereign being. Think about it. Censorship, for example, is just another form of disrespect. It says, I'm going to decide which kind of information you should and shouldn't hear. I'm going to protect you from dangerous thoughts. I'm going to protect you from subversive information. It's patronizing, right? All of our cherished rights embody respect for the individual. That's why we uphold equality under the law. No one is to be locked up arbitrarily. No one is to be deprived.
I wish you would stop reading and start speaking. Speak to the people.
Happy to talk afterwards.
Stop reading.
No one is to be deprived of their property. No one's to be subjected to humiliating searches without reasonable suspicion of having committed a crime. No one's to be prevented from worshiping God in the manner that they believe. Why is that? Because I respect your right
to set up his grift? What do you mean his grift on, like, I don't know what happened to the stream here. We'll try to grab it again. What? They're just fucking dying on us? Oh, I got distracted because the audio stopped. I got another one. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's probably not as good, but I got it.
Paid against their will in scientific experiments, and each person is trusted with the responsibility to bear arms. By default, unless he violates that trust. This is the spiritual principle. Prior even to the Constitution, all men are created equal. It originally applied just to property owners, then to just white men.
What was his involvement in COVID, though?
Then to all men, and then to women. Today we understand that right to include every human being.
Welcome, visibility.
My promise to you is that as president, I will uphold the principle of respect for each human being as an equal before God and an equal before the law. That's why my campaign never paints our opponents as monsters. That's why I never weaponize I will never weaponize the justice system, the federal agencies like the IRS, the FBI, or the CIA, or the Secret Service against my political adversaries. Everyone is equal to special favors. Period. No special favors for the big banks, for the corporations.
Even the Hill switched to my source.
No.
Yep.
No more regulations tilted to destroy small businesses. No more extravagant subsidies to mature industries. No more corporate welfare.
Non-disrespect would be
no more
respect.
surveillance of private citizens.
The negatives can't
no
teach
more
all of that.
propaganda.
That's how your comment made me
No
feel.
more secrecy and no more lies. My first day of office after pardoning Snowden and Assange, I'm going to issue an executive order forbidding the National Security Agency or any of the intelligence agencies from propagandizing the American people. I'm going to issue an executive order against any federal employee from collaborating with media or social media to censor Americans. And I'm going to issue an executive order that any federal official who lies to the American people in conjunction with his official duties will immediately be fired. Let me add that respect for the sanctity of the sovereign individual knows no national boundaries. Murder is not okay anywhere in any form. That is why I will end the forever wars. I will end the regime change wars, the wars that have bankrupted our nation and ruined our reputation abroad. Finally, I want to say one thing about authority. I don't know what
Bobby.
libertarian philosophy says
Israel,
about it, but I
Palestine.
believe in a healthy
What's his
respect for
position on
authority.
that?
However, authority must be earned, not forced. We must not confuse respect for fear. This has been the mistake of American foreign policy. I grew up in an era when people around the world were hungry for American leadership. They understood the difference between leadership and bullying. And that's a lesson that our leadership, both Republicans and Democrats, have now forgotten. Other nations may fear us today, but they no longer respect us. And why is that? Because we've waged a series of unjust wars, because we violated our own principles of freedom and democracy. We have forfeited our moral authority because we have supported dictators and corrupt regimes and subverted democracy around the globe.
He did use the word
And
pardon
just as we have
earlier on.
lost respect globally, we've also lost it at home. We have lost respect for ourselves. American children overwhelmingly say that they are not proud to be Americans. There was a poll that came out in 2013 in which Americans under the age of 35 were asked, are you proud of the United States of America? 85% said yes.
Glass 2.
The same
This is
poll
like
taken
drink
5
3.
months ago,
Is that more
18% said yes.
Oh, yeah, we're going to catch up.
So somehow, in the administrations of the last two presidents, this young generation has completely lost faith in our country, and they've lost hope for their own futures. Now's the time to restore that hope, that admiration, that pride and respect. The only way to do that is to return to the founding spirit of our country, to return to the spirit that animated the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. If we're faithful to those,
What are y'all
we
drinking?
will regain our pride as a nation. We'll regain our prosperity. We'll regain the respect of the world, and we'll regain our self-respect.
If you homeschool,
We
the only
gain
person they have to pledge
self-esteem
allegiance to
by
is their
doing
family.
by doing esteemable things, and that means
That's where we're
complying with our own Constitution above all. In the summer of 2020, I traveled. This was at the height of the pandemic. I traveled to Berlin to speak to a group of about 1.3 million people from all over Europe in a peaceful demonstration. And an NBC film crew came up to me during that,
We are
that
refilled. BRB.
convocation.
I'll be listening.
And they asked me why I wasn't wearing a mask, which nobody was except for the NBC film crew. and they said, wasn't I scared of dying of COVID? And I said to them, there's a lot worse things than dying. And they said to me, like what? And I said, like living like a slave. Like having my children grow up in an America where the Bill of Rights is just a empty piece of paper. In 1776, there was a generation of Americans that were willing to sacrifice their lives, their jobs, their property, their fortunes to give us this Bill of Rights. And upwards of 20,000 of them died to give us this gift. And we managed to keep it for 2 centuries. And then in 8 short years, during the administrations of 2 presidents, we gave it all away without putting up a fight. Thomas Jefferson said that the tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of every generation.
That's
you know,
not
we don't
exactly
have
what
to
he said, but
die
yeah.
to preserve our Bill of Rights, but we have to be willing to make sacrifices, and the sacrifices we're being asked to make are very, very trivial compared to what they made in 1776. We're being asked to endure the scolding or the disapprobation of the public, the defamations of the press, the antipathy of our government. But that's not a big deal. We all need to be able to put our self-interest aside if we're going to maintain these rights for future generations. And all of you who come here for the Libertarian Party, you all disagree about many things. Many of you don't agree with me on a lot of stuff. But we all agree on one thing, which is we have to fight with the Bill of Rights. Without the Bill of Rights, we have nothing in this country. And we all need to be united because there are a lot of people out there that don't understand what America is supposed to look like, and the people in this convocation do. Our public officials have forgotten that vision for America,
spirit of RFK,
and it's time that we remind them. We can only do that by electing leaders who understand the necessity for personal sacrifices to preserve the Bill of Rights. That's the path to restoring our national greatness. That will be my promise to you as President of the United States. Thank you all very much, and God bless you.
I'm guessing a lot of people in the front row there, because there were a lot of people that were in there that had fun. You see Lisa? Oh yeah, there she is. That's her, right? Yeah, that looks like her. Yep, she's there. So apparently, on the LP side of things, right now is the regional caucus. MTM's Lisa. Oh, MTM's Lisa AI. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Which part is embarrassing? The fact that they all stood up in the front? Because I was going to say, I think a lot of the people that were there early on were people that already supported RFK. They were, oh, okay, they cut the stream. Yeah, so we'll flip this one on for now. But yeah, they're still doing no signal over here. But yeah, hey, let me switch our music on. Pretzel. So what do y'all think about his speech? I think it was a lot of pandering. He had some good talking points. I don't believe him because he's a Kennedy. Kennedy say, you know, there were some good things about Kennedy, but you know, I don't tend to believe him at all. That's where I'm at. Let me crank this back down. There we go. Yeah, so next up should be, let me pull this. This is my pretzel. I need to keep that over here. Keep that right there. So the next thing should be the Vivek debate. So we're ready for that. Let's go to LNC 2024. Pro-Israel. Top's got something he wants to say to you about that. So the next thing up on our schedule, according to this at least, skip to Friday. All right, we did the RFK debate till RFK speech rather till 4:30. It is actually 5:20, so they ran an hour over on that. Regional caucuses in the background have been happening. I've been getting updates from Josh and Robert on that as far as the Swampcast goes. So we are going to have live on the ground reporting on what they're seeing from on the ground view on the stage there. Josh is the chair of the credentialing committee, so he'll be on here later talking about his perspective on all the bullshit drama this morning. Rob is also there in DC right now. He's going to be giving us updates on what he's seen from the convention floor as well. So right now, both of those guys are engaged in regional caucuses. And so we're going to be getting updates on what happened there. The main thing I'm really looking forward to is Region 2. I want to see if we've shrunk it back down. Last year, Region 2 expanded. If you don't know, it was Florida and Georgia and Tennessee. And then we added Alabama and Mississippi, I believe it was, Louisiana, something like that. I want us to keep it to Florida, Georgia, Alabama. Those three. That's it. That's all we need, Okay, Hannity, calm down. What the fuck is this? I don't know what I said. All right, anyway, the vice presidential debate is supposed to be happening tonight as well. So we're going to get updates from Josh and Robert, seeing what's happening there on the ground. We'll get into the vice presidential debate. We'll see how that goes. The winner of the vice presidential nomination, which I assume is going to be Clint Russell, is going to go on to debate Vivek Ramaswamy. And so we will be here for all of that. We got fresh drinks brewed. We are ready to go. LOL. We are ready. I'm drinking Jim Beam. Sharon's drinking the wine. What's everybody else drinking? Are you ready? I'm here. I am for the 50 region caucus. It already exists, Joe. It's called the Libertarian Party National Convention, and we've seen what that does. And that's why I'm in favor of just having, in our region, we just got to have the people that are close to us. We got to have our neighbors. They got to have our backs. We got to have some buffer from the rest of the state when it comes to take over. Your tone went very election night-esque. It did. Look, I wanted to be respectful of putting the people on and letting them speak their mind. But at the end of the day, we are hosting a show, right? So we want to keep it entertaining for everybody involved. I took a piss. I feel relieved. I'm ready to go, dude. Pulling the plug on you. Shit, pulling the plug. We've already had this talk. We're going to be going all night. We're ready. And we're going to be up at 9 a.m. tomorrow to be ready for the presidential debate. So I will limit my commentary. I'm not going to say I'm going to be silent because I will not. But I will limit my commentary. About to have there you go. Hey, all in. You know what we're saying? Yeah, man. Hey, I'm having a good time, dude. I'm having a good time. I don't care. There was a lot of emotion today. There was a lot of stuff. Let me see if I can. How far back can we go? Oh man, when did the chance for? They're not going to have transcripts available, so it's going to be hard to see until after they close out the stream. Let's just hope Tim doesn't drink out of a boot this time. That clip exists somewhere on the internet, and it's not going to happen this time. Nope, that was a one-time deal, and that guy paid $20 for the privilege. So if you give me $20, I might drink out of a boot, but it's probably not going to happen. So no need to worry there. But yeah, there was a moment there where as much as of a shit show as I try to read these comments, but you leave paragraphs. As much of a shit show as the organizing has been, it actually shows libertarians' ideals work eventually. So true. So gross about the boot. It was fine. I was drunk. It didn't matter. True. Burn. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, there was some moments earlier today where they were trying to vacate the chair. Somebody got on the mic. They deep-throated the mic because of course they did. They went up there and they were saying like, "Oh, Angela, we all know you suck Republican cock." It was it was great. There we go. Larry Sharp for VP. He's gonna. Okay, I like Larry Sharp. I like him a lot. And I think he would make a very good VP because he tries to meet people in that middle ground, and he tries to sell the idea of libertarianism. I like all of that. But what do you think? Because the story is that Larry's done this in the past, right? Larry has ran for VP in the past. And when his preferred candidate for presidential position drops out, he also drops out. So what does that mean? Like, to me, that makes me respect Larry a little bit less because I like him as a messenger for liberty. But right now, he's behind Lars. And if Lars loses and he drops out, that makes me like, what the fuck were you doing this for? I don't know. I like Larry. I want him to do good, but I think Clint's got it in the bag. I think Clint is a snake. The whole we can never shit. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, he's being honest, though. I don't think that we can never win. I don't think we have any chance of winning this time around. I think it's something that we got to build up to. Local. That's kind of where we're at, though. He said why, though. He said why he dropped out of that. Did he drop out because his candidate lost? Because that's kind of my understanding of it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that, but no loss of respect. He is forward about it. Yeah, I mean, he's got to own up to it. I mean, he's an honorable guy. I think he's going to own up to it. Okay, you're drunk. You're speaking crazy. Stop it. What did I speak? I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did to make you laugh so hard. Yeah, I like Larry. I want him to do well. I think he's a great spokesman for the party. I think he can persuade a lot of people, but at the same time, if you're in it to win it. I mean, it's kind of like what Mars was saying. You still have to show up wanting to win instead of promoting Trump otherwise, even in this party. Yeah. And as much as criticism, I've seen a lot of criticism from people, especially in the live chat for the LP today, saying that the Mises crowd or whoever is all in support of the Republicans, is Republican light, all this kind of stuff. Talk to some of these people, dude. Talk to some of them. They are not pro-Trump at all. We're here. We got to deal with the LP bullshit, but we're not for Trump. We're not for Trump. Not at all. Rec also said he's not running to win. Yeah, I mean, I think being honest about the situation, even Lars, you're supporting Lars right now, right? Even Lars says he's not running to win. He's running to disrupt the electoral map. There were ads playing earlier. And yeah, so even he is admitting without saying it outright that he's not running to win. He's running to upset the apple cart and open people's ideas to what Libertarians Party is. Okay, I'm wrong about that. So fine that you don't think you'll win. Don't state it publicly and proudly. I agree with this. I 100% agree with this. That's his plan to win. It's not going to work. I mean, it's just not. If he wants to upset the apple cart and put it into a contested election, I mean, people are going to take a deeper look at libertarianism if that happens. But if that's his plan to win, he's delusional. Rec and Clint are both terrible. I disagree. I think Rec is not going to inspire anybody, and I think once people get a hold of the Tower Gang podcast, Clint's campaign is in the toilet. But whose plan to win will work? Well, there is no plan to win. The plan from the MC side has always been not to win, but to inspire people to learn more about liberty. And so you need a charismatic leader, somebody who's good at pushing the message, somebody like Larry. Honestly, somebody like Spike. I would have loved for Spike Cohen to run. I'm glad Dave pushed RFK away. That would have been really bad for the party. Yeah. Clint is a weld moment waiting to happen. Oh, you think he's going to endorse Trump? Oh, good call out. Yeah, good fear. Because he could say, Angela apparently said that that Trump was better than Biden. So that was a big criticism of her recent comments. I was hoping for a Mosh, Spike, Larry. Of those three, Spike, 100% Spike. And it's really disappointing that Spike didn't want to run, because I think he could have swept the whole thing. He would have united both sides of the argument. He would have had most of the convention on his side. It would have been good. It would have been good. He's already said in a debate that Trump is better than Biden. I mean, yeah, I come at it from two sides. Like, as a candidate, you can't say that, right? As a candidate, you can't say that. You got to say neither one is both. But on the other side of it, Clint's a real guy. And if you give him, like, gun to your head, pick one, I think he made the right choice. I don't know. Clint asked the question. Oh, he asked the question. LP candidates should not say that. I agree. LP candidates should not say that. You and I are in alignment on this position. He should not have said that as the candidate. As a commentator, if you want to sit back at your comfortable house and while everybody else is in DC arguing it out, and you want to make a comment, go ahead and say it. As the candidate or the premier candidate for the party, you should not say that. You should not say that. And that's why I think, hey, we talked about it earlier. That's why I think Josh Halavka would be a better vice chair than Hannah Goodman. Rec, Josh, and Toad, I believe, said Trump. I believe that. The rest of them didn't really answer. And that should have been the correct answer. They should have found a way around it. They should be good politicians. The correct answer is no. None of the above. NOTA. Correct. The LP should also demand Trump put an LP in a cabinet in exchange for an endorsement. I would accept that. So we tried something similar to this in Florida with the Ron DeSantis campaign. I don't think we ever offered to endorse. I don't think we ever offered to endorse DeSantis. But there was discussion about that. Like, if we could make enough noise at having if we could make enough noise having a DeSantis person or an LP candidate against DeSantis, then we should get some kind of position. And they straight up ignored us. The DeSantis campaign and everybody else. DeSantis is authoritarian as fuck. Agree. And that was the whole thing. It was like, we wanted Hector or somebody to run against DeSantis. And that was the idea, was like, we reached out to the campaign multiple times and we said, we want somebody at least on the board. Like, because we saw the wave, we saw it coming, and they ignored us. They flat out ignored us because we were not significant. And so what do you do at that point? You put up both middle fingers. That's what you do at that point. Clint said he continued to say DeSantis was good on COVID. He's not, though. He's not. Now, to be fair, I think that Hector spent too much time on his campaign on that, but we've already had that argument, and I'm not going to continue to have it because I like Hector as a person. As a candidate, I was a little disappointed, but DeSantis was not good on COVID, and that's clear. That wasn't the right angle to take during that campaign, but it is true. All right, so we're seeing if Josh or Rob are finishing up in there. Anyone where to live stream Vivek? Oh. At Swampcast, we'll find it. We will have it on at Real Swampcast. Here we go. I know, but Clint kept saying it. It's wild. Yeah, man. Yeah. Clint promoted the color. Yeah, this was bad too. This is why I'm against Hannah Goodman, because I don't think it was the right move, man. I don't think you can make agreements like this where we're not going to run a candidate because XYZ reason. Like, no, we should always run a candidate. You and I are in agreement on that. You and I, we probably disagree on a lot of stuff, but on this, we agree. We should definitely have we should always have an LP candidate whenever possible. Hannah is a badass. See, you're saying that because you know about her personally. I just don't. It's a shame there isn't a candidate running for PP that isn't a Republican apologist or Lars only. It's a shame that there isn't a candidate running for VP that isn't a Republican apologist. I mean, I don't know that they're Republican apologists. Not all of them, at least. I don't know. Hannah is a Republican first. Ooh, y'all are going to start a fight here. Let's see what Mars is saying. If we ain't going to win or get shit, we should absolutely trash Trump until he accepts. We got nothing to lose. Yet as soon as we're offered something, we play nice. No, we should never play nice. Never play nice. Never give up. Never surrender. That is the motto. No, absolutely not. I think it's important that we recognize the reality of the position that we're in. We are a minority party. It is very unlikely that we're going to be included in any sort of debate. Even RFK at this moment is polling with enough numbers to make the national debate stage, and even still, they are keeping him out. So it's important to accept that reality that we're never going to be, quote unquote, accepted by the mainstream. It's important to accept that reality, but then move from there. Take that, like you said, we should absolutely trash Trump. Absolutely. All those people that were in the convention room that were saying, fuck Donald Trump, fuck all this, you're a Republican cocksucker, all the stuff that they were saying, they should absolutely go to the Donald Trump speech and say those things. What, like yell at him. Why didn't you free Assange? Why didn't you free Snowden? Trash the fuck out of Trump. Absolutely. They should be there and doing that. Doesn't mean we shouldn't invite him. That's totally a fey take just to control the culture. You just be fuck you position to keep them in check. I want to say I agree with you, but that was a little... Your text was more drunk than I was. The difference between me and Hannah is I'm a libertarian first in my party activism. I use the LP. Yeah. You need a nap? We're just getting started. We're just getting started. You don't need a nap. We're just getting started. So we're looking forward to the vice presidential debate and then the Vivek debate after. Let's see. I'm going to pull this over here. We're going to see if we can get some anything. Mobile text. Sorry. Hey, it's no good. It's all good, man. All good. Not no good. It's all good. Let me see here. Libertarian. Let's see who's live. Let's grab some stuff. Oh, there's something going on right now. What is this? Is that Maj Touré? Hold up.
It's not theirs. Yeah. It's mine now. It's mine.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. And I want to be a good steward over the territory. It's no different than land. Yeah. I didn't create it.
Right.
I bought it. I tilled the soil and I grew some stuff on it, and now I defend it. If you have a stronger army, then you possibly could take it. Right? If you were not doing the thing that was necessary to get more people in.
I don't know if I can stomach BJ and Vivek. That's not going to happen, dude. If they're on the debate stage together, he's going to give it to him. I don't... Let me turn this down for a second. I don't know how good Clint's debate skills are, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Because we got to sculpt beautiful works of art. We got to struggle around that.
I guess this is already turned down.
If you want to leave and take it, cool. And that's where some of the polling comes. Some of those people that you name that are polling a little bit higher, they already had 20 years of brand recognition. The Jill Steins, the Cornel West. Come on. Cornel West, I love Cornel West. Right?
Do you?
And when I say that, I'm saying that as an intellectual, right?
No.
I don't think he's going to get up here arguing and yelling at people. He's going to say, these are the facts. When he sat down with Candace Owens, he was like, my sister, my brother. There's room.
He says my brother all the time.
When the Articles of Confederation and those arguments and the ratification happened, it wasn't just like, hey, guys, it's nice and whatever. We had to write 85 fucking essays out. Right.
Yeah, I get it.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, scrap Rumble. Come on, man. The Marines was created in Philly in a tavern, a bar. So this work that needs to be done is great. I just, like I said in Reno years ago, I just want everybody to come do the work. We all know that the so-called lowest of the libertarians, right, probably has a better understanding of liberty, freedom, the Constitution, individual rights, and actual conservatism than most of some of the more well-read, mid to well-read, conservatives.
Absolutely.
With that being the case, just come and do some work, man. Like the arguing or the feeling like I'm gonna be at the Mises booth the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time. Anyone that has an issue, we can talk about it. We can figure out what the miscommunication is. You're not gonna do shit to me. Like, I'm not going to do anything to you. Let's get past the silly shit. Because as we're introducing rivalries, Trump is like, we need to go talk to them.
Yeah. He's coming to you guys, right? He's courting you guys.
Vivek is like, hey, we need to go here. RFK Jr. is going. Sometimes people aren't aware of the power that they have because they're they can't see the forest for the trees. Yeah. So
you think he's high right now?
It is my territory now. That's just it.
let's stay here.
And
United.
it's a territory
Like
that
it.
it's actually our territory. I just got a little bit of the market share.
I got you. And listen, I'm all about my question today. This overall question is there a place, is there a home for me for a leftist libertarian in the Libertarian Party?
Hell
That's
yeah.
what
Yes.
Well, you say
Yes.
hell yeah because you're there. You're opening up this tent. And like I said, people were excited about Maj. He's bringing people in.
Yeah.
But here's my question to you. I talked about the Libertarian person. We don't have a candidate that's exciting the populace yet. We'll try to get him out there. We'll see what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say we because I'm not one of us just yet because I'm not a registered libertarian. I don't know if I will be. But how do you get a centralized message? Like at the Rage Against the War Machine, where I was lucky with all these.
There's a $50 bet on this question. If I'm wrong, I will do $50.
I found an avenue to get some leftists.
We'll see who's
I
right.
heard that 60% of the new members here were Republicans and 40% were the Democrats. I think that's crazy. For me, I think it would be like 85 Republican, 15 Democrat, but there's so many Democrats that are coming in. How do you push a centralized message to grow this third party? Because this is the third party in a decentralized party. When you have that situation where you got people from the New Hampshire party getting all pissed off.
Yeah.
How do you grow that message? Because Angela can't sack anybody, right?
You just need more you need more force multipliers. More people that are willing to say, yo, that's what you believe. That's cool. Where are the areas that we're going to do some work together on? There's people that like the New Hampshire people. Yo, bro, you guys at a certain point, there was a thing called salutary neglect during the colonies when King George was still running things. Salutary neglect was in essence, you guys got your own energy, meaning King George, y'all got your own energy. Y'all going to run your thing the way that you run it. Make sure you get them taxes to me. That salutary neglect is just an understanding that they have their own culture. Each demographic has its own liberty culture. Yeah. And some of the people that I think are goofballs that run some of the New Hampshire pages don't speak for the vast majority of libertarians in New Hampshire. Yeah. They don't. Right. And New Hampshire's getting stuff done. Yeah. And there's still room for those guys that I think are goofballs. I still would have a drink with them.
Yeah.
I think you're a goofball, but do you want a beer?
No, well, I mean,
Right.
one of them was a close
That's
friend
how
of
it's
mine. The other
done.
one, I'm looking for. I'm ready to have a conversation. Like, let's go. I mean, because the thing is that when people see the New Hampshire Libertarian Party on Twitter, they think it's a Libertarian Party as a whole, and they're like, "See, these guys are anti-socialist. They're racist." That's what they say. That's what a lot of people say. I get calls all the time. Pastor, your Libertarian friends are at it again.
That's an opportunity for us to expose.
I agree with that a little bit. Dems probably want Trump something to run against.
Weird.
Think
right?
Trump is a rhino.
There were fine people on
if
both
Dems
sides.
actually wanted to take him down, it would be for warp speed.
Thing, right? Yeah. And then I go,
I don't know. I think they're kind of in favor of warp speed.
Well, he says,
even if they want more regulation.
About the neo-Nazis, they should be.
Okay, welcome. We're here at the Libertarian National Convention in Washington, D.C. We're going to finally do some talking.
What happened?
Here. Testing 1, 2, 3. How do you hear me? If you're
no different than when he was
better
in
right here if I hold right here.
What happened to the Maj shit? What the hell is going on here?
So this is good. I'm telling him to put the microphone up to his
that I think are goofballs that run some of the New Hampshire pages don't speak for the vast majority of libertarians in New Hampshire. They don't. And New Hampshire's getting stuff done.
I'll pay attention to what he's saying.
There's still room for those guys that I think are goofballs. I still would have a drink with them.
Yeah.
I think you're a goofball, but do you want a beer?
No, well, I mean, one of them is a close friend of mine. The other one, I'm looking for. I'm ready to have a conversation. Like, let's go. I mean, because the thing is that when people see the New Hampshire Libertarian Party on Twitter, they think it's a Libertarian Party as a whole, and they're like, "See, these guys are anti-socialist. They're racist."
I think
that's
both
what they
are
say.
jumping.
That's what a lot of people say. I get calls all the time. Pastor, your Libertarian friends are at it again.
That's an opportunity for us to expose to them. That's like when people that I move in conservative circles too. When Trump is edited weird, right? There were fine people on both sides, and I get that phone call years ago about the Charlotte thing, right? Yeah. And then I go,
sure.
Here's the rest of that media. When he says, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis, they should be.
See, it keeps changing. Yeah, the original stream that this is coming from, they've switched over. So, yeah, I want to hear more from Maj. It sucks that they cut him off, but this seems to be what that feed is showing now. So let's see.
It seems to be a little bit of a craziness when it comes to downstairs. We saw that they were trying to kind of stall this whole situation. There was a lot of people who are upset that Kennedy is here, upset that Trump is coming tomorrow.
Yep.
How do you do that when you have such a situation within your own party
Visibility.
where people are at kind of, I
Visibility.
mean, the Mises caucus, right? Now they're the new people on the block. They're in charge. The old guard seems to be pissed off about that. So how do we make that happen in a situation like this?
Yeah, I mean, the one presidential candidate I appreciate, I've seen most of is Chase Oliver, who's, not looking to criticize other people, but, looking to bring people together. It's all about together. It's all about liberty and getting together.
Got to make sure I promote,
we don't
guys.
need the government. We need, the community and the societies to do things, more privatization, more charitable, make the taxes voluntary to a certain extent. Or
Yeah, I'd rather hear Mosh as well, but apparently
So
they cut him off.
How
so
then?
what are we gonna
if
do?
I'm a leftist libertarian like myself, I'm a Democrat.
We'll be keeping tabs
how
on
do you sell
our
me
on our swamp
coming to
creatures
join
as
the
well
party?
coming in.
I believe in some of the social issues as far as, abortion. I think as a male, I have absolutely no say in the matter. I'm okay. I don't really believe in like the universal income unless, first of all, you can explain to me where it's coming from. But I believe the government owes you three things and three things only. And that's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So don't tax me on my property. Don't tax me on my income. And don't inflate my money away.
Hell yeah.
So the economics is where a lot of Democrats have a problem, right? Like it's for instance, I love the fact that the Libertarian Party is all about liberty. It's all about freedom of speech.
Matt
freedom of
Johnson.
press. You guys are non-interventionist.
Breaking news. Matt Johnson elected as the Region 2 alternate.
Coming out of the room. And I
Matt
asked,
Johnson,
"How'd you like
Florida
the speech?"
boy.
And said,
Let's
"Great,
go.
but They wouldn't support him because of his stance on Israel.
When
Palestine."
Trump eventually
You have a lot of
turns on
libertarians
MAGA,
saying,
we have a strong I
so
told you so
how
position.
do you
Absolutely.
sell, like,
Libertarians have always had a strong
right?
I told you so
Hey,
position.
come
They
join
don't
this party.
capitalize
What
on
I
it.
heard too
That's
as
the problem.
well, that like
That's the problem.
40% of the
Big
people
cheers
from,
for Matt. Big
Republican and
cheers for
Democratic
Matt.
parties
Hell
are coming
yeah.
from the Democrats. 60% are coming from the Republicans. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, as far as war goes, I'm basically totally anti-war. I think this country should have been in 4 wars or 3.5 maybe, which is the American Revolution, the World War I, World War II, and possibly the Civil War.
Yeah.
I don't think we should have been or should be in other countries' business and democracy and Vietnam, Korea, weapons of mass destruction. It's all about oil, but keep it in America. If the United States is happy, then what does everything else matter? Why do we
This
spend
guy-
so much on
This guy
defense
sucks.
that
Yeah, I mean, he's the
we're like
only
the
one that's
policemen
got
of the
stuff
world?
going on. So
I don't think that's the position that the United
I'm
States
looking.
have.
I'm looking.
What about
I'm waiting for the
Joe
Vivek stuff.
Biden
That's
and
kind of what we're
Kennedy
here hanging
and
out
Donald
for.
Trump's stance on
So
Israel and
until we
Palestine?
get one of the
What are your
boys from
thoughts
the
as that as a
swamp,
libertarian? Where
or
would you stand on
until
this
we
whole
get
situation
something else
as
going
far as
on,
to end this conflict, or
this is kind of the
maybe
only
you support a
conversation
side in this
happening
conflict?
live on the floor right now.
Again, I really
So
actually don't
we can tune him down a little bit, and we can crank up some music. We can just hang out with us. Just he does suck though. He does suck though. Balls, all the balls. No chair debate. They're supposed to be, but looking at the Libertarian page right now.
What are your thoughts of that as a libertarian? Where would you stand on this whole situation as far as to end this conflict, or
I
maybe
mean,
you
we're
support
not
a side?
we're
that
not
is
seeing
not-
anything.
Generational problem with the baby boomers and now the millennials and Generation Z that these people will all pretty much.
I hear something
a lot
else in
of
the
them
background.
And you said
Yeah.
to them,
What about the fact that a lot of leftist Democrats
Here we
want
go. Get rid
Medicare
of
for
that.
all? And that's definitely not in the
Yeah,
Libertarian
I mean,
Party platform. I mean, in fact,
the
I think
LP
that some of the
National
disagreements
Convention
we have
stuff
right now is I
not
believe
showing
that
right
central
now.
planning
Looking
can
at their
work.
page,
I'm not
this
a
is it.
socialist, but I do believe that central planning, playing nice in the sandbox, could work. What do you tell a Democrat?
We got
that
nothing
says,
right now.
"Hey, I'm
So
Medicare
as soon
for
as
all,"
the
and
chair
that's not
debate is
the
live, we'll pull it up for sure. But I am tracking it, and we don't have anything yet. So
it can be on society as opposed to the government.
yeah, buffering.
The needs and the doctors and the hospitals and just take care of everybody. Definitely don't believe in one system, and then it becomes the other side is the insurance. Being for profit. Maybe possibly turn them into more like a utility where you're able to maximize or minimize the profit so that things can be done. I mean, these doctors go to school for 15 years with residencies, and when you do that, you got to get paid. Unfortunately or unfortunately. So
Yeah,
Okay,
this,
what
this
about
conversation
also
is
the
kind of
fact that,
boring,
like,
but
let's say,
it's
for
something.
instance, that,
Something that's going on.
Compromise. As a libertarian, sometimes a lot of libertarians are married to their ideology, right? They're all about liberty. They are.
We're either getting an election this year, or we won't be here to debate it.
As a vice president of vice
I think
presidential
Putin is leading for
are you
peace
willing to
talks
compromise
because
and meet a
I
different
think Putin is leading for peace talks because it's our last chance before the big bada boom. Do you think we're getting an election? Yeah, of course we're getting an election this year. It's going to happen. There's going to be some sort of election. Will that election be fortified? That's another question. That's another question. But yeah, I think there will definitely be a convention or an election this year. Did they completely reschedule everything? The current schedule they have posted is useless. Absolutely, you're correct. The current schedule they have right now is useless. Actually, so I don't know. I don't know about the chair debate. If they're going to have a chair debate, we'll host it. However, all of the business has been adjourned for the day, and we are waiting until 9 a.m. tomorrow. At the start of 9 a.m. tomorrow, there is supposed to be a presidential debate. So the presidential debate will happen. 2 conventions in a row. The LP Facebook has only a few posts the last couple of weeks.
So I know you want to end the Fed, right? But what is
Yeah,
another
they're pretty bad about updating everybody.
vice president,
I think all the recent assassination coup in Congo put Putin in a serious mode. Yes, but I think he can wait another 6 months.
because of your ideology.
That's
but
what I think.
something that
I
you
think
say,
like
okay,
he is waiting
this
for
can
a
happen.
Trump or
We can
somebody
find-
else
we
to
can
be
compromise
elected.
on this.
I don't think. I think we're going to have an election, and then everything will happen after that. They should be posting all the time. Absolutely, I want constant updates, and they're not. And that's a huge problem I have with everything that's going on right now. So let's go LP.
Yeah.
Nope, that didn't work. Libertarian Party.
Let's say, for instance, that you do. First of all, let me just ask.
Yeah,
you, where do you
their
stand
last
on
post.
migration.
Where the fuck did it go? Their last post was getting ready for business. RFK taking the stage. That was an hour ago. This is old. Thomas Massey.
Wow. So you are
Business
for,
getting
like,
started. Not enough updates on
Wow.
Twitter, Facebook, anywhere really.
Snuck in before there was a wall.
Yeah.
And she's not legal in this country.
And the LFF Facebook
Wow,
page.
not even
Yeah, let's
close,
check it
not
out.
even a green card.
Wow. And she's
Facebook.
married to you for that and stuff like. All right. So, what do you think is the cause, though, for so much mass migration to the border right now?
It's political right now at this point. I mean, personally,
Libertarian Party Facebook page.
issues to me is, not just because I'm.
They've got something about Tom Woods here. I think that's probably a pin post. 3 days ago, the announcement there. Is that really it? 3 days ago? Holy shit. Yeah, communications team needs to get on the ball. Very slack, very slack. Any update on my county affiliate Facebook page? You do. Yeah, man. I don't understand why they can't do it. I don't understand.
You don't really have necessarily a problem, smoking weed or coke, essentially behind the car, or at least a lot less than alcohol. So, I mean, that would end the border. If you get rid of the cartels, you legalize it.
Look up Volusia LP. For you, I will. For you, I will.
Personally, as they said today, Canada and
A lot of good
and
people in
Mexico,
Volusia.
I played Risk when I was a kid, and if keep everybody out and don't bother anybody else.
Gotcha. What do you think about the fact that we have 1,000 bases across the globe? What would you do to
Volusia
curtail that
LP.
situation with
Here we
the fact
go.
that we're
9
just
hours
expanding
ago.
the empire rather than
Join us.
bringing it home?
9 hours ago. My favorite part of the Star Wars series is where Watto says the government curates either. True, he does say that, doesn't he? Yeah. Nerd shit. Does this happen to you? Liberals, I thought I was a conservative until he talked about civil liberties and never-ending wars. I thought I was a liberal until he talked about taxes. And yes, today was a good day. Learned you were a libertarian.
Be told to take all these student
Yeah, man,
loans.
you guys post all the
I'm
time.
somebody who has,
Actually, one of the better accounts as far as LP county affiliates go.
Yeah.
Actually.
Actually, wouldn't even let his book, Outwitting the
I keep that shit streaming. That's right, dude. Keep it active. Let them know you're there.
98% of the people are
The migration is the top benefits.
Yeah. So I
Smuggling them
understand that
and
you're a
deporting them, these
non-interventionist,
fake
being
linos.
a libertarian. What do you think? Do you think that Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation were justified
That made me laugh.
in going
Fake
into Ukraine? Do you
linos.
have a thought on that?
Good
Do you have an
deal.
opinion?
It's interesting because my second ex-wife is from Kyiv, and we're both.
No, they're still going on. These people are more boring, man.
attempting to.
We gotta have some interesting shit going on. Let's see if we can get somebody from the swamp in. Let's see what the latest updates are. Going back to the pub. Okay, nothing there. Let's see here.
6 figures on legal fees, and I'm a mediator. I'm happy, you know.
Caucuses over
My
yet?
answer to her would be, you know, I put my law school loans that I still owe into the deposit on the
See
house.
if we can get Josh in here or somebody like that to tell us what's going on.
And then I'll pay you.
Checking to see if the caucuses are over. It's been a good 30, 45 minutes since they started. So regional
my next
caucuses
question,
should be ending here soon.
Is like BRICS, right? So we have this whole BRICS thing happening now.
Yeah,
we understand
okay.
as libertarians,
Caught my attention. You said
non-intervention
BRICS.
is that, you know, we would probably go a different route to try to counteract that. How could you counteract what's going on with BRICS right now? Because
He's
not
gonna
only
say
does it seem like
Bitcoin.
they're opting out of the American dollar, right? But they seem like they hold a lot of the resources, the GDP. They make
I'm
a
more
lot
of a gold
the
guy,
services that's
but,
being, you know,
you know,
Russia,
he's gonna say
India,
Bitcoin.
China,
LP
you know,
shit.
South Africa, Brazil. So how would you counteract the BRICS thing? Because it seems like if the fact that this continues to go on, the Saudis continue to sell oil in yuan, our dollar is not going to be worth anything, especially since it's not built on gold.
Not worth anything today.
I did not. There was the thing earlier. Let's watch it. Let's watch it live because I think it's going to be more interesting than this. There was something that happened. Let me pull it over.
She got frustrated.
I'll mute this guy. Let's go ahead and let's pull the music for a second. So this was Chase Oliver, presidential candidate Chase Oliver reacts to Trump and RFK speaking at LP convention. So let's see what he said. We can do that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kat Oriel with Forbes Breaking News, and today I'm here with Chase Oliver, a Libertarian presidential candidate. Chase, thanks so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So the Libertarian National Convention is this weekend. I want to get your reaction
Yep.
to former President Donald Trump speaking at the convention. What do you think motivated this move?
Well, obviously, he thinks he can steal our voters away. He thinks he can
Yep.
somehow attract the libertarian
That's what he
vote.
thinks.
But I think it's going to be really important for us to distinguish how we are very different from Donald Trump and hold him to account for the things that
Fourth,
we
fifth
believe he
drink.
should be held accountable for.
Super
during his time
boring.
as president.
Okay, he says
So,
nothing.
while
All right, let's find out.
I wouldn't have
I haven't
invited
seen
him
it yet.
to a libertarian stage because he's not necessarily a libertarian speaker. If he's going to be here, we're going to make sure that libertarians are loud and clear in our response.
What are some of those differences and reasons why you don't think he should be speaking at the event?
Well, for one, you know, we support fiscal, sanity in our country. We don't want to have trillions of dollars being printed every year out of thin air. That creates the inflation.
I'm
that we're
already
all
kinda
feeling
bored.
right now with the cost of living increases. And Donald Trump in 1 year, expanded the debt and deficit more than any other president ever has. And in 4 years, he exploded the debt and deficit. He's also continued the warfare around the world with drone warfare, using the Patriot Act and other unconstitutional measures
Everything he's saying, I
to,
don't
invade our
disagree with.
privacy. You know, he has not really been a bulwark against the invasion of privacy.
This
that
is
we've
what we
seen.
want.
And so there's so many areas where we can discuss his immigration policy. And I could go on and on. We only have a few minutes, but that's just a few areas where we have very great differences with the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself. In addition to the character traits.
Yep.
Well, RFK Jr. also not a Libertarian.
I sped him up. Don't worry, Matt. We'll hang in there.
Where you don't really agree with him being selected to speak at the convention.
Well, you know, I think with Trump, you actually have 4 years of a record to actually speak out against. I don't think RFK should be invited either. I think the Libertarian Convention should be to push for our Libertarian candidates, and that's not just the presidential and VP candidates, but we have candidates running all over the country that could use the exposure and press that comes from a convention that we're just not going to be able to have because there'll be other people who are taking that stage time. RFK is one such person. Nothing against RFK Jr. I imagine he's learning right now how hard it is to run with a ballot access.
Disagree.
But he's not a libertarian, and I don't think he's going to get much support from our party based on some of his positions, which involve greater governmental authority in areas like housing and the environment. But we just oppose.
Well, RFK Jr. did call on Trump to debate him at the convention. Doesn't seem very likely to happen. But since they're going to be there, would you like to see an opportunity for them to get up on stage, debate one another, maybe also yourself or another?
He's going to say no.
Well, I think if any debate is going to occur at the Libertarian Convention, it should include the Libertarian candidate for president. So
Yes,
I would not support an RFK
agree.
Trump debate, but I certainly would welcome if there was a debate stage where we're going to have RFK, Donald Trump, the Libertarian candidate, who I would want to be myself, and potentially, Joe Biden. I think that's a debate stage that the American people deserve to see next month on CNN in Atlanta. And if I'm the Libertarian candidate, I'm going to be pushed to be included in that debate because we're going to be on enough ballots to get 270 electoral votes theoretically, and that should be the threshold.
Well, I mean, you already said that you don't really support Trump. RFK being at the
Communism works on paper. Doesn't mean we should try it.
convention. I know President Biden was also invited to speak, so I'm assuming that you also
Just
would have
saying.
liked to see him take the stage, or would you have?
Yeah, I don't have warm feelings for any.
He does already talk fast, but I am a fast listener.
Yeah, but so I'm just curious, why are these candidates being invited if they're not libertarians?
Well, that you have to speak to the internal party leadership at the moment to determine their mindset around that or their motivation for doing that. I have to believe that they believe that it will be publicity to our convention, and that's why they're doing this. But to many people, it just seems like we're like opening the door, and that I don't see Donald Trump inviting the Libertarian candidate to one of his rallies. I don't see RFK doing that, right? And so we're bringing them on our largest stage, and a lot of libertarians just feel upset that we're never going to get anything like that in return from them.
And so that being said, with this election cycle coming up, we're facing most likely a Trump-Biden rematch. How are libertarians feeling about the rematch in general, and what does this rematch mean for the Libertarian Party? How can it be sort of a good
It means an opportunity.
Absolutely. I think first off, we're not really thrilled about this being the rematch, just like most Americans. You know, a majority of Americans say they'd be willing to look at options outside of those two. Libertarians, of course, are no different. We've been looking outside those options for a long time. But I do think it presents a real golden opportunity for our party to reach out to voters who are dissatisfied, particularly Gen Z and millennial voters who just are not seeing what they want from either Biden nor Trump, nor even RFK.
You're right. I like it better this way.
To get these young people into the tent and to help grow our party foundationally. Most people become Libertarians or Democrats or Republicans between the ages of 18 and 29. And so that's the demographic we want to reach out to. And Gen Zers are going to be 40 million voters potentially in this election. They're voting in higher frequency than my generation did at the same age range, or Gen Xers or Boomers. And so it's really a great time for us as a party to reach out to this younger generation of voters, bring them in and build a new foundation for the Libertarian Party that can thrive for the next generation.
How have you been able to reach out to Gen Z? What's the messaging look like?
Well,
no, send me a link on
the
Discord.
concerns that you have, and right now the biggest thing that we're seeing in campuses across the country is an anti-war movement of people who are tired of seeing the military, our militarism being exported around the world, particularly in this case with Israel and Gaza. But I look forward to speaking to them. If there's a debate stage with Trump, Biden, RFK, and me, I will be the only candidate that is wholeheartedly calling for a ceasefire today and an end to this and a change the policy.
I think all LP candidates would be.
Right now we're activated. But in addition to other things like fixing the student loan crisis to help lower education costs in the future, addressing the immigration crisis, which so many young people feel is a human rights violation at our southern border, and using libertarian philosophy to address things like the environment and bodily autonomy and a woman's right to choose. These are the issues that matter to Gen Z voters, and so those are the issues that we need to reach out to them with the libertarian solutions.
Are you having a lot of success reaching them on social media? I know TikTok, there's some controversy of, the Democrats using that platform for their campaigns. Is that something the Libertarian Party is embracing, meeting Gen Z where they're at, which is TikTok, Instagram, online?
Yeah, we're already on TikTok and Instagram, as well as the other traditional social media platforms. We're looking to stay engaged there and really break through with the TikTok and Instagram generation. That is where most young people go for their social media, and more young people go to social media for their news. And so if we're going to break through anywhere, it may be not through traditional mainstream media channels in this election with young people. It's going to be TikTok and those other platforms. I'm sure Forbes is active as well, trying to reach out to young viewers. Well, that's where you have to market yourself, and that's where our campaign's already involved.
So beyond traditional victory, what does victory then look like for Libertarians in the fall? I mean, of course, the true victory would be.
All right, so we got something coming.
But do you think that victory
I got your.
the young voters or other voters to looking into
I got your post, Shannon. We'll be catching up with that here soon.
Victory, right? An outright victory would be the.
All right, so I gotta put a pause on this because we're gonna be having Josh and possibly Rob joining us here in a moment. I've been talking to them. I do have the post from Shannon about what happened. Sent and play it. If Chase wins, which I predicted months ago, I may have actually looked outside the party for the first time in my life, and a strong con-op feeling from him. I don't know who, if not Gold. Yeah, I don't know what this means. What is con-op? I don't know. A conservative operative? He's not conservative. It can't mean that. Maybe a con. Maybe he means like it's a con, like that kind of thing. It's glorious. We're definitely going to watch it. Oh, conspiracy. Maybe that's what it means. Conspiracy op. Okay, let's reread that. If Chase wins, I predicted months ago, I may actually have to look outside the party for the rest of my life. I have a strong conspiracy operation feeling from him. Controlled opposition. Okay. I have a strong controlled opposition feeling from Chase. I think Chase is right on most things, like Libertarians. I just happen to agree with other candidates more than him. That's where I'm at. I wouldn't be thoroughly disappointed if Chase wins. I think that there would be, there are other candidates. I've always said for a long time that if Vermin Supreme ever win, it would mean, if Vermin Supreme ever won, it would mean the destruction of the Libertarian Party, because we would have accepted our fate as jokes and we would never be taken seriously again after that. That's kind of my position on people like Vermin Supreme. I don't have that same feeling towards Chase. I'm voting Chase 100% if he's the nominee, says Joe. Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, I think I agree with him more, obviously, than Trump and Biden. I couldn't even remember his name. I think I agree with them both. Or I think I agree with him more than both of them. The transcript bothers me. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It definitely does. But if that's his only thing, if that's like the only thing you can say against him, like, you ain't gonna trans my kids. So, it's not really a threat to me. Same for Rec, Mike, Lars, and Jacob too. Yeah, exactly. All of the candidates on the LP stage are better. I don't get why not. Same for Lars Jacob too. I don't get why not. Yeah, I don't get why not either. It's okay. Biden can't remember his name either. True. But yeah, we're supposed to have Josh or somebody on here in a minute. We won 6 to 8 RRs and alts. What does that mean? Oh, I guess that means Misa stuff. So we'll get an update from him as well. But let's see where we're at on Josh coming on. Here, I'm gonna message him now. Ready when you are. Yeah, I'd support all of these. Toad is the only one you wouldn't vote for. Listen. Toad is trolling right now. But if you were to sit Toad down seriously and talk about his campaign and his positions politically, I think you'd find more agreement than you would with Trump or Biden. Toad is a real one. I'm with that. We make fun of Toad a lot, but you know, he is very principled. Listen, my only experience in person with Toad is when we were at the Tom Woods event. This motherfucker actually ordered what the hell was it called? A 911, a kamikaze, and a damn, what was the other thing? There's a drink. It's a kamikaze and something else mixed together. Somebody will tell me. But yeah, he's funny. He's a troll. Whatever. Collins is the only one worse than Chase in my opinion, and he's obviously not serious Greta guy though. Collins. I'm not sure who that is. He just can't kick the gambling. The only principled one is Jacob. I disagree with Jacob's border stance, and that seems to be his biggest gripe with everybody else on the debate stage. He has no shot of winning the nomination. So here we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. This just came from Duke. Let's see what this is. Let me cut this mute off. Let's cut this. This is from Dan Smots. Let's see what he posted here. I think this was one of the highlights.
Madam Chair, question of urgent privilege, time sensitive, 10 minutes from now. Microphone 3, Dan Reel from Connecticut.
Oh, this is where he talked about Republican cock.
A motion that was co-sponsored by 43 highly now alienated and disaffected delegates. That motion seeks to give back the time to RFK and Trump, to libertarian candidates that we intend to run against these individuals.
Your motion is out of order.
You're probably right.
I appeal the ruling of this rogue Republican chair.
Get out, dude. Get out.
I can also be a plaintiff if you want.
That's fine.
See you in court then.
The Kennedy talk is happening right now.
He said, fuck you.
I know how much you like to suck GOP cock.
Let's go, dude. On replay. Where's Magoo? It was uncalled for.
And it's a complete violation of the NAP. He can kiss my ass.
Yeah. It's still good the second time around. It's still good.
Assault.
Okay, I'm sure.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort anybody who's getting a little too rowdy over to hotel security if they're needed.
One second. Okay. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Hold on. All right, I got you on speaker. What's up?
Take a little pub/lunch break, and then we'll be back. You're live right now?
You're live right now. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we're taking a little short break. I mean, if you want an update, I can kind of give you an update of what how.
No, I want to put you on camera.
All right. Do you want me to go in the Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, we're gonna pull Rob on. That's what's happening there. That was hilarious, dude. That was hilarious. Let's switch over here. I need to do a thing. So let's grab. I don't know if the name's right. I need to grab Discord. Let's jump in here. Here, 1 second for me. Getting things set up. You got your delegate credentials. Hold up. idea.
Where
I had a better idea.
I see London, I see France.
Yeah.
I
Say
see
something.
the fine bitches underpants.
All right, you're live now. What's up, dude?
Am I good? Am I live?
Yes, sir. You're here. What's up?
All right, so this morning was an absolute shit show if you're with the Mises Caucus. We definitely don't have a majority. They definitely don't have 2/3.
Okay.
Basically, summarization of what happened this morning, all those delegates that lost at the state level on those state level elections when the Mises Caucus took over, they showed up to national, and they're trying to get shoehorned in. Michigan, Oklahoma, Washington. Only 2 people from Washington out of the 14 that tried to get shoehorned in were residents of Washington. These people are crooks. They are lying, and they're getting in. That's my summarization of this morning. Someone tried to remove Angela. We had to come back from the RFK speech early just to say, no, don't remove Angela. Let's recess so we can go watch RFK speak. These people are terrible. If you're a Mises Caucus member and you didn't make it to...
That's unfortunate. Is that what you said? Your mic cut out there at the end. What's up? I can hear you. What's up?
If you are a Mises Caucus member and you didn't make it to DC, it's unfortunate. We do not have the numbers like we did in Reno. That's for sure.
Well, we kind of expected that, right? We kind of expected that there was going to be a lower Mises turnout and all that kind of stuff. We just rewatched the clip of them saying Angela is a Republican cocksucker. That was great. How was the feeling on the floor with that one? That seemed awesome.
Yeah, no, that was probably whenever we were gone trying to watch the RFK
Okay.
speech and they were trying to remove her. Because basically they're just running the mics. A bunch of fucking cucks are running up there to the mic and they're just talking over and over again. These people are the absolute scum of the earth. These people are...
Damn, dude. Tell us how you really feel.
Well, my thing is, like, it's the same people going up there and they're just pushing for bullshit. And
Yeah.
They just shoehorned all these people in out right now. Right now, we're waiting outside of a titty bar for Pat so we can go get lunch.
Nice, dude. Nice. Welcome to DC.
Yeah, we're gonna do a live one, but we're gonna have to get back to the convention center. I got all the equipment with me, so we're gonna have to hop on Restream for that.
Why do you have to hop on Restream? Just get on Discord like you are right now. We got you. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So,
I'm trying to
hey,
figure out how it would work, but I think you're right. I think we could do that.
yeah, it'll be fine. So, what's the plan now? So tomorrow morning is going to be the presidential debate. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, Kennedy had a really good speech. I don't know if you're able to see that.
Yeah, we watched it. It was good. Yeah.
I don't know if you can see Pat right now. So you can see Pat coming down the way.
Oh, he's across the street there.
Mike
All right.
Cohn and Sasha and Patrick.
What, you see all 3 of them?
Yeah, yeah.
I see Pat. Yeah. Tell him to come over.
Them are going the other way.
Okay. They don't want to be caught on stream with us.
Hey,
Patrick!
Pat, you're on the Swampcast Live.
Oh, I see Derek there too. What's up, dude? Oh, he's definitely drunk. You got to watch him, dude. You got to watch him.
It's too late. It's too late. He's gone. He's gone. Let's go. Pat has been interviewed by 3 Japanese television stations. I got interviewed by this cute redheaded chick from the BBC. I asked her if she liked WC. She told me yes.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Actually, I said BRC, big red cock, and she was like, "Fuck yeah."
Fuck yeah, she did. Oh yeah.
Looks like Mises still has a good control over Region 2. Region 2, we won pretty unanimously with Jonathan McGee. So looking good in Region 2 still. But like I said, we definitely don't have a majority. They do not have 2/3 though, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. So they can't block anything, but there's still potential to win. Yeah.
Well, what they're doing, which is bullshit, every single time there's a vote and Angela rules one way, they're like, we called a
appeal. Yeah.
Overrule the ruling of the chair or whatever.
Right.
Which calls for a majority vote. So that's what they're doing.
it's dirty as fuck, and it's just, I mean, it is what it is, guys. You know, the party is made up of who shows up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Every time. Well, hey, enjoy your night. Keep hold of Patrick and check in with us later. We're going to be hanging out all night. Vivek is supposed to be tonight, right? That's going to happen tonight?
Vivek's tonight. He's last. He's going to be debating one of our guys around 8:30. Then there's another one before that. So yeah, we're gonna keep it in touch, and hopefully when we get back after this lunch break, I can hop on with you guys and get a better camera quality going on.
Real quick question. So who is Vivek debating? How is that decided? Where are we at on that?
I think it's going to be by the vice presidential straw poll. All the delegates filled it out.
Okay, so those results are already in. They're just waiting to be tallied.
Pretty much they're already in. Me and Pat did not know, and there's speculation that Trey Parker, the creator of South Park, is also running for vice president of the party. So maybe Trey Parker might swoop in and steal it. And you know what? That's fine.
That's fine with me. That's fine with me. Yeah.
I voted for Clint. I voted for Clint still, but
yep.
Trey Parker's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. All right, man. Check in with us later. We'll be here all night. Let's go.
All right.
Y'all have a good night. Take care of Pat. We'll see you later. Yo, what's up? What's up? Y'all don't get in trouble. Hey, the boys are having fun. The boys are having fun. It's a good day. It's a good day. All right. Why would you vote for a Republican apologist? What do you mean? Okay, hold on. What happened to the VP debate? Not happening or already did? As far as I know, nothing is happening. That's the real situation. I'll go back and check right now. You know, I wanted to check with the boys and see how things are going down at the DC complex. But as of right now, you know, LP stuff is still loading. I think I have it right here too. Oh no, that's what we just watched. That's Pasta Boy. Yeah, let's go back. I mean, nothing happening right now. That's the answer to your question. This is saying no signal, perpetual buffering. Yeah, no. Trey or Clint. That seems to be the situation as far as what's happening. Trey or Clint. So, are you asking me to pick Trey or Clint? Ugh. Listen, I don't think if Trey Parker is trying to swoop in and take the VP nomination, I don't think he's doing it from a position of like he's a serious candidate. He's going to be a troll candidate. However, nobody's better at trolling than South Park. So it could be a great show. So entertainment wise, I'm for Trey. But if you want to talk more seriously about principles and stances and that kind of stuff, I think Clint will probably have the better. Larry said they're doing it tonight as far as he knows. It's just him versus Clint, but they said the ballots have already been passed out. Why vote before the debate? Good question. I think they're just trying to get it ahead of the Vivek debate. You'll take Clint all day. Clint is not principled. We have disagreements in the chat, and that's why we love it. Larry said they're doing the debate tonight. As far as he knows, it's just him versus Clint. Yeah, I mean, let's see the debate. Let's see the debate. I really like Larry. I like a lot of the way Larry positions himself and argues. I think Clint has the baggage and stuff. He's obviously got the MC support and stuff, so that's going to bolster his ranks as far as the voting goes. So it gives him a higher chance to win. But it could go either way. Like Rob was just telling us, there is not an MC majority on the floor, which is why this convention is so entertaining, because you really don't know how it's going to go. So we're going to be here for the whole ride. I like Larry and Clint both a lot. Either could persuade me. And this is kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I stand as well. I like Larry a lot. I like Clint a lot. Clint is more rambunctious and more, if you want to be charitable, bold is the word. But yeah, that's why I think the debates matter. Yes, yes. And I'd love to see those debates. But apparently... they're not happening right now. So if there's a debate, we will definitely be watching it. And if you guys see that somebody else is putting up the debate and I don't have it, let me know. But as of right now, there are no live streams of the debate. So let me go actually let me go in here. Let's poke some contacts. Let's see what's up. We need to go to not Angela. We need to go to Shannon's message here about
Donald Trump.
Sarwark.
Is set to
All right, here we go. Let's see what Sarwark had to say about Trump coming to the debate or coming to the convention. I want to make sure it's on the same thing so I don't lose it.
headline the 2024 Libertarian National Convention tomorrow night. That's, by the way, the Libertarian National Convention, not the Republican National Convention. This marks the first time in U.S. history that a presidential candidate of a rival party will address the convention of a party that is presumably going to nominate its own candidate. His invitation is sparking what our next guest is calling a civil war within the Libertarian Party. Joining us now is Nicholas Sarwark. He is the former chairman of the party and currently the executive director of the Libertarian Policy Institute. So, Nicholas, how did this come about? I mean, this would be like what Joe Biden addressing
he's in
the
studio.
RNC convention in Milwaukee this summer or something.
It would be like that. What happened in the Libertarian Party in 2022? A group of hostile takeover actors from outside the party seized control of the entire national convention, took over the entire national committee. And the chair of the National Committee, Angela McArdle, has taken the party systematically on a hard right or even alt-right turn. The first
Agree with
things
this.
they did at that convention
Agree.
were eliminate the platform plank against bigotry, remove the pro-choice stance that the Libertarian Party had historically had.
Nuance to both of those.
Immigration, which is something the Libertarian Party had been all about. And at the time, we said this is
pro-immigration, anti-open borders.
This is an attempt to co-opt and neuter the Libertarian Party because Donald Trump is afraid of a strong Libertarian candidate. And with the confirmation that Donald Trump is now going to speak and essentially have a rally to a captive audience of libertarians is just the end of the movie. It's where we were always going to go. And Angela McArdle, to be clear, is doing this in violation of the bylaws of the party. She refuses to allow the National Committee to have a vote. She's currently being sued in D.C. Superior Court to be removed for these violations of D.C. nonprofit law as well. And there's been decredentialing over the last day at the convention where longtime activists and party founders are having their credentials stripped illegally in order to shove Donald Trump down our throats.
I mean, historically, I could see that.
All right, none of these lawsuits against Hadel are going to go through. There's going to be rebellion during the thing. A lot of these people will pass security checks and they'll get in there and they'll say, "Fuck Donald Trump." I totally expect that to happen tomorrow night, and I support it. Give it to him. Give it to him to his face. I'm ready for it.
The Libertarian Party.
Also, last thing, all the delegates that he's talking about, as far as I know, they were all credentialed. So false.
As in America, been more aligned with the Republican Party than it has with the Democratic Party. But there doesn't seem very much about Donald Trump's agenda that is libertarian. I mean, you've got states more involved.
I'm going to revisit your stuff, Charles. Hang in there.
You've got a rejection of the notion that there should be deficit reduction. I mean, he just doesn't seem to be interested in this. His policies going forward are going to be more interventionist, not less interventionist.
Donald Trump is anti-libertarian, and when I was chairman of the Libertarian National Committee during the George Floyd unrest, during Donald Trump's first term and probably only term, I put out a strong statement saying Donald Trump has nothing to do with libertarianism. His type of authoritarian, right-wing control of your body, control of your life is everything we stand against. And that's why, to be honest, I want to share something with you. This is the first time in 24 years that I have not been a delegate to my own party's convention because the Credentials Committee and the people who took over do not want a real libertarian party. They want to kneecap the party and knock us out of the race and basically force us to have a Trump rally. And I think that this weekend you'll see the Civil War will end and we will be victorious and the Libertarian Party will go back to being a real political party. And Donald Trump will get the reception that he so richly deserves.
Nicholas, there's a functional.
Is that Sharpton?
That
oh
comes
shit!
to mind when I hear
of this civil war in the Libertarian Party, and that is that third parties like the Libertarian Party usually come into being because the two so-called major parties don't represent all of what they want represented. Isn't by bringing Trump in and in many ways trying to combine the parties, doesn't it eliminate even the need for a Libertarian Party? I mean, how does the Libertarian Party then later justify its being if it is overtaken?
There's agreement. There's a sigh and there's a sigh of greed. Good job, guys.
Republican nominee.
You have hit it right on the head, Al. It is going to be an existential fight, because if the Libertarian Party is successfully given to MAGA and sacrificed on the altar of a Donald Trump
Not gonna happen.
then it will cease to exist as an independent party that is neither left
True, dude.
nor right, but
True.
something
Absolutely
different.
true.
And what Angela McArdle has right now is authority. She has the power to basically put Donald Trump on stage after our presidential candidates debate for the nomination, but she doesn't have the power to make libertarians like it. And one of the things that libertarians are famous for is we're individualists and we really don't like being told what to do. So it's
I'm not gonna
backfiring
post that
already.
one.
That's why there's even more lawsuits. It looks like an officer of the Michigan party is likely to be held in contempt by a state court. We're very hard to manage.
Don't like being told what to do.
I like how they all laugh at that. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good.
Former chairman of the Libertarian Party and still
Yeah, keep
fighting,
reminding
Mr.
him.
Starbuck. Thank you very much for coming in to join us. Looking forward to hearing
We're
what
here for
happens this weekend.
visibility, y'all. Here for visibility. Listen, we're not selling out to the Republicans. That's stupid. What's going on? Oh, somebody's here. Hold up, Josh. Let me pull you over.
Uh-huh.
I got you. You got a camera or no?
Hell yeah.
There you are.
Yeah.
There you go. What's up? You're live with the Swamp. What's up, man?
What's up?
So what's going on, man? What was your take? You were on the hot seat today, man. I know you saw my comments earlier. You're a Mises plant, dude. You're a Mises plant. You're there, and you're just keeping all of the non-Mises people out. That's what you're doing, dude.
That's people don't realize this, but I was actually a secret plant sent by Michael Heist.
I know, dude.
Like, I haven't been meeting this caucus in almost 2 years. Like, this is really, like, I get asked why did you guys rule on that way on the credentials committee? Oh, well, let me tell you. Boo! Like,
Yep.
what are you asking me this question for? If you're just gonna boo me, who gives a fuck then? I may as well just not fucking talk.
I felt for you so bad, dude, because like there were some comments you saw. Do you regret running for chair yet? And I was like, dude, or vice chair yet? Yeah.
Nah.
I've said it a couple times already on stream, man. I hope you beat out Hannah Goodman. I don't like this shit that we're cucking for the Colorado Republicans. You know, none of that shit. I hope you get it, man. I hope you get it.
Let me. I hope people are watching here. I'm not going to name names, but somebody that I know is Mises Caucus and I know is from Colorado approached me on the convention floor when everything was kind of going screwy and tried to cut a fucking deal with me to get me to back out and support Hannah and endorse Hannah.
Wow.
Wow. Y'all are scared. Stop being scared. I thought y'all wanted to compete.
Yep. Crazy, dude. Crazy, man. So what is your feeling from the convention floor, like right now? Like we talked to Rob earlier. He was telling us, it's not a Mises majority. It's like, just under half or whatever. But there's not a 2/3. There's not enough to block a 2/3 vote from the other side either. So it's really contentious debate going back and forth here. What's your feeling on the whole thing?
It's a funny thing because I had a special person in the caucus who used to tell me all the time that optics don't matter, PR is bullshit, and we're learning a very hard lesson this weekend. It's that PR and optics absolutely are important because you got to win hearts and minds when you want to win people over to your side. The reason 2 years ago a lot of people in Reno supported, even though they weren't Mises, was because we won hearts and minds, because we showed them this is the fucked up shit that's going on. And just putting it bluntly, there's been a lot of fucky shit done by the wrong side. And, I don't have to name names just quite yet, but anybody paying attention here can see exactly what's going on, exactly who's doing it. And if this is what you're comfortable with, God damn, y'all became no better than the Sarwokians, and you guys deserve what you're about to get if that's what you're getting.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's been crazy. I've been watching all morning. There was a 3-hour at least debate on who has the right to vote. This shit was crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy.
I had said I wanted to keep the credentials port under 2 hours, so going 3 was actually getting to 3 was actually not as bad. That actually was a lot less painful for me personally than I expected.
Right.
You know, we can talk about that after convention for various reasons.
Sure. Yep.
But there's just people need to learn to read the room on all sides, every side, entirely across this party. You need to learn to start reading the room and playing politics. If you're losing, accept you're losing, accept you got outmaneuvered or you're just not winning hearts and minds, and move on. It's better off to live and fight another day than to keep digging in and looking stupid and losing even harder.
Right. Yeah, man. It's been a wild show, man. What did you, so where were you when they called Angela a Republican cocksucker? And what did you think of that?
I was actually sitting at the Florida delegation table, like just kind of doing the Florida delegation chair thing. And I was just like, this is stupid too. Like, come on,
dude.
man.
Yeah.
Wasting our time. You're being fucking dumb. You're being unprofessional and disrespectful, quite honestly, because, regardless
Not winning hearts and minds. Not winning hearts and minds.
No, that thing was definitely not winning hearts and minds. Like, bro, as much as you may not like Angela, there's a bunch of reasons you could legitimately say, hey, Angela has not done a good job. But the Republican cocksucker is just fucking, it's disrespectful, and it's not the case at all. And I wish people would get off of these like personal attack narratives. Like, what is it? What are you earning by this? Like, who are you talking to exactly?
Yeah, man, it was nuts watching it from here. I was, we're here for the entertainment of the whole thing from this side. We're just watching it. So I was enjoying it. We were having a good fight and it was fun, man. But it was just crazy to watch from the outside. Did you, so where we understand that we're at right now is there going to be everybody keeps asking, is there going to be a vice presidential debate later on tonight? Is that happening?
It's not. I think people are getting confused with this. It's not a vice presidential debate. It's a debate for the VP with Vivek. There was a bunch of ballot stuff, and now we're going to find out tonight who won that.
The straw poll. Yeah.
Yes. Who's going to win the VP straw poll and get the brave opportunity to sit next to Vivek? So
I love how you phrase that. So, cause right now we've been following, we've been watching everything. There's somebody's out there doing, the interviews with like Maj Touré and a bunch of other people that are out there. So we got to get some of that shit for the swamp, let me say. But also, we're waiting for that next debate to see who's going to go up against Vivek. What's the feeling that you get from the floor? I heard that Trey Parker might be in the vice presidential contest here. What's going on?
I haven't seen anything to that. Now, it's a little different this year is that, like, in the past, they've issued delegates tokens to, like, put in a box for each presidential or VP candidate. They're going old school this year, and I actually am 100% supportive of this. They're making them come up to the teller table, get fucking like clipboards with petition forms, and making them go around and get the 15 to 30 like me, vice chair. I had to go out and get 15 signatures at least and submit them to the teller table for verification that, hey, I'm actually going to be qualified if I get nominated. I got 23, so I think I'm good, and I don't think any of those people are going to sign for anybody else. But it's all it takes. Like, we had the vice chair debate yesterday night, so that's already done. Yeah. It's chair debate, vote on the chair, vice chair vote, at-large vote. Regional caucuses are already done. For those of you who aren't aware, most swamp people are Region 2 types. Georgia, I believe, or actually it was Alabama. Jonathan McGee is now the Region 2 rep, and then Matt Johnson is the Region 2 alt.
Yep, I saw that. That's good. I like having Matt in there. I don't know much about McGee, but hey, how did we end up on the state thing? You and I have always wanted to kick out these lesser states. Are we just Georgia and Alabama, or we still got the other two?
We still got the other two. I kind of threw it to the Florida guys that, we should go independent, but I also brought it on like that's contingent on me winning the vice chair race. And I thought we were going to get to that. And when we didn't, I was like, okay, I don't want to pull us and then God forbid somebody not me wins, and then I have to be represented by some douche or like other VC candidate.
Right. No, that's good, man. So speaking of your race, how do you feel about going in against Hannah Gutman? You think you're going to beat her?
You know, when somebody from her own state party and her own caucus, who used to be my caucus, is coming to me and asking me if there's anything, and when I say no, they continue to press on, like, please, is there anything we can do? Is there something we can negotiate? That's fear. That is in your head that you don't believe that you can win without me out. So what that says to me is that I'm the favorite right now. That's the look around the room.
I hope so, dude. I hope so.
I'm the favorite. Hannah's not the favorite, and I'm going to be very blunt here. Just getting feedback from the vice chair debate, a lot of people looked at Mimi Robson. I think she's a great person, but she just seemed disheveled and disorganized last night and didn't seem really like
not
prepared.
Good. Didn't stand out. If I'm speaking for myself, yeah.
And Hannah just seemed disingenuous and looked like she was trying to dig for the sympathy vote. And I'm going to keep it real. That like little cheer squad she had going on just looked goofy. Like that was so fucking minor league type of shit. Like, what do you got? Like the fucking Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders coming for you? Like, stop.
Yeah.
Like nobody really loves you that much. This is fucking internal party politics. Nobody's excited for the vice chair race. Let's keep it really real.
They didn't even bother live streaming it. We had to catch a glimpse of a live stream from Matt Johnson.
And that's why this is why, you know, maybe we're going to have to figure out something with the IT group if I get elected.
Oh, for sure, dude. For sure.
This shit, like the Florida takeover is happening, baby. We're going to run this whole LNC.
We got to do better, man. We got to do better. And if you got any connections with the LNC IT team, they need to pull off Karen's like Google Docs. Get rid of that shit for the live stream. We don't want to see that. We want to see Angela. We want to see the people that are asking questions, whoever's at the podium. We don't want to see Karen Ann's Google Docs. Let me just say that. I have to. Yeah.
I get it, dude. Like,
yeah.
This is like, but this is the shit I'm talking about here. Like, just, you know, I'll give you a little insider baseball here. And I'm, you know, I probably shouldn't be saying this early in the convention, but before we got the convention, there was this big hullabaloo made about we need to get delegate buttons. We need to make sure all the ballots are done. Like I got a huge email from Karen Ann on you need to get envelopes. You need to do all this shit to prepare for the tokens and all this. And I was like, okay, I'm going to get like, let me know what I need to do. I'll get all this done. And she was like, hold on. Let me see if staff can get it done. Came back. Staff's going to get it done. Great. And I totally believe that was what happened. I get there. They didn't do shit. There was no envelopes. There was barely any ballots even cut or done. We had we came out of a hour overrun on our credentials committee meeting. We're supposed to go right into checking people in, and we had to wait almost 2 hours while we fucking scrambled because the staff went, well, wow, we didn't do it. And when I was like, well, can you get it done? Wow, we're too fucking overwhelmed with shit to do otherwise.
Dude. Wow.
Like, this is like, you didn't find volunteers, and then everybody just kind of laughed and sat there, and I was like, you got a whole line out the door and around the corner. Like, I know you've never been to a national convention, Tim, but like, that credentials line gets absurdly long first day because everybody wants to get checked in and make sure they're covered. Because if there's any mistakes, errors, I need to get elevated because I'm an alternate. They got to go find their fucking delegation chair, and that shit takes time, and time is of the essence. So like, this is the type of shit. Like, man, like we got to mop this stuff up. This is little shit, and I don't blame Karen Ann because this wasn't her fault. So I went to Karen Ann, told her this. She literally did the like frustrated sorry, like what the fuck.
Like, why isn't it done? Yeah.
She was like, I told them that this was confirmed it was going to get done. I was like, I know, I'm letting you, Karen Ann, I'm not mad at you. I'm just telling you so you're aware because you're part of the credentials committee. You're also the highest ranking LNC member on the credentials committee. Like, I got to let you know, like something got dropped along the way and you're an officer. Unfuck this for me. And if you can't, you need to find, like, Adrian's been a great, like, Adrian Malagon for all the shit people talk about him. Awesome dude, been actually great help. Like, anytime we've needed something as a committee, we've gotten it. Like he'll absolutely be the first to admit he's an asshole of a person. But that, like, he'll tell everybody, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm kind of an asshole. And I'm not shy about it and it works for him, I guess. Like, but he was phenomenally helpful. Like, Karen Ann, with getting shit when we needed it as best she could, considering how phenomenally helpful. But like, there's a lot of fucky shit going on, dude.
Yeah. It's been an interesting convention so far. I mean, tonight's going to be no different. Tomorrow's going to be even better. We're going to see a whole bunch of stuff. Something, everybody's talking about the screen disproportions and and how focused it was on the minutes. People like seeing the minutes, but they don't want it so fucking big. How much? So what's the deal with the tech stuff? Because like they were saying, like the ball was dropped there. How much would it cost to hire a tech guy for publicizing and all this kind of stuff? Like what happened there?
Like, how much does Matt want to charge us? Like, real deal. Like,
Yeah,
this is the
yeah,
type
yeah,
of shit.
yeah.
Like, we have enough fucking like tech nerds.
We
in
got
the
people.
party.
We got people.
Yes.
Yeah.
like this could have been something where we could have contracted Mark Golob's fucking like AV company
Right.
to do.
Your audio dropped. Hold up. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. Oh, he'll be right back. Hang on, peeps. Questions for Josh. Enter him now. LNC appointed him and Karen Hollis just before convention, and they were trying to unseat the delegates. What do you mean? Adrian wanted to not seat delegates. Okay, I'm guessing that's a response to the... Wait, what? You got to be more clear in your messages here. I have good reading comprehension, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Josh will be back with us here in a moment.
I am already back.
There you go. He's with us here. Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what's going to happen next. It's going to be good. I'm trying to see what the question was here. LNC appointed him. He's talking about some guy named Adrian. Explain like we're drunk. Adrian wanted to seat delegates. LNC appointed him and Karen Ann just before convention, and they were trying to unseat delegates.
Honestly, not really. Like the things they were like challenging, legitimately, if you read their bylaws, in a lot of ways they...
You mean the state bylaws, right?
Yeah, if you read their state bylaws, in their bylaws, it said, and I explained this on the stage.
I heard, yep.
A lot of their bylaws state that at convention or during convention. Technically speaking, my understanding has always been convention does not start until the gavel in and the call to order.
Right.
So until we do the gavel in and call to order, everything they did was out of order and a violation of their bylaw. That's why the Credentials Committee rejected those lists, some of them twice, 3 times.
Yeah.
Was because it's the same thing with Washington. We didn't reject their list when they sent it because they're like, hey, we're planning to move it on the convention floor at convention. We know we're going to get the 2/3 majority of our delegates at convention. And then at convention, we're going to move it on the floor. And I at least believed, and I even said to a couple of them, it's going to require a 7/8 vote to pass.
Right.
A lot of people wanted to play games. Like the only real exception I could probably say in all this was the LP Oklahoma situation, because they put in a spirit of the bylaws clause into their bylaws. Now, I'm going to be very blunt here. I'm not a fan of that. I don't believe, because the bylaws are a contract between the membership and the organization. It's supposed to be an understanding and agreement between what the duties and responsibilities of the organization is to the members, and in turn, what member privileges and rights are allowed to the members of the organization as part to it. So God forbid somebody wanted to take LP Oklahoma to court and like state court and sue them. I mean, the LP Florida has learned the hard way, guys. We got sued for violating our bylaws by a member. Luckily, if I'm not mistaken, all they wanted to do is be told by the court, no, they were wrong and you were right, because we're all weirdo fucking contrarians.
We got to have the state confirm our beliefs. Isn't that crazy?
But they did, and we learned the hard way. The bylaws are a contract. If you agree on to them, that's the contract. And I don't believe a spirit of the bylaws clause would hold up in court if they got sued. So personally, I don't like it. That said, I'm not here to play fucking bylaws police for another affiliate 1,500 fucking miles west of me that I don't care about.
Might cut out again. Yeah. I think you realized it too. You
Everybody
might cut
call
out.
me tonight.
There you go. There you go. Yep.
I can't even hear you now, Tim.
I can hear you. It's good, man. It's good. Yeah. Hey, we don't tolerate the pride flags in chat. Trans flags only. Trans flags only. Josh will be back with us here shortly. We'll hear him here in a minute. Yeah, man, all this credentialing shit is just ridiculous. I'm tired of hearing it.
There we go.
There we go. You're back now. Yep. So yeah, man, it's been a wild ride so far. It's going good. How do you, we didn't get your take on this, so I want to get your take on it. Can you hear me now? So
yeah,
how does it end up? What's your prediction on how it ends up? Who's going to win the LP nomination for president? Who's going to, is Angela going to retain the chair? What do you think the feeling is right now? How do you see it going down?
Angela retaining the chair is a 50-50 shot at this point.
Whoa. Okay.
50-50. I'm still calling it 50-50. Like, there's still a lot of people who, you know, respect the situation she's in, and that, you know, she's actually, like, a lot of people are saying, like, hey, for all intents and purposes, she's doing an okay job up there. And
I would agree with that, man. Like, there's been a lot of hostility against her and saying that she's a plant and all this shit. And, you know, she reminds me of you a lot, actually, during the LPF convention. Like, y'all need to shut the fuck up and sit down so we can do our business. You know, not those exact words, but yeah.
And fucking Mrs. Crabtree in South Park, sit down and shut up.
Yeah, dude. She's got that energy, dude. She's got that energy. So I think...
Y'all need to shut the fuck up.
So I agree with you, man. Like, I think, like, all intents and purposes, she's doing pretty good. She's handling it well. Yeah.
I feel like whoever wins the chair race is going to get stuck with me for vice chair.
Okay.
Secretary race is honestly up in the air. There's a lot of hostility towards Karen Ann.
Wow.
Some of it,
okay.
You know, it's real, and it's people. I'll say this: there's people that 2 years ago were heavily for Karen Ann who are not for Karen Ann anymore.
Okay.
I'll believe it.
Okay. The party is the people who show up, man. So you see the people there on the floor, you see what's happening. Yeah. That's why we're paying attention this year, especially because it's going to be a change up year for sure. I see it happening.
Treasurer is probably going to be Red Path. I don't know anybody who's running for treasurer outside of Red Path.
Yeah.
Like at larges.
All right. The big one, presidential. Who's winning?
After Mike Termott got fucked the way he did.
Is he going to be in the next debate? They put him in, dude. They put him in.
They put him in. He's in the debate. And you
yeah.
know, people love that underdog story. Like, wow, you got fucked over like that off of a money thing that nobody really loved. And we had to basically, you know, do some Ronner parliamentary miracle magic to make it happen to get him into debate anyway. And all that said and done, like, people aren't going to feel real pleased about that. And that's going to drag Mike a bunch of sympathy votes that they may people on the fence.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, maybe Rector Law, maybe Chase All. Like, damn, that really sucked for Mike, man. That was fucked up what happened to him. And
you think he's going to win? Is that what you're saying right now?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay, hang on. Are you putting money on it? Because me and Mike, me and Duke got money on it. $50. That's the buy-in.
Okay. So I'm going to buy in too. And now, if none of us win, I hear there's a shot involved.
Yeah, there's a shot. Yeah. If none of us win, yep.
Okay, so however we have to do this, I'm gonna put it on the table now. The shot isn't going to be alcohol. I'm going to make this shit that I used to make when I was a pledge master for my fraternity called...
How am I going to get this? How is Duke going to get this?
If I have to drive up to where Duke lives, pick his sweet cheeks up and tell CD she's going to have to deal for a couple days.
Okay.
Drive up to Georgia. We're going to do this.
All right. I don't think all three of us are going to lose, so I'm okay with this bet.
I'm okay with it. I don't think all three of us are going to lose too. I know you got Chase, you got Rec, I got Mike here. Yeah, I'll throw 50 on that. I got 50 in on that. That's easy.
Okay.
That's easy.
All right, let's do it. All right. Yeah, I mean, you're putting your money where your mouth is. That's more than we can say for Robert Mitch. So let's go, dude. Let's go. So yeah, I'm all for it, man. Let's go, man.
Stop being poor, Robert Mitch.
That's right, dude. That's right. Hey, man, are we shooting each other? We're not shooting each other. We're just having fun, man. It's all good. Yeah. That's what we were saying earlier in the stream, man. I don't care if you're like all in for Rechtenwald, they're all in for Chase, or whoever the fuck you support, dude. We're all in for liberty, dude. We're all in for liberty. Let's go, man. Yeah, dude. No, that's good. I'm happy, man. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be listening to the whole thing. So there is a debate tonight, right? Before the Vivek thing. Is that where we're at? Don't know.
This whole schedule's been just thrown into the
It's
ringer,
fucked,
man.
dude. It's
It's fucked. Like, I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I need to be up and in the credentials room at a certain time and checking people
Right.
in, and then I'm done. Like,
Yep.
I really have one more thing I need to recuse myself from being delegation chair over, and that's the VC race, because I got to let Tub count the votes
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it doesn't look fucky. But, like, it's been great, man. I mean, like, Todd Hagopian's endorsed me. I know Joshua Smith originally endorsed me and still seems to be supporting me. Stephen Akela is supporting my run. Like, I've had several different people, like, you know, in a roundabout way, give me their own endorsement. You know, I've had different former LNC people reach out and tell me, you know, that they're supporting me for various reasons. And I'm not going to name names because this
Sure.
is not my business to put out. But I am going to say that one member of the LNC today did approach me and tell me not only do they think that I should not be running for vice chair, but for chair, but that somebody in the party offered them, in exchange for them running against me and Hannah for vice chair, that they would pay for this person's entire lodging, travel, and accommodations to every LNC meeting for the rest of the term between 24 and 26.
Wow.
And this person still turned them down.
Good. Standing on principles for that person. I don't know who it is, but good. Yeah.
That person knows who they are. Eventually, it'll come out because it always comes to light. And that individual, and they know who they are. That is a very quality individual, and I would want them back on every LNC moving forward, regardless of people's personal opinion on that person.
So Jeremy Salmon says that the VP debate just started. Do you know anything about that? Is that happening right now?
Is it the Vivek VP debate, or is it the VP LNC VP debate?
I don't know. I don't see
I don't-
anything online.
I don't really care about Vivek. Like, I saw Vivek.
I want to see. I want to see our guy go against Vivek. I want to see how they stand up. That's what I want to see about it. But yeah, I as far as I know, nothing's going on. You're there right now, so is anything going on?
I mean, I'm in my room. Like,
Okay,
I've
sure.
had, like, you can tell I'm not down on the convention floor. I'm in my room,
Yeah.
but like,
Well,
I
Pat's
knew there
hanging
was
out at a strip club getting in trouble. So what are you doing? C-SPAN is airing it. Okay, apparently C-SPAN is airing the whole thing right now. So I'll be trying to find that. Hey, man, check in with us more. Let's see what's up, dude. Yeah. Don't save Pat from getting arrested. That's what we're here for.
Let me go hunt him.
Yeah,
Let
dude.
me figure out which strip club he's at and go drag him out before he gets himself in trouble.
That's right, man. Hey, definitely check in with us later. We're going to be here all day tomorrow. We're going to watch both debates. We're going to see everything. So we'll
I'll
be here.
there. I'll be
All right,
there.
man.
Don't worry. All
Good
right, I'll
chilling,
catch you
dude.
guys.
See ya. Like I said, man, you know, like Josh and I, we disagree about a lot of stuff sometimes, but we're still friends, dude. That's how I wish the party would be. Joey's got it right. See, Shannon's got it wrong. Shannon discludes the transes. We include the transes on this chat. Okay? That's how we do it. C-SPAN is airing it. Okay, I need a link. That's what I need right now, because I do want to see this debate. I do want to see this thing happening. So I'm trying to find it right now. Bear with me. C-SPAN. C-SPAN live. Nothing here. C-SPAN is airing it where? C-SPAN live. Send me a link if you got it. C-SPAN.com. No, C-SPAN live. Let's search that. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, dude. Radio live stream. I mean, we'll take audio if nothing else.
And it started to rain, and it rained very heavily, but because...
That's awful. That's not it. Dave is there too. Pasta's channel. Okay, gotcha. Pasta's channel. I saw him earlier. Let's go find him. Libertarian Pasta. We'll put it on Pastas. Okay, I see our man. Hold up.
Contrary to
I got
what
a
the
PP
college
too.
kids might tell you when it comes to climate change.
Yeah,
The climate change that we should be concerned with is nuclear winter. And it genuinely concerns me. I mean, I grew up in the 80s, and this, maybe it's I'm a relic of the Cold War, even though I was 6 years old or whatever when the Cold War ended. But I remember my parents and my grandparents, they would talk about it, how they were all so deeply concerned about the potential for nuclear war with the USSR at the time, and how waging a proxy war between two nuclear powers was just unthinkable and so dangerous. And now we are waging multiple proxy wars between multiple nuclear powers simultaneously, and there really is no anti-war movement to speak for or speak of in this country. That has to change, and I think we can do that.
Very good. Very good. By the way, if you see me, I know moderators aren't supposed to nod along and stuff, but I can't help that, and I love both these guys, so I'll be nodding. Yeah, I learned this from Gene Epstein, by the way. If you ever see his old moderating days, he would just make a face of disgust. One guy, someone would be arguing for socialism, and he's moderating, and he's like, it's just the greatest thing ever. Okay, very good. Larry, why don't you take your opening statement now?
Guys, my libertarian brothers and sisters, who remembers the first time I said that? Anybody remember? 2016. It's my first time getting in front of a crowd, and I used that statement to open up, and it made people think, wow, maybe I'm part of a family.
Let's go, dude.
Because we are. And I spent my time these last 8 years.
Where is Kelly?
Trying to build out
Where
and
is
support
she?
so many people within this party.
Running around
Think about
here.
2016, for those of you who were there when I first came on the scene.
Give you the rundown on
People
Patty.
who were there running
He was
for
leaving the
office,
strip
either
club.
VP or president, are still with us. Only me. That's it. Everyone else has come and gone. And they often do that. They come and they go. Very few of us sit here together and still don't just become some kind of celebritarian, but actually talk to people in this room who actually still go out and get signatures, who actually still go to court and sue, who actually still show up and give trainings, who still go out and give advice to actual libertarians running, who still show up to local events and raise money, who still support people who are still trying to run at the local level.
Oh my God! Hi,
Few of us
JC.
do that. One guy has. You're looking at him.
Glad you like the music, man. It's got to be in the background.
So with that in mind, why would I be doing this VP thing again? Why would I do that? Well, back in 2016, one of the reasons why I came on board is I was worried. I was worried that Gary Johnson would come. And by the way, I love Gary Johnson. I don't know if you do. I love Gary Johnson. I came in because I'm in 2012. I do. Love the man. But I was worried that he would leave. And he did. And when he picked his VP, Bill Weld, all of you booed. But only one of you did something about it, and that was me. Yes.
Shit, dude. Let's go.
But I spent my own time, my own money, and I ran a campaign to stop him. And I almost won. I lost by 31 votes. Not that I'm counting. Nobody's counting. Stop, Dave. You're counting. I'm not counting. I lost by 31 votes. Why? Why would some guy who no one they had heard of have any chance of beating the former governor of Massachusetts? Because I built a coalition. Because I said my libertarian brothers and sisters. And I built
Somebody ask him if he's going to drop out after Larry loses.
My worry was that everybody would go away. So what did I do? I tried to convince Gary Johnson at the time to run a campaign that would focus only on one or two areas that I thought were going to work. Didn't work. Didn't go as well as I planned. But I said, okay, I'm going to do it. And then when I ran for governor in 2018, because I thought someone's got to pick up this torch.
He already said he would. I hope so.
I was in
Good,
a position when I could.
good.
I didn't work for a year and a half, and I ran for governor of New York.
If he stays in after Larry loses, after Lars
I went in
loses,
small
he's
areas
got a
of New
great
York that
chance.
nobody even knew about, where the press could do one of two things: cover the cow escaping or Larry Sharp showing up. And the cow escapes every week.
Say he's got the charisma, dude.
So we're
He's
gonna
got the
cover Larry
charisma.
Sharp. And started covering Larry Sharp. What started happening? The local cities started to pick it up, and before you
We
know
got
it,
to the
it
debate
became a
late, so you're
statewide
actually on
campaign.
time.
Because we got mainstream press. It became a mainstream
Libertarian pasta.
campaign.
That's who we're stealing it
That's
from.
when I was getting on the ballot. That's when I got on all the big shows. That's when you'll see me, the all cool things I did was from that campaign. That worked. I multiplied the last guy who ran. I multiplied his vote totals by 6. Ballot access for the first time.
Get him, dude.
First time in New York State ever.
He secured it for New York. He's got credentials.
I didn't go away.
Pretty much the start.
Again,
Yep.
I went
Hang in
all
there.
through New York State. Again, I've crossed my state, New York State, every single county, 6
Yep.
years in a row.
Yep.
6 years in a row. I call it the full sharp. It's true. And I did it in 2019. And in 2019, New York State had 107
Opening remarks.
local
That's where we're
libertarian
at.
victories. They were all local. That's what we talk about all the time. Local, right? Bottom up, right? So top of the ticket gets the press to support bottom of the ticket, which gets the wins. We had 107. We went from 0 to 107 libertarians. By the way, one was in New York City. We had one in New York City, Staten Island. One in New York City. We did. We had one. And then in 2020, my governor, His Majesty King Cuomo II, he decided, yes, he deserves that boo. He decided he was going to trash everything. And he said it was to end the Working Families Party. That was a lie. The Working Families Party still supports him, has always supported Democrats, hasn't changed at all.
Charles
That was
thinks
the
he's
story
going to
he
drop.
told to
We'll
crush
see.
us. We had 15 local affiliates when I started, 30 when I was done.
See, that's the
And we
fear.
had 107 local victories, all destroyed in 2020. Devastated. But my plan worked. 2022, I tried it again, but I couldn't make it happen. I got sued off the ballot, raised $500,000, and went to court 8 times. The Supreme Court would not see our case. And I lost. I thought I can't
they
run again
wouldn't
this
see
time.
the case.
No way can I run this time. Just too much for me. Tears up my family. When my first 2018 campaign, I was over $100,000 in debt. When I was done. My second 2022, almost $40,000 in debt. In fact, some of it I just paid off recently as early as last month. That's how long it took me to pay that debt back. But I did it anyway. I wasn't going to run. I changed my mind with Lars Mapstead. That's when I changed my mind.
Why? I want to hear
I
why.
changed my mind because he was the guy who understood my plan. He was the guy who knows how to move forward. He's the guy who came to me and asked my help. He was the guy who knows how to raise money.
Based.
He was the guy who can make impact and multiply the last by 6 so we get our 2, 3, 4, 5%.
Hope he stands by it.
Retain our ballot access across the country and set us up for the next 4 years. That's what I want to do. That's why I'm running. Thank you.
Hey, man.
All right, very good job, both of you guys. And look, I think I
Let's
do
go,
probably
dude.
speak
Oh,
for the
Dave's
vast
hosting
majority
the
of this
debate.
room when I say
Okay.
I think we would be great to have either of these two guys as.
We should not have people moderating the debate who
Let me
have
ask you a
chosen a
question,
side.
Clint. And I was
My point of view.
Larry kind of touched on what I was going to ask toward the end of his opening comments. So I want to ask.
I'm with
number
you,
one,
dude. He
is
did not
there
excite me.
Somebody who you think is your preferred candidate out of the.
I don't think
people
this
running
is
for
true.
president?
I think most
and then
people
number
did.
2, which is kind of a similar question. What
I
is
try.
this?
I try.
What do you think the goal of this should be? Of running for president and vice president, of having a libertarian campaign for the presidency? What do you think we should be looking to get out of that?
He does not have scripted questions.
I think
That's what
that
I get from
depending
this.
on the election cycle, there are different goals and potentialities, if you will. So I think that if not for RFK being in this race, and I don't say this with any,
It may be a dumb question, but it proves that the questions are not scripted. What happened to the audio?
lower than
okay.
it probably would have been otherwise, and probably multitudes smaller. I think we could have done 4 or 5% if it was just Trump versus Biden, and with RFK absorbing probably 10%, I honestly think we'll be lucky to do 1 or 2. And that's probably going to disappoint a lot of people in
You
this
and I
room,
are
but I
on the
think for
same
those
page.
that have actually
I told
paid
you
attention,
earlier.
you know that's probably accurate. As for a candidate that I would like to run with, I've really gone out of my way not to put my thumb on the scale.
I know.
Yes, I know.
Disappointingly
but
so.
there are
says
really
Dave.
just 2 gentlemen that I have grown fond of over the past
Reck
year,
and who?
And that's Michael Rechtenwald and Joshua Smith. Those are my
Whoa!
my guys. So,
Not surprising,
I would
but
be
surprising.
honored to run with either of them, and I'll leave the endorsement at that.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. Just kind of curious. So, all right, Larry, I want to ask you again. You did touch on this a little bit, but maybe you could expand on why Lars.
I need to
you
follow up
think
on
is
that.
the best
I need
ticket,
to make a
and
note.
what exactly you said. Getting the votes, setting us up for the next few years. But if you could flesh that out a little bit, what is it that look? The truth is that I know every single year we have Libertarian candidates run, and every single year they always say, "When I'm in the White House, I'm going to do this." And look, we all know the odds of that are not great. But like,
I made a note.
But okay, but. If that's the reality, I think we don't want to be delusional. So, like, what are the tangible things that we should look for?
This is an incredibly important point. Most of the time, what do people do?
Jimmy
I'm
Bobby
going to
still
do,
makes
I'm
me
going to
giggle.
bold this, bold that, bold the
That's
other thing,
me.
and no one's going to hear you. You can be bolding yourself as you walk around the country, going to state affiliates, talking to libertarians who are already going to vote for you, and going, I'm bold, bold, bold. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The most important thing is reaching out to other people. Your point is exactly right. RFK is going to suck a bunch of money and a bunch of votes from us. That's true. And if we don't counteract that, we are not going to get 1% or 1%. That's not true. We're going to get half
How
a
do you
percent.
counteract that?
That's the reality. And when we get 0.5%, we're going to lose ballot access in 20, 30, or 30 states. Gone. This party is devastated. Not just that, Jill Stein is now funded. Did you guys know that? The Green Party's funded. Joe Biden's so bad that Democrats are now funding Jill Stein. I'm not joking. I know because they have paid petitioners in my state. That is insane. For those of you who know how bad it is in my state, Jill
Deep
Stein
blue.
has paid petitioners in my state because they are funded.
There he's
We're
right.
going to come in 5th, not 3rd, not 4th, 5th. And if you think the fighting that we have now is bad,
God
wait
damn.
until there's nothing but scraps left. This will be a bloodbath, to quote Trump. This will be a bloodbath right here, to quote Trump. We will
It's
have,
gonna
he'll
be
be
a
wrong, we'll be
bloodbath.
right here.
Bloodbath.
I don't want that. So what is our goal? Our goal is to be able to raise enough money and to raise enough awareness to pull 2, 3, 4% to retain ballot access across this country. The person who can do that is the guy right now who's already been in 15 polls. 15 polls. Fox News, Wall Street Journal. You can clap on that. New York Times. Yes. There is not a libertarian alive, not even me, and I've been in a lot of polls. Not even I can touch 15. Lars has been in 15 mainstream polls, and he's not even nominated yet.
Agreed, Cy.
No one can touch that, period. You cannot touch that. None of you can. And he's already polling some of them 2%, 1%, 3%. Already. So he will raise the money. He will raise the team. He will get national coverage. And we will retain ballot access. What should our goal be? Ballot access, ballot access, ballot access. That is our goal. We need that more than anything. And I know it, and I know my personal issues. In 2018, I was on the ballot, and I was everybody's friend. That's when everyone loved me. That's when I was on Joe Rogan. That's when I was on Glenn Beck. That's when I was on Fox News. Oh, I was everybody's friend. The second I kick off the ballot in 2022, Larry who? Larry who?
That's right. That's right.
All of a sudden, nobody knew me. When you're not on a ballot, whether you like it or not, you are invalid. And that sucks. And we can't have that. We need people on the ballot. That's the key. Why does this idea that Lars has come up with, which is to try to focus first on electoral votes, why does that matter so much? Because that idea gets press coverage. We're going to run a 50-state ballot access. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. We're gonna actually try to get gold on a map. Holy cow. He was already on Smokanish's show. CNN guy already. He's not nominated yet. I couldn't get that. He's got that already. They're talking about it right now. As they talk about it now, it will begin to explode. Imagine if we get 2, 3, 4, 5%, and imagine if we actually get gold on the map. If we actually get gold on the map, that sets everybody up for the next 4 years. Now, for the next 4 years, everyone goes, you guys can't win. Yes, we can. You guys can't do it. Yes, we can. And more importantly, for those of you who know large donors, and you know that I do know large donors don't want to give money because I'm bold or whatever is the word you use. They don't care. What they want to know is, what's your goal? I have an idea. Stop 270. Ooh, I like that idea. Yes, you can clap. Get an electoral vote. Ooh, I like that idea. Now donors come to us. We make more money. We are able to get into the press. People pay attention to us. And here's the best part. How many of you have seen me on some form of media mention other candidates? How many people have seen me do that? Yeah, a lot of you.
A lot, yeah.
So when I'm the VP and we get that, I will be mentioning you You have seen me do it for 8 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Playing to the crowd. Good job, man.
All right, so Clint, I want to ask you because I think there might be some contrast here. Like, what do you think of the idea that the main goal of a libertarian presidential run should be ballot access, and that, or you can respond to any of what Larry just said here. But do you agree with that, or do you?
Yeah, Larry puts on LP
candidates.
candidates. Good job.
No, I obviously, yeah, I don't fully agree. Well, I think it is an important, it's an important outcome, and it would be a nice side benefit. It is not my focus.
Yeah.
It's not the reason that I want to do this. I think that we have a rare opportunity to speak to really, entirely man-made catastrophes that face humanity. And if we can do so in a compelling fashion, we can actually create a movement. Now, far be it for me to think that I could possibly reignite the Ron Paul revolution, but I think that's if we expect to actually maintain our position
gotta be able to
as
hang,
the third
though. Gotta
party
be able
and
to hang.
try and make
I think you can
inroads
hang with
on
us.
the duopoly,
We'll have
we're
you on.
going to have to create a movement. And while I respect what Lars has
We're
done,
revamping
getting
the show.
on to different,
So it's gonna be a little
polls
different, but we'll have you on.
conventional
We had
TV.
Dennis on. We'll have
I
you
really
on.
think you're fighting the old fight. I think that the future is now, and now is the internet, the podcast, the YouTube. I think that that's really where the majority of young people are getting their news, they're getting their commentary, and I think that that's able to reach far more people. If you just look at audience sizes, it pales in comparison. I mean, Timcast IRL will do double or triple an average CNN program.
Drink
and
count.
I think that, I've been on there 7 times. I'm able to
5?
reach very significant audiences. I reach millions
reaching
of
our
people
goal.
if not per week, certainly per month with the show I do with Luke Radowski. I reach millions of people with Liberty Lockdown.
Luke.
Like, these are real tangible results. There's a created fanfare after only doing this show for less than 4 years. I've got hundreds of people that know my name. All through a podcast. It's crazy. Now, that doesn't mean that there's
Talking
electoral
about
success
Timcast?
at the end of that rainbow. We have to do far more.
Who is
But
her?
if you can't reach the people and inspire them to actually
Really?
convince and convert more people into becoming
You
libertarians,
have to know.
then this is all for naught. I am not interested in getting 2 or 3 or 4% if those people all abandon ship the second the election is over.
No, that's Ben
I want
Shapiro.
to actually convert people heart, soul, mind, body. And I think I can do that.
All right.
Let me touch that if I could.
Go ahead.
I think you're right. You reach a
Yeah,
lot of people.
these three.
The problem is
Yeah.
you reach the right people. And here's an example I'll give. In 2018, I was on 2 different
I like how he
shows at 2
stands up.
different times.
Clint needs to stand
I
up.
was on Dave Rubin's podcast, and I was on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Somebody who
Joe
knows
Rogan,
Clint, get in
far
touch
more
with him.
popular than Dave
Stand
Rubin.
up.
Not even close. Far more popular, even back then.
Goddamn right.
Yes, 100%. Far more popular. I got far more views. Far more views. I got far more,
It reads
a far
cunt.
bigger bump in all my social media. All of it.
I'm sorry.
Didn't raise much money. What on Dave Rubin? Raise money. Lots of it. Put everyone else to shame.
And people will see
Why?
his shirt.
Who was
True.
I talking to? Different audience. The audience does matter. It is important that youngsters do listen to us. Of course, youngsters don't vote. The people who vote are the people who read the local newspaper. They vote. And I agree with you. Some of them we will absolutely lose. But I don't care. Give me 4% and walk away. I'll take it from there. I did that. In New York State, I got the votes I needed. And
Even
then what
Clint's
I gave us
mesmerized by him. He's good, man. He's really
107
good.
Local libertarians.
I would
and
not
they
be
will do what you
disappointed
just
with
said.
either one.
My job isn't to convert all of you. My job is to make sure local people show up. They win. They will convert. They will change. That's ground up. That's what I'm trying to achieve. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that, or? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want to.
I just got it.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to talk about a few policy issues. So I just very briefly, but as some of you probably know, I was in the Ron Paul movement. I joined the Libertarian
Oh,
Party
were you?
in,
We didn't know.
2018, and I'm a member of the Mises Caucus. I've kind of been learning in the years since then about kind of different factions within the Libertarian Party and different views that people have. There's obviously a few issues that libertarians have typically had debates about. I'm thinking immigration, abortion, things where there are kind of libertarian luminaries who have made libertarian arguments that take you to different sides of it, but starting from libertarian principles.
By the
take
way,
you there.
welcome to everybody. Thanks for
fact,
joining
I don't
us.
exactly know how
Comments
big
in
it
the
is
chat.
in the Libertarian
We'll
Party,
highlight the good
has,
ones.
over
Thanks
the
for
last
joining. We're
couple of
doing great
years,
right now.
and this has really shocked me, supported the policy of funding Ukraine and are now currently supporting the policy of funding and arming Israel. I do not understand how you can get from a libertarian starting point to justifying robbing one group of people to fund another
I don't understand
nation's
either.
conscripted army. I've just because
True.
I've been so baffled by the fact that there are some self-identified libertarians who support this. I just wanted to ask both of you what your opinion is and what your campaign opinion would be on this. I'll start with you, Larry.
I just went.
Oh, okay. I'll start with you, Clint.
Well,
hey, I'm the moderator.
Sorry. I have a habit of
we're going
moderating.
with you,
Sorry about
Larry.
that. Sorry about that.
Just Larry trying to alpha me up here in the Libertarian Party.
You want me to go again? You want to give
Yeah, we can switch
I'll
it
go
up.
again.
Flex
I'll
on
go
him,
again.
Dave. Flex on him.
I don't mind. I'll go again. No. You're right. The starting point, if it was libertarian, you're right. But the starting point isn't libertarian. The starting point is American empire, right? That's where we are right now. No libertarian in this room, if you call yourself a libertarian, wants to have American empire. Nobody does. The question is, how do we make that step away from American empire? And it is not funding these wars. I think you're totally correct. It's not funding these wars. The reality of it is we also care about contracts. And sadly, we signed some terrible contracts. So we have to somehow wean ourselves off of this.
That's why we
not
love you,
just
Joe.
that, for those of you who know how this
That's why we love
actually
you.
works, the
Even though you're
military industrial
annoying
complex
ass.
is a massive jobs
We love you.
program. I see it in my own state. Literally almost all the new jobs in New York State, all military industrial complex upstate New York. Almost all of them. So can we just say no and stop it? We should. You're right. We can't, realistically. Americans would accept it. They're paying their bills off of it. They're eating off of it. They're surviving off of it. This has to be weaned off. And the appropriate way of doing this is being very honest
I don't
about
know how to
yourselves.
make a
This is
hashtag
what
with my
Lars talks
hands.
about all the time. He has said more than once. He has said we have to fund peace, not war. Now you might
Yeah.
go, well, I don't want to fund anything. Me neither. But we are by the literal billions. If we're going to start funding, fund to tear everything down, fund to bring it all back, bring everything back as the best ability as we possibly can. Someone once said, the first thing we want to do is shut all the bases down tomorrow and bring all the troops home and discharge them. And people go, yay! So you tell me you want to take 2 million men and women and make them unemployed overnight.
Yes.
What a terrible idea. No. All of them have actual contracts. Let their contracts end. That's the smart way. Allow their contracts to end.
It's
Then
the
they
same
don't
thing.
re-enlist. You don't screw over 2 million American families overnight. It all sounds good, and logically, I agree. We should do it. We have to be smart and bring it back. Fund peace, bring our troops home slowly, let them discharge as they normally would, and that's how you bring everything back. Also, have the military-industrial complex bring it all
I
back.
agree with him. The
Funding
state
peace.
should keep its
a quick follow-up
commitments
on this, though,
to
because
the people who are
leaving
contracted.
aside the issue
Yes.
of disbanding the entire military, specifically, there are 2 proxy wars right
Yes.
now that America is funding.
Yes.
What's the position
Yes.
of your campaign?
We should not be funding any of them. It's war. That's my point. We should not fund any wars. None. None. We should fund no wars. Now, if the sad part is, because of what we've done with Empire, what we should be doing is brokering peace. But we can't anymore because we've made ourselves so one-sided. So we have to find someone else, assist them to broker peace. If we have to take the $100 billion we've given to Ukraine, or however many, I made the number up, whatever the number is given to Ukraine or to Israel, imagine if we could have given that to, say, I'm making this up, I don't know, Jordan or Egypt, so they could actually have a peace deal. Better spending of the money we're going to spend anyway. Fund peace, don't fund wars.
Okay. Clint, same question. What would your message be about the proxy wars in Ukraine and Israel?
Yeah, I mean, Larry talked about logic when it came to analysis on this, and I really approach this from a morality vantage point, that it is deeply immoral to be funding these wars. There's been hundreds of thousands, almost every able-bodied Ukrainian man is dead or disabled. It's a fucking nightmare, and we're being robbed to fund that. I don't want some sunset clause. I don't want to see those contracts run out. I want our taxes to stop being sent to death and destruction. Now, the same principle applies to Israel and Gaza. And unfortunately, it's okay. You can clap. They're not here.
It's okay.
We think.
God damn, dude.
I mean, it's absolutely heartbreaking. And once you really dive into these, you realize that it's our State Department that foments so much of this. So it's insult on top of injury. It's self-inflicted wounds. Our own government creates these traps and then steps into them and then looks at us and says, give us more money. Give us more of your young men to go risk their lives for nothing. It's sick. On a moral level, it is absolutely reprehensible. On a financial level, it's completely unsustainable. And I think that because of my background in finance, that's something I can speak to.
True, man.
Well, we are $35 trillion in debt. At the end of the end of the USSR, at the end of the Cold War, in 1991, it was $3.5 trillion. That is a 10x of our national debt since the fall of the USSR, since the fall of our number one foe, the only legitimate contender to global hegemon. They go away, and instead of recognizing that incredible opportunity that was presented to us and working towards peace and prosperity on the global scale, instead we went off and started countless wars over the following 30 years. None of it had to happen. I can't think of a single, if there's anybody in the audience that thinks that any of the wars that we have participated in since 1991 was moral or just, let me know, because I can't see it.
I'd be happy with either of these guys.
Yeah.
Sunset,
Well,
UN, and NATO.
The last one was the
100% agree.
You're taking notes.
Yes. So
I agree with both these guys. I want to know what the differences are.
That lose their contracts. You go and you get a real job not producing weapons of war. That's my answer.
I get with that, but the contracts are usually like 1-2 years. In the long scheme of things, doesn't matter. It's not a convincing argument.
I want to. By the way, I'm intentionally kind of asking about the things that are divisive issues to libertarians.
Please do.
I know that you guys all agree on taxes and money and guns. You know what I mean? So like, I see this a lot in libertarian debates where like
Larry has
the
appeal.
question is taxes, and then everyone has a turn.
I agree.
I hate taxes, and you're like, all right. We, in front of you guys, we don't need to make that point. Oh, is C-SPAN watching? C-SPAN, we hate taxes. Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
So,
go, Dave.
Okay.
Yep, we need to appeal to new people. That's what we need. Dave's like, are we done yet?
For central banks either. All right.
Let's go, dude. Let's go.
Okay.
Larry gets the new voters.
A topic that
let's see.
Amongst libertarians. It's one that I have. I
hope he stays in, man. I hope he stays in. I really do.
Understand how much arguing there is over it. The topic of immigration. I think particularly
here we go.
Right now, immigration is in almost every poll the number 2 issue to the economy. In some polls, it was even the number 1 issue that the American voters.
Let's go, dude.
Care
Let's
about.
go. Turn it
now,
up my headset. Let's go.
Who subscribe to the to open borders. Personally, I've been arguing. I think this is a totally untenable.
Don't worry
thing
about
to
that, dude.
Run a campaign on these days.
Don't worry,
Larry. What do you think is the proper way to understand the immigration issue, and then more importantly, maybe for this debate?
So we were swapping. What happened? I'm doing it again.
Well, maybe I swap when I want to swap, man.
Fine,
I swap when I want to swap.
So
Let's go, dude. I'm enjoying this, man. Let's go.
Presidential candidate should talk.
Not a real libertarian if you don't have a podcast. Swapcast or real libertarians. Subscribe. Let's go.
Obviously, in a perfect world, we'd like to have open borders. Of course, you'd like to have that. It's just not where we are now. We just can't do it. But what I wish we were like the UK and we could cross, Wales to Scotland and whatever, and England. That'd be amazing. I would hope that would happen. Today, we're just not there. The same part is if we actually shut the border down, that's also not going to happen. It's not going to happen because large companies in America and smaller ones too, they all want these workers. Just do. And they're going to get them. They're going to get them either legally or illegally. They're going to get them. I know I live in New York City, and in New York City, It's hospitality industry, farmers in upstate New York, all over the place. They want them. We in New York City, we actually give them New York City IDs. We just give them an ID. I'm not joking. See, here's an ID. New York City gives you an ID we just make you legal. We just do that. It's how we work. It is a terrible idea. It's not the right answer. However, there is a good answer. There are lots of large companies that move literally hundreds of thousands of immigrants across borders all day long in their work. And they're all being used by recruiting companies. Why in the world do we not have recruiting companies on our border, or I said for my state, New York, in the Bronx, literally in the Bronx?
He chose
recruiting
not to
companies
be.
there, and that is
He
New
said
Ellis
he
Island.
did not want to
The Ellis
participate
Island
in
is
such a
not
scheme.
the idea of the government running the Ellis Island.
We'll
This is
explain
literally
later.
recruiting companies.
Making a note.
They build very large, huge hotels. Well, they don't do that. Yes, they do. It's called medical tourism, already being done all over East Asia. They build massive hotels, keep people there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever the case may be, and give them 3 simple visas, maybe 4 simple visas. And this is the part that Lars added. He's like, if you make the visa system easy and simple, most people just won't cheat because it'll be easy enough and we can track them and they can go where they need to go and do what they want to go. We can get them states opt out if they want to. Doesn't matter. This system can work. It will work. It does work already. We don't have to shut our border down. But Larry, what about the bad guys and the fentanyl guys and the traffickers? They're real. I see it in my own city. People tell me all the time, well, 99% of them are good. Okay, I'll buy that. New York City had 200,000 of them come. That's 2,000 bad guys. That's a lot of bad guys.
That's a lot.
And it's one of the reasons why New York City is suffering. There are many reasons. That's one of them. But what if we instead said, if you're a bad guy, you're going to get caught at Ellis Island? What would they do? They would try to cross the border as they normally do. Of course they do. What will we use? The same exact people we have already, who are already on a border patrol, could now chase down bad guys. And I want my law enforcement not being babysitters to families, but I want my law enforcement getting bad guys. And they would go get bad guys. But there's something more important to that.
With you on
Once
that.
you create this model, every company who wants to just create as much as they want to, 2, 3, 4, 10 of them, the market can just come up with an answer. So now we have about 15 million or so, give or take, undocumented workers now, migrants here in America. We can't. I know Trump says, I'm going to start the mass migration. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just not. That's the story he's telling you. He's lying. It's not going to happen at all. He's not going to have some massive deportation. We don't have the bodies, the time, or the money to go door to door and get 15 million people out of our country. Cannot be done. You know what can be done? Voluntarily give them the option to make themselves visa plan that Lars Maps that's talking about. Use that style. They'll just go. You can be in Texas and walk to and walk someplace in Texas, or be in the Bronx, wherever. Go there, get legal. Once you get legal, here's what also happens. There are the bad guys. When I want to go get Bad Pablo right now, I can't get Bad Pablo because he's in an enclave right now to where everyone wants to protect him because they're scared because they'll get arrested.
Yep.
But once they start becoming legal, they will now tell law enforcement where Bad Pablo is. And now they'll tell them. And again, law enforcement is out getting bad guys, not throwing out families or putting kids in cages. That is the way we speak about it. That's how it matters. We be realistic about this so we can have vibrant immigration, but still control our borders. Thank you.
Damn, they showed that lady yawning. Not good, dude.
All right. For the record, Pablo was framed. But Clint, same question to you. How should a libertarian vice presidential or presidential candidate talk about immigration?
Well, I think the key is to tell the truth. And I approached this with a very, I guess, kind of a clean slate. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into when I started to do the research.
True.
I grew up in San Diego. Legal immigration was a way of life. I mean, everybody I knew was a legal immigrant, it seemed like. So I didn't think that it was that much of a stark difference until I actually did the research. And I did the research about a year ago. These numbers may have changed slightly, but the estimates from, say, like George Bush era, the averages were 200,000 to 500,000, usually around 350,000 illegal crossings annually. We're now talking about 10x that, just as I said earlier about our national debt. These are really dangerous numbers. And then I dug a little bit deeper and I realized, like, okay, how could this possibly be happening? To have a 10xing of illegal immigration in a matter of years, it can't strictly be an economic phenomenon. And then I realized that the United Nations was funding, based off of billions of US taxpayer dollars that goes to the United Nations. They then fund hundreds of millions of those dollars back into NGOs and nonprofits, which assist the migrants on that trek up into the United States of America. They do the same thing when it
Come
comes
on,
to Europe.
dude.
If you're
Come
paying
on.
attention, you've already seen that
Nah.
really hardline anti-immigration politicians are becoming more and more popular in Europe. It's a direct consequence of the immigration crisis, and you will see the same thing in America. I think to a
party is
large
the
extent
people
you
who
already
show up.
have.
The
That's
party
why
is the
Donald
people
Trump
who show
exists.
up.
So
That's
I
it.
think that
Sorrow
I am
right.
actually quite pro-immigrant. However, I think that it needs to be a doubling of legal immigration. When we have, at this junction, I think there's only about 1 million legal immigrants that are allowed in annually. That's far too low. I think that we need more people, but we need it to come through in a somewhat controlled fashion. And I know that's a very unpopular thing for libertarians to say, but I'm just being honest. If you go the other direction, you're going to end up with basically zero immigration and full nativistic racist rhetoric that
and that's why
propagates
we're
very
here
aggressively.
because we're gonna watch.
That's what's coming.
So enjoy the show.
That's
hang
my answer.
out.
I think that we need to increase
have a
legal
drink.
immigration and cut
We'll be
down
here
on
for the whole
illegal
thing.
immigration as best we can.
All right. Very good. Okay, so I want to, and then I'll switch it up one more time and go Clint and then Larry on this. So I want to, another issue that's been controversial amongst libertarians has been this
That's
convention.
how we do things, man. That's how we
Unlike
do it.
previous Libertarian Party national conventions, we have just a few minutes ago,
They're the only
Bobby
two.
Kennedy Jr.
Don't worry
spoke.
about anyone else.
Vivek
These are the only
Ramaswamy
two.
is going to be up here with one of you two, from what I understand, in a little bit. And
Get a Band-Aid.
and of
Do
course,
better.
The orange elephant in the room is
Okay.
Donald Trump. Is
We say
coming
that with love.
tomorrow. Yes, of course.
No,
Donald Trump
we don't
is
say it with
coming.
love.
You called him an elephant.
Be
It was just a
cool,
joke.
guys.
He's not here yet.
He's not here yet.
Wait till he
But
shows
obviously
up.
This is a very this is a historic moment for the Libertarian Party and the Libertarian movement. We've never had anything like a former sitting president and the front runner to be the next president if he's not arrested / assassinated. A lot of libertarians have been upset.
He's joking.
About this.
FBI, he's joking. FBI, he's joking. He's joking.
I'm not threatening to do it. I'm
He
saying
pulled
they're
out
going to
his
do
phone.
it. I'm not-
That's funny.
The FBI is not going to arrest me.
He thinks the FBI keeps presidents safe.
No, I think the FBI arrests us for saying anything. That's what I think. Yes.
I'm not going to assassinate him, to be clear. But anyway, this has been somewhat controversial amongst libertarians, and I'm kind of curious in both of your thoughts on this.
If he dies
Clint, you
tomorrow,
first,
that's
and
going to
then
be
Larry.
horrible.
I'll be honest. I was thrilled. I have felt as if this party has kind of languished in obscurity, and I say that with all love, no animosity whatsoever. I want there to be more attention, more eyeballs, more interest, more think pieces, more opinion pieces. I want all of that. I want more attention on our ideas, primarily because I think we're fucking right. I think we are absolutely right.
Let's go!
So, for those that are lamenting the fact that the orange elephant will be here in a couple days, I don't get it. I'm just going to be totally honest. I don't understand how it tarnishes us. He comes in, he says a bunch of unlibertarian crap, and we boo the hell out of him. He leaves. The articles get written. Who cares? It's great. It's all fantastic.
Dude.
RFK was in here
I don't
earlier
get
today,
it.
and I'm hearing free Ross chants and free Assange chants. And do you know how Assange responds? Or do you know how? That's right.
That's
Do you
right.
know how RFK responds? He says, yes, we instead of arresting these people, we ought to be building monuments to them in D.C. Now, whether or not he believes that, who really cares? We have a legitimate presidential contender who's saying it, and it's going to be broadcast across. And if you have a populist movement, there's a decent chance that it gets adopted by whoever wins. These things matter. They matter a lot. So I'm very optimistic. I'm very appreciative of Angela McArdle. I know she's created a lot of division, or the party's been divided or whatever, but I think it's been a huge boon to the conversation, to the popularity, to the eyeballs, the interest, everything else, the dialogue. I love it. I think we have the right ideas.
We know it.
Let's test them
We
in the
know
fire
it.
of the
But
media space.
other
Let's do it.
people are taking notice of it.
All right, Larry, your thoughts.
The idea is not to get
I
our
was not
person
thrilled.
in, but to get our
I was not.
ideas
Just
realized.
being very forward, I was not.
That's
I
the
was
point.
worried. I was concerned. I thought that we had an opportunity that
I don't
wreck
think
it,
this
that
is
things
true.
might go
I don't
poorly,
think this is
that
true.
the media
I've
might
agreed
destroy
with you a
us.
lot.
I was
I don't
very
think
worried.
this
To be
is
very
true.
fair, I told both of you I was, but I also thought we had an opportunity. Is Dan Real in the audience? Is he here? Dan?
Who?
Dan made Fox News about an hour ago.
Okay.
Yes, he did. He made the Brett Baer show saying how he doesn't want that Donald Trump shouldn't be here and we don't want him. Remember that yelling thing he did? Fox picked that up. He was on Brett Baer. So some of you might have seen that. So you know what? I'm now okay with it. I was worried. I'm being very forward. I was concerned. I was worried that we might screw it up, that things might go poorly. But Fox News did not show it as they love Trump. Did not.
Good.
They showed Dan Real out of Connecticut yelling how much he shouldn't be here. We don't want him here. That was that's what they actually picked.
Good.
That's not bad at all. I'm okay with that. If we can keep doing that, if we can keep having people show people exactly who we are,
invite him and tell him he's a piece of shit
idea.
to
Not,
his
we screwed up.
face.
So far, I'm okay.
Stand up. Stand up.
That's
I lost my chair.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I was told an hour.
Shut up.
Yeah.
We're almost done.
We got it back.
Angela, is that right? Is she a real person? Did someone slip?
No,
it's a joke. Be nice.
7:30. We're supposed to be done by 7:30.
Sorry, guys. I took a lot of acid before this.
Yes.
I was just checking
Yeah.
if that was a real person or I was imagining it. We're all libertarians here.
I
Okay.
Doing closing statements.
Okay. If that is the case, then let's move to closing statements and we'll keep them brief. Angela, we're
He's
all
a
good here.
comedian.
We'll
Give him a break. Come on.
closing statements, and then you had the opening, so Larry, you can open with the closing.
How many people in this room have received a phone call from me?
Not
Both
me.
hands in the air.
Oh.
But
How
I'm
many
not a dog,
people? Yep. How many people in this room have seen me raise money for a candidate or a party? Yeah. I got paid nothing to raise money for those people. Just did it. Thought it was right. Thought it was the right answer.
Good job, man.
To fix,
Good
to help,
job.
to support. Did you notice that when I was talking today, I brought up other people and not me constantly? I talked about Dan Real, how proud I was of him. Talked about Lars Mapstead, how happy I am to be with him. The job of the
I did notice, man. It's going to be a close
is
race,
not
dude.
to be super cool guy. That's not the job. That's the president's job.
I'm out.
You are out. Yes.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
No, it's not.
Let's go.
No, it's not.
Shots fired.
It's not. The job of the VP is support staff. The job of the VP is motivator, coach, and trainer. The job of the VP is to make sure that our president candidate looks good when they're out there. The job of VP is to support that VP with that president whenever they can. To be a surrogate. Those of you remember in 2016, I was Gary Johnson's surrogate in the media several times. Some of you remember. I was sometimes better than him.
What?
But that's the job.
I am cool.
That's the
Hashtag
job.
no side. Let's
Support, helping, and being here in the future.
Me
when
neither,
people need us.
Jeremy. You and
Because
I,
very
same
often
boat.
our candidates pack up and go. They do sometimes. But I'm still here.
It's not over yet.
It's important. Yes, thank you.
No other debates are happening right now. So.
It's important that you pick a VP who is going to support the president, who is going to support them so they can achieve their goals and we can all grow, getting ballot access, growing at the local level, and making this a great, great party. I'm asking tomorrow for you to give me, if it's tomorrow or is it maybe whenever it is, I'm asking two things for you. One, I'm asking every one of you to support the presidential candidate that I want you to support. I want you all to vote for Lars Mapstead first round. Everyone, I want you to vote for Lars Mapstead in the first round because he is the guy who will get us where we need to go. He will set us up for the future. Everything else gets us 0.5% loss of ballot access. Lars Mapstead gets us more. I run when I can make impact. I could run all the time. My congressperson's AOC. I could run every 2 years if I want to.
You should.
I run to make impact. This year it's impact. So I'm asking for your vote tomorrow for Lars Mapstead, round one. Please do that. I'm supporting him. Please support him too. And please support me. Thank you.
Well, now Clint's going to show up a wreck. That's
All right,
expected. Let's see what happens.
Clinton? Yes,
Your
David.
final statement?
Look, I think in terms of politicking, Larry's your guy. I am not at all a politician. So much so, I
Agreed.
very much did not want to do this at all. But I think that there's an incredible opportunity And I felt the calling. I felt compelled that I'm interested in having a family soon and settling down. And I'm really concerned about the condition of the world.
Will do, Sharon. Will do.
Both economically when it comes to the domestic condition and then militarily when it comes to the foreign concerns. And I would just not be able to look myself in the mirror if I didn't go out and tell the truth about what I see happening. So that's what I bring to the table here, is that I promise you, I will not be politicking, and I will not be kowtowing to the presidential candidate either. I will be telling the truth, even if it conflicts with them, because I am not a politician. I'm here 100% to tell the truth about what I see happening in the world, and I'm not going to be, undercutting them or trying to be vicious or anything like that. But I'm just here to tell the truth. I think that is what the American people are looking for. Yes, many of them are looking to be lied to, of course. They always are. However, I think there has never been a more right market for just sincerity, honesty, truth-telling, courage now. Right now. They have been lied to in an unbelievable way. So many people have just realized that they put poison in their body.
Too much, Magoo.
And they were told that was the only way that the economy could ever turn back on. I mean, what a sick joke that is. Those people are...
Is that man falling asleep?
They are looking for answers.
Not
right
good,
now,
dude.
They're finding those answers in RFK Jr. That's the truth. They think that he's their savior. Unfortunately, he prescribes a lot of socialism along with his truth-telling about COVID and the FDA. We need someone who tells the
I
truth
will
about
answer
everything.
you, Turtle. Making a note.
It is the honor of my life to be involved with this party, the party of Ron Paul and Murray Rothbard and all of my heroes. Dave Smith. I'm trying to think about which angle to go with this. I'm like, do I just tell you guys I love you? I do. I love you guys. You guys inspire me. You fire me up. You give me a reason to get out of bed. And I think that
is he gonna cry?
That we need someone with that fire inside them, and I have that. I'm ready to go.
That's trans. So trans.
Hey, whatever happens here, it's two of the absolute best guys that we got in this movement, guys. Larry Sharp, Clint Russell. Give them a round of applause.
They're wrapping up there. Looks like the
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah,
We're
we
waiting
can
for
hear
Vivek
you.
Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy.
What's wrong? No, it doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound good. You're awful, dude.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Larry won this debate. That's what we're hearing from everybody. Here, let me switch over. Okay. Larry won this debate. That's what we're hearing. I don't know, man. I think Larry did win.
Gotta be something on the board.
I think Larry did good. Let me cut this guy. Let me cut his audio at least. There we go. I think Larry did better. I think Larry did better. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah. You don't look good either. Fuck, girl. The fuck. Take that shit back to Cali. Yep. Larry 100%. Everybody's on board with Larry. I think he did better, man. I think he did better. There were a couple things that came up. Jimmy Bob is wasted. Don't worry about what Jimmy Bob's doing. Worry about what you're doing. Larry nosed me with make them illegal, and then boom, there's no more illegals. Yeah, it's a good point on the immigration stuff. I think that's the biggest. That's the biggest thing there. Tim using his goblin voice. Don't worry about what I'm doing. 3. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Good debate, I guess. We're waiting on Vivek. It looks like the winner of the straw poll is going to be going up against Vivek here soon. So we're going to be carrying that live. Stick with us here. Takeaways from the debate, man. I do agree with Joe. I think that Larry did a lot better. Charles is there again. Also, no against Larry, says Magoo. The thing is, right? I think Clint has the bold messaging and that sort of thing that we want. And I think Larry may have been too lax on the immigration stuff. But, thinking about our purpose as a Libertarian Party, thinking about where we're going next. I don't know. Larry speaks to those people and Clint speaks to the crowd. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wonder where we can use the QR. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but hey, so a couple things that came up during the debate, during the discussion. One of the questions was Gary Johnson gets all the hate. Why does that happen? For me, I'll tell you what it was. Just bake the damn cake. That was it. I mean, there was no respect for private property. There was no respect for private labor. That was the quote. It's the same thing with Jo Jorgensen, with her Black Lives Matter comments and all that kind of stuff. It's just those little things. But at the time, I wasn't super heavily invested in the LP. I didn't really look at both sides or whatever you want to say. But I was more of a normie, if you want to call it that. And so that was the thing that threw me off for Gary Johnson, and then him coming out in support of Hillary over Trump, like that rubbed me the wrong way. And it's the same thing with Angela now. Angela saying that Trump is better than Biden. I don't like that either. I don't like it either. So that was kind of my comment there. The other comment that came up during the live stream, Hornberger voluntarily chose not to participate. That's the thing with the straw poll. Hornberger voluntarily chose for himself that he did not want to participate in that. More air quotes. Yes, we need more air quotes. Hornberger voluntarily chose not to include himself in the straw poll. He did not like the way that it was being run. Top 5 contributors, top 5 people who could raise money for their party. And actually, I agree with that. And we saw how that turned out. Mike Zermatt got booted out, even though his next closest competitor raised almost $20,000 less than him. He was going to be excluded. So, I agree with that. I agree that was bad choice there. So that was his non-participation. And does RFK have a chance at winning? Better chance for the LP with RFK. RFK has no chance at winning, just based on the delegates who are there. Screenshot it. We can vote. Screenshot what? Oh, QR code. The QR code they put up to vote. Okay. I don't know. Send it to me. I'm trying to see. What is this here? Hold on. What's going on here? Are they getting ready for the Vivek debate? I've been searching libertarian shit all day. We're gonna be here for it, whatever it is. I'm ready for it live. Oh, Vivek. Okay, hold up. Vivek remarks pre-debate.
The fact of the matter is, somebody who believes, or has said he believed, that people should be imprisoned for spreading climate disinformation is an affront to the First Amendment. I think for somebody who cares about human flourishing, his opposition to nuclear energy is mystifying. I want
to know who won the straw poll. Does anybody know that?
On issues ranging from
Jacob was right all along.
the true libertarian would actually stand for. So I think there's more to being a libertarian than
Why does their stream suck? He's a really good speaker. It's going to be a good debate.
I'm assuming you agree with the non-aggression principle.
I agree with non-aggression principles at their core, but the question is how
This
you
is Vivek Ramaswamy's
My
page.
view is the
So
United States should look after its interests, just as every nation should look after its own. And I do not believe that
The answer is the non-aggression principle. Should it apply to them?
the principle that I espouse, because I'm running, where I ran for U.S. president.
here's another one. I got another one.
U.S. president.
Ran for U.S. president. I am now supporting people running for U.S. president, Donald Trump.
Sorry, hold on, guys.
The job of the U.S. is to support allies to the extent it advances U.S. interests. And so I do believe that the United States has a right and responsibility to defend itself if attacked. And I think any other nation that's attacked, including Israel, has a responsibility to
car
defend
salesman.
itself as well.
Very
But I do
clean
think
and
that the United
articulate.
States'
Yep.
job is
I got that.
to look after the interests of its own citizens and advance a foreign policy.
It has
that
been.
aligns with that as a civil.
That's
so,
why
so
we're
it's not
here.
in our interest to defend Israel.
Hey, we believe in free speech.
He's not going to endorse our candidate.
But Vivek, just to clarify your answer,
He's free to express himself.
It's not in our interest to defend Israel. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So I've just been clear about Israel's right to defend itself, and I believe in standing for Israel's diplomatic right to defend itself. Israel's not short on money. What Israel's short on is diplomatic support to be able to
I
defend
do have
itself.
the
And just as I would want
Washington,
other countries or the
LP
UN telling us
stream
we
going
can't
as well,
defend ourselves,
so-
I don't think it's the job of the UN or the
We
United
got
States to
both.
tell Israel.
But to the original
we're not
question, is
discriminatory.
killing innocents defending yourself?
I think that your characterization, your question is loaded with a characterization that
We've
I
got it
don't
here.
buy into the premise of your question.
Yes.
But he's obviously not on the stage now.
Well, it's not the job. I don't believe it's the job of the United States to be the world's. To take a principle that people in this room agree with. If ask those of us in
Yeah,
this room, do
I'm
people
not
believe it's
gonna-
the United States' job to be the global
Don't worry,
policeman?
we're not
The
gonna
answer is
do
no.
that.
So practice what you preach is what I would say.
Right.
And last question.
Yes. I'm with ctpolitics.tv, and
Possibly not wrong.
there are a lot of candidates now who are America First, who are running as libertarians or as independents or as Republicans, who are fighting against extreme wealth and privilege, and there's a huge disadvantage when it comes to
This is
running
hurting
under
my
these
brain.
circumstances. People who really want to make change, been inspired by your run for candidacy for presidency, what advice would you have to those candidates?
Well, I'd say I have a commentary that relates to what you just described. So I do think the influence of money in politics has been corrosive to our system. I do believe that. Now, I'm not one of these
We are
people
still
that
watching for
divides and
LP
adopts a
updates.
Democratic Party
Trying to
neo-Marxist
keep it on screen
worldview that
with
says it's
LP
between the
too
oppressors and the
distracting.
oppressed, and they have to apologize for your success. No, I reject that. I think that if you succeed the right way through the front door,
Ready
and
to
you
go
achieve
live.
great wealth in this country, that's a beautiful thing. So I think what many libertarians would also support. But using that to capture the political system is, I think, where that game goes awry. And so, should we end the lobbying capture of the way these laws are made in the town that we're in? I think we should. I think should we effectuate term limits that limit the entrenchment of both elected leaders as well as bureaucrats? I do think we need to as well. And so, my advice would be to focus, as such candidates you describe, on changing those basic rules of the road.
I don't think Vivek
Until we
does.
change those basic rules of the road,
RFK
the
hit it
results
hard.
aren't going
Let's
to
see how
change.
Vivek does.
And I do think it's going to take candidates who think outside of the box of the establishment of both parties to advance causes like term limits, both for both bureaucrats as well as legislators, to advance causes, let's say, congressmen should not be trading individual stocks while they're sitting in Congress, to say that, it's not a good thing for some congressman to become a lobbyist within at least 10 years or ever after they leave their job in Washington, D.C. And I think you're going to find strong nonpartisan or transpartisan support for those ideas that you see very few professional politicians advancing today. Thank you, guys. I'm looking forward to the speech, and we'll see you guys in there. Thanks for arranging, everybody. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
he's wrapping it up.
Appreciate it.
Let's see how it goes,
So,
man.
Vivek, can we do a quick 2-minute interview just for our media row people?
Yeah,
before you
absolutely.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Up at 8?
Yeah, we're going to have you head out of here. We're running
All right, we're gonna hang out here because apparently they're gonna do a quick interview.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
And Vivek is heading down for a debate that he's going to be having with
Yep.
the winner of the vice presidential candidate from the Libertarian Party. We're going to power down for now, and we'll be back with CT Politics TV with more Vivek later.
Okay, goodbye, lady. Next. That's why you're here, man, because we just go on to the next one. Or it just fucking loads forever. We're ready. I've got the LP one up as well. It looks like Pasta is going to have it next, but we're waiting to see. What are the predictions? Is he going to pander to the Libertarians? I believe so. Is it gonna be? Is there gonna be some surprises there? Who wins? Who's actually going to be debating him? What are your predictions, Clint or Larry? I think Larry did the better job, but it could very well be Clint that ends up debating him. We'll see. I'm pulling up all the live stuff as quickly as I can. Pasta is still waiting to go live with him. Still waiting on Pasta. It looks like everybody's watching Pasta. Nobody has anything unique. Here we go. This is something that's going on.
We're now in Media Row at the Libertarian National Convention, and Vivek is in the house. I'm going over.
This lady is wet.
We're going to start getting some footage of Vivek. And hopefully I'll be able to ask him a couple of questions.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he's still doing his testing 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna mute him.
Give us a look. We got places to stay.
We'll see who has the best angle.
Get back, man. Warm up. We got. We'll put y'all gentlemen and your family up at my place and have a good time.
You made pasta for dinner? I'm hungry.
Thank you again for being here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
100% pandering, just like RFK. We'll see. I don't trust Vivek since he's basically a snake oil salesman. He screwed over his investors in a big pharma company.
I promise.
He's not wrong.
He's going to come over
I'm assuming it's a boy, but he's not wrong.
Okay.
You know, let's try to keep it.
Larry will win.
Yep. And that way we
We'll
make sure
see.
to get to everyone because he does have to go and debate the winner of our vice presidential debate on
Yes,
the
he
top of
does.
the pictures. Wonderful. Dismantling the state. The best way
How
to
to
do
do
it.
it. Yeah.
How to do it. So,
We're speaking.
The LP stream is still buffering.
Good.
In
So,
case you were
in the
wondering.
background,
Good. Yeah, we'll take
for a still background here is probably not great.
How does he feel when you want to switch?
Yeah, why don't we, because I'll just say, take a shot.
He's the comms manager for the.
Yeah, I just realized, guys, we've got nothing but
Another
mirrors
angle
behind.
for that is available.
I don't know. It's a good shot.
We'll just
So we're going to have to go over to our table now because he's going to.
Nah, fuck you. Next.
For this country. But I think the Libertarian Party is also at a fork in the road this year. I think the question the Libertarian Party has to ask, the question this gathering has to ask of itself is, what is its goal? Is the goal to achieve at maximum
liberty
3%
in our
of the
lifetime?
general vote? What was it
No.
last time, 1.2%? At maximum, shooting for a 3% goal and calling that a victory? Or shape policy in this country in a meaningful way to work together with what I hope is
Keeps cutting out on him.
to actualize the vision of this libertarian movement. I think that's a worthy goal. I think that's an achievable goal. I think it's the goal we're going to achieve. But that's a real question for this room that I'm going to be addressing soon to ask itself, and that's what I'm going to challenge everybody in that room to answer.
Are you talking about fusion?
I'm talking about the question of how we actually turn into reality the ideals of freedom enshrined in our Constitution. How do we actually revive free speech in this country? How do we actually revive medical freedom in this country? How do we actually revive a country where a Justice Department does not discriminate against its political opponents?
Because Rick's poor
Revive a
choices
nation
stream
where
is way
it's
behind.
actually run by the people who we elect to run the government, rather than unelected bureaucrats who are exercising power today. How do we get that country back? A country where we're not forking over foreign aid of our own taxpayer dollars to foreign countries that don't advance our own interests. How do we flatten the tax code? How do we allow anybody to succeed with their own hard work without the government impeding their success at every step of the way? Campaign, they are core issues to the America First movement, and they are core issues to the people who are in this room. And the people, well,
Okay, so stream does seem way behind. Here we go.
No, it's Pasta to Go, that show over there.
Oh, nice. I love it.
Gotcha. Trying to get a little Anthony Bourdain,
Okay.
show some food and whatnot.
I love that.
So my question to you is this. You've talked about replacement theory. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that an immigrant has exchanged their vote, which they can't even vote anyways, for citizenship when you push replacement theory?
I didn't push anything. So what I believe though is that it has been part of the Democratic Party's longstanding vision to use large-scale illegal immigration as a way of acquiring long-run voters. And the best evidence for that is the fact that many of those people who did enter the country illegally are on a path to actually vote in elections, are on a path to citizenship, which allows them to vote. And so my view is there is an alignment of incentives here. It's no accident. It's not a coincidence that most of the people in the Democrat
Keep
Party
in touch for the live
who favor
debate.
open border policies are also the same people in the Democratic Party who are opposed to
RFK
voter
hit it
ID
hard on
requirements.
Trump's handling
I don't think that's a
COVID
coincidence,
first.
and I think that reflects incentives. That's
But what evidence do we have though? What evidence do we have that they would vote Democrat in the first place? A lot of these people who are coming across the border are very religious. They're not going to really go play into the LGBT community, and whatnot. And we don't have any evidence.
So just because you have a plan doesn't mean it's going to be an effective plan. I actually agree with you that many people who are coming to this country share deeply foundational conservative values, pro-family values, pro-country values.
And so it's my view that in the long run, just because they've laid that plot out doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to succeed for them. But I do think that understanding an actor's incentives, when somebody tells you they're going to do something, it's in their incentive, or at least they believe it's in their incentive to do it. It's important to connect those dots and understand that. Now, my view is if you enter this country illegally, you should be returned to your country of origin. And if you want to enter this country legally, if you have something actually to tangibly add value unambiguously to this country, and you embrace the values of this country, we should have an efficient legal path for people to enter. I think both of those things are deeply compatible. And so that's where I'm coming from.
Quick follow-up. Quick follow-up.
I appreciate it. I think they're taking me to the next area. Thank you.
He's got to go, dude. He's got to go. We need the debate. Where's the debate? I want to see if he's going to cry about it.
We're still live.
Huh?
Sorry, that was a real big bullshit answer, and let me get the hell out of here. Once there's no theory behind that, no proof whatsoever, no evidence that immigrants vote in mass, whatnot, and they had just hurried me off. You didn't have to follow up. You just yada bullshit. So that's it. Let's go back to the floor and see what's going on over there at the Libertarian National Convention. That was some crap from Vivek, and he wouldn't let me ask him a question about China. So
I agree with him, man. Gave a bullshit answer. Wasn't good. We're waiting to see.
All right, guys. Well, Pasa got to talk to him though. So he's going to go down to the floor. We've got a rig that we're going to take with us down there.
Okay, well, hopefully you get that rig up soon.
When he goes down there, we're looking to talk to all kinds of candidates.
No one
and
has a stream
people who are
right
going
now.
to just give us a lot of good stuff to chew on about what they're.
This is
here
the
to
LP
vote on
stream,
at this
perpetually
convention.
buffering.
So
we're gonna
go
keep
to a quick
refreshing.
break.
As soon as
This
they got it,
definitely-
we got it.
He's hot right now. He's so hot. We're running around.
Who's
But
that guy?
We're gonna come back with something. So stay tuned.
It's just some
and,
guy that's there asking
we'll
questions.
be right back.
They'll be right back. We're here now waiting for the next live stream. We'll see who ends up coming up live. Right now, it's nobody. A lot of people are re-showing the Ramaswamy, the RFK stream. So Vivek's obviously making his way to the stage right now. So we'll see who he ends up debating, whether it's going to be Larry or Clint. I think Larry makes better arguments. I think Clint's going to be more confrontational. So either one could be a good show for us. We'll be here either way. We don't leave. That's right. We do not leave. We will follow the stream wherever it goes. We want to see what's happening next, man. We're going to keep drinking. We're drinking that Jim Beam honey. What y'all drinking? I know Shannon's drinking some wine. I know Joey's drinking something. I know he's on something. I'm Pasta to go back. Go back. Vivek should have answered, it's not the first gen immigrants that we're worried about. It's the fourth case. I mean, that's what he said after Ann Coulter's remarks. Larry will be confrontational? I don't think so, dude. I think Larry's going to try to build the middle ground. Appreciate you doing the stream. Hey, no problem, man. Appreciate you hanging out. Black Magic and 7-Up. There we go. See, I knew he's drinking something. Yeah, man. We're ready for the next show, man. Let's see what happens. We're going to be here. I'm going to keep searching for what the next stream is. Letting the boys know that we're not letting them down. We're doing good, man. We're doing good. We're chilling. We're going to be here tomorrow, too, for the presidential debate. So make sure you're doing the follows and all that kind of stuff. Vivek's got nothing on Larry, in my opinion. I agree, man. I think Larry will do a better job against Vivek because Vivek is a very good speaker. Larry just praised that dude wanting to ban Trump from speaking. I don't want to ban Vivek from speaking or ban Trump from speaking. I wish there was more confrontational. Like, the respect I'll give to Vivek is at least he's willing to go against one of our people. He thinks he can run the table on him, but we'll see. First, yeah, mostly. Vivek is all talk and no evidence, just like Trump, all about perception and gotcha moments. Yeah, we'll see. You think Clint won? The general feeling on the chat was that Larry won, but you say Clint won. Interesting. Wanting Trump to be banned from speaking is so gay. I don't want to ban him from speaking. I just hope there's good pushback in the crowd. And I think there will be, man. I think there will be, especially what we saw earlier. Especially from what we saw earlier, I think that's definitely a possibility that there's going to be good pushback. And in case you don't know what we're talking about.
Madam Chair, question of urgent privilege, time sensitive, 10 minutes from now. Microphone 3, Dan Reel from Connecticut.
On what cast?
I have submitted
What
a
cast?
motion that was co-sponsored by 43 highly now alienated and disaffected delegates. That motion seeks to give back the time to RFK and Trump to libertarian candidates that we intend to run against these individuals.
Yeah, where is this? Where is this?
Your motion is out of order, and
I appeal the ruling of this rogue Republican chair.
it's not part of party business.
I can also be a plaintiff if you want.
That's fine.
That's fine.
See you in court then.
The Kennedy talk is happening right now.
Hey, Angela, I know how much you like to suck GOP cock.
Let's go! Angela announced a 50%
Order, that's
lead
out of
live
order,
on
and
C-SPAN.
it's a complete violation of the
Okay.
NAP. He can kiss my ass.
Woo! Woo!
Now.
Assault! 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 Assault!
Okay, I'm sure. Sergeant at Arms, please escort.
Oh, I love it. That clip is going down in history. Thanks, Dan Spot, for grabbing that. Yeah, so you're saying he's live on C-SPAN. I need a link, dude. I need a link. I'm retarded. Okay, please, C-SPAN link. Vivek Ramaswamy's live now. Come on, give me the link. Let me watch. It was good, man. It was good. Less than they started to win. I'm just saying what C-SPAN said. Okay. Hey, I'm not attacking. I want to watch. Somebody's got it. Whether it's Pasta or somebody else, somebody's got it. I'm trying to find it. Pasta's still buffering. Everyone else on YouTube still buffering. There's something going on here. I don't know what this is. Something going on there.
Job. Now that I think about it, maybe this is the better matchup. Because
like
we
this
do
guy's
have
voice.
the
Okay, I found his stream.
bad guy.
Rip him off. Next. I found it. We got it, boys. And lady, we got it. We're ready. All right, I'm going to take a quick leak while this is happening. Yeah, that's the stream from C-SPAN. Just waiting right now. Yep, we got it. We're good to go. We will be here live. Let's get it done, boys. Go. We ready for the debate? Let's go. We got our pasta. Tim Pool is live. I don't give a fuck about Tim Pool. Look at this. Look, does Tim Pool have pasta? Look at that. He does not. I'm the real Tim. Fuck that guy. There's one stuck for the lid. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Get a wife. Best investment ever made. Let's go. C-SPAN following Larry. Where's that happening? This is the longest dinner prep I've ever done. He wants that button plaque. I'll take a button plaque. Jimmy Bobby. Let's go. Did Vivek already speak? No, Vivek has not already spoke, and that's why we're here. We're waiting. We're waiting for him to get on the stage. Apparently Clint won, so Clint is going to be the one he's going up against. You are ridiculous. Brandy is a real one. No comment. Next question. Let's go, dude. Pretty good, though. Pretty good, though. Good stuff. We need more alcohol. There's Larry. Sorry Larry didn't make it. Real sorry, real sorry. Good deal, dude. Good deal, understood. We'll be here too. Let's go, man. Let's go. Just have a good time. Tim Pool is live with RFK at the convention. I knew he was going to be at the convention, so let's grab Tim Pool's stream. I guess while we're waiting,
we're bringing you continuing live coverage of the Libertarian National Convention here in Washington, D.C. We're waiting now for the next portion to get underway. We should see one of the Libertarian vice presidential candidates, Clint Russell, debate former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Oh, here it is. Yep. We'll have both. Look, we're gonna have both, dude. We're not afraid. That's why you come here.
The International Court of Justice, part of the United Nations. The United Nations just has an ingrained hostility to Israel, and the United Nations has issued. I think,
we will carry the Vivek debate over Tim Pool's cast. Just
against
saying.
Israel, one against North Korea, none against any of these other nations that are that are actually committing human rights abuses all the time. Israel is the only democracy in the Mideast. It's the only place where everybody can vote, whether you're Arabs or Jews. You have all equal rights.
So loud, dude.
Arabs in Israel can run for every
Shannon got your back.
Office. There's 10 Arabs serving in the Knesset. They're serving on every level of the judiciary. They have freedom of speech. They have freedom of religion.
I just want to have something in their background while I'm
There's
eating.
27
I don't
nations in the
want to take
Mideast,
away
and
from
26 of them have official religions.
But the question is, what would you do for Rafa?
Israel.
What would you do with Rafa? You never answered the question.
Real quick, I want to pull this up. This is important to what you're asking, Luke. This is from usni.org. U.S. soldiers critically injured during Gaza Pier operation. 2 other service members hurt. These are non-combat-related injuries.
He might.
But this is U.S. service members. They are armed. Lloyd Austin said that they are allowed to return fire. They are currently under fire from Hamas in Gaza. And so based on what Luke was asking, I ask, knowing that the U.S. is doing this, they're building a pier, should you get elected, would you call these troops back and cancel the construction of this pier?
Yeah, I would have to look at the whole pier project. I've been ambivalent about that project from the beginning. I'm not sure that it's necessary. But I would have to understand it better. I read both the literature propaganda coming out of Israel and the propaganda coming from Hamas. And it's unclear to me how, what Israel says. There's plenty of supplies going into Gaza, that there is no shortage of supplies, that the problem in Gaza is that Hamas is stealing the supplies rather than distributing them.
Well, the Pentagon is also reporting just 2 days ago that the aid is actually not getting through to the people of Gaza.
Well, and that's what Israel's been saying, that they can't. The problem is not a lack of supplies. The problem is that Hamas won't allow anybody to have access to the supplies. And
that's the same reason
chronic complaint.
It's the same reason Gaza hasn't had water is because of Hamas,
Well, no, Israel shut off the water and electricity.
No, Hamas is taking the water pipes.
They took some of the water pipes, correct, but then Israel did shut off the water and did shut off the electricity to 2 million people, not just combatants.
No. Israel, first of all, Israel only controls about 9% of the water. The water in most of the water, about 81% or 91% of the water in Gaza comes from 6 desalinization plants. Those plants are dependent on
visibility,
on fuel and bunker fuel. And what
Israel killed my dad and uncle.
I love Israel. That fuel in Gaza.
Too true.
But they're using it to fire rockets into Israel rather than to operate their desal plants.
I know there's a lot of LP people in the chat. They're like, why are you showing Tim Pool and RFK? Because Phil Labonte and Luke Radowski are there, and they are libertarians. So hopefully we get some good pushback while we wait.
This scapegoating all the
Where
time.
debate?
Jews,
Debate right here on the left. Debate right here on the left.
Blamed
We're just waiting for it.
For crimes that Hamas is
They
committing.
still haven't taken the stage yet.
If a
I mean,
bank
we're ready
robber
for it,
robs a bank
but they're not there yet.
and and grabs a hostage and is firing over the hostage's shoulder at the police, and the police fire back and hit the hostage. You don't blame the police. You blame Hamas.
But at the same time, we don't blow up Times Square if there's a terrorist inside of Times Square. So that's another kind of situation that would counter your situation. But back to the question about Rafah.
Depends on how many terrorists are in Times Square.
Of course, when we went into Ramallah, when we went into Mosul, we killed a lot more civilians than Israel is doing here right now. There's a war going on in Yemen, where our allies, where the United Arab Emirates, the Saudis, are bombing civilian targets. They've killed already 350,000 civilians. 10 times. People.
Let's get sound in this microphone.
You got it.
Good evening. Oh, nope, not yet. Yes.
Yes.
Welcome back. We're a couple minutes behind schedule. Vivek
We've been all
Ramaswamy
day.
is here. He knows how much you value your time. He'd like to talk to you for a few minutes before the debate so that we can really dig in the debate. It's going to be a short but spicy talk, and I think we should let him do it. Vivek Ramaswamy is an American business leader, New York Times best-selling author, and former top 2024 Republican U.S. presidential candidate. He was born and raised in Cincinnati, Ohio, after which he attended Harvard for college, where he was known
Who beat
for
debate?
moonlighting
It's going to be
as a libertarian
Clint.
rapper. Vivek cast his first vote for president in 2004 for Michael Badnarik, the Libertarian nominee.
Yo!
Fact that he was criticized heavily for during the Republican primary. Vivek often quoted Hayek and Mises on the
was a
campaign trail.
badass.
His signature campaign issue was shutting down the regulatory state. He has founded multiple multi-billion-dollar companies and is an unapologetic defender of capitalism. In 2022, he founded Strive, a financial services firm. That is amazing, and my phone just died. Without further ado, let's welcome Vivek Ramaswamy to the stage.
I don't care about his speech. I want to see him debate. I want to see an LP person push back against him. But we have to sit through this first, so let's do it.
Love you guys. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. I got to tell you that libertarian rapper career, my stage name used to be Vivek. I don't know. You want a sense for how well that worked out? I took the next logical step after being a successful rapper, which was becoming an analyst at a biotech-focused hedge fund, where I worked for 7 years. So it was a short-lived career, but it was good. I will say I am probably unique amongst candidates who have run for the Republican nomination for U.S. president in that I have voted as many times for a libertarian for U.S. president as I have for a Republican. And well, look, I'll take this off here. I'd like to hold this mic.
There you go.
It's a very formal podium for a libertarian conference here.
What does that mean?
Things have changed around here, I think. The truth is, I've been skeptical of both major political parties for a long time.
I'm going to cut the music.
Republican Party, Democratic Party. I'm skeptical of any third parties, and I'll get to that in a second as well.
I'm skeptical of the modern Democratic Party. Let's start with that. The reasons for that are obvious. The conventional wisdom is the current Democratic Party is a socialist party.
True.
I don't think so. I think it's increasingly leaning in a Marxist direction.
Is there a
Teaching
difference?
people that your identity is based on your race, your gender,
You keep making
your
me do it.
sexuality.
You keep making me do
the
it.
attributes
Visibility.
you inherit on the day you're born, riding the tectonic plates of group identity, and an invisible power relationship with every other human being, and that we have to correct for those power relationships in the name of equity. A party that in the name of diversity has sacrificed now true diversity of thought. A party that in the name of equity has sacrificed true equality of opportunity. A party that in the name of inclusion has created a culture of exclusion where certain points of view just aren't welcome. Now weaponizing the justice system to go after their own political opponents. No, that's not in any sense a Democratic Party that stands for democratic principles. It is increasingly a tyrannical vehicle for advancing Marxist policies in the United States of America. So yes, I am skeptical of the Democratic Party. But I will also tell you, I'll take that. That sounds good. Because it's important. We're going to call out everybody here. What was the old Ron Paul quote? Truth is treason in their empire of lies.
Yo.
That's the modern Democratic Party. And truth is treason today, but we're going to speak the truth and commit treason of truth right here in Washington, D.C. I have also been a longtime skeptic of the establishment wing of the Republican Party. Think about the party that led us into war in Iraq in 2004. It wasn't really the Democrats. It was the Republicans in the wake of 9/11. I was against it at the time, as I am today. Look at the party that not only give us the crony capitalist conditions for the 2008 financial crisis. People miss this. This was not greed that caused the 2008 financial crisis. This was government-ordained policy that created the financial crisis, from the actions of the U.S. Federal Reserve to raining money from on high like manna from heaven. That's what gave us the 2008 financial crisis. And by the way, I didn't tell you my own story here. My parents came to this country 40 years ago with no money. You know what? When I graduated from college, I didn't make any bones or apologize for it. I did not focus on anything else other than winning through the system of free market capitalism. So I joined a hedge fund in 2008. Bad year to get a job in New York City, turns out. But we saw what happened. Even worse than the lead up to that financial crisis was actually the bailouts using our own taxpayer money to bail out financial institutions that made well for themselves when times were good, but expected the taxpayer to bail them out when the times went bad. Yet who did it? It wasn't the Democratic Party. It was the same party that led us into the Iraq War. It was the same party that had actually supported many of the policies that gave us that crisis, including a U.S. Federal Reserve policy in the first place, that then bailed out those same financial institutions. So yes, I am also skeptical of a long-standing tradition in the Republican Party to engage in crony capitalism as well.
Hey, but...
And we're going to come back to this because I worry that ghost of Dick Cheney is trying to resuscitate itself
every time he mentions liberty or freedom
of the modern Republican Party. So I'm skeptical of the Democratic Party. I'm skeptical of the historical establishment wing of the Republican Party.
We'd be wasted.
I know you all heard from RFK Jr. earlier today.
Yes, we did.
And I'm just going to be calling it out like I see it across the board, 360 degrees here. I respect his commitment to medical freedom, something that many of you in this room share as well. I will first acknowledge that. Got to respect somebody who stands for actual medical freedom. But RFK Jr. is in no sense a libertarian in any meaningful sense of the word. I mean, the fact is,
neither are you.
You cannot say you support free speech in this country if you also have, even in the past, advocating for imprisoning those who have spread climate disinformation. The Second Amendment is not a recommendation, it is a right.
And
I'm going to say this, call it like it is. I am proud to be not only the only Republican candidate who came to PorkFest this year, but also to be the only presidential candidate of any party that did not require people to disabuse themselves of their Second Amendment rights in order to enter those grounds either. And I don't think that you're a libertarian if you behave like the other side. I'm glad he's skeptical of the government narrative on vaccines, but he's completely imbibing the government narrative on climate change. I'm glad that he supports actual medical independence, but the fact of the matter is somebody cannot oppose nuclear energy in this country and support an expansion of the regulatory state on grounds of environmentalism or consumer protection and in any way pose as a libertarian. It's just a fact of the matter.
He's got some issues, but
I don't really bend the knee to one particular political party or another. Democrat Party, Republican Party. I respect some elements of what everybody has to say in respecting freedom, but RFK is in no sense a libertarian either. But I want to actually call out not everybody else who isn't in this room, but to ask a hard question to this room. Because I think the Republican Party, I have said this, is at a crossroads. I'll say a word about this, but they're not going to come to this room.
Let's go. Here it comes.
The Republican Party's at a crossroads. We face a choice. Right now, it is a choice, a fork in the road in the conservative movement between resuscitating that ghost of Dick Cheney, reviving a post-9/11 surveillance state. Back then it was the Patriot Act. Today what is it? It is the expansion. It's not the renewal of FISA 702. It is the expansion of FISA 702. That's what Republicans are rooting for by large numbers today. The same party that took us into the Iraq War is now forking over more of your own taxpayer dollars to Ukraine. So one fork in the road for the Republican Party is to go the way of Dick Cheney of the past. Yet the other path that's now emerging as the fork in the road is to go in favor of what they will call industrial policy.
He's trying to.
But what increasingly looks and smells like a right-wing version of a nanny state. And I don't support that either. The right answer there is none of the above. What is the right answer? The right answer has to do with the people who are in this room. That's the right answer. It's a false choice between the new crony capitalism, the new right-wing nanny state alternative to the left-wing nanny state. I say no to that. I also say no to the Dick Cheney neoconservative vision of yesterday. But the right path forward, and that's why I'm here today. That's why I'm here today, actually has to do with those of you who are in this room right now. Because you too face a fork in the road. There's a hard question for this party right here to ask itself, the Libertarian Party, which is,
okay,
what is your goal in 2024? Why are we here? Is it to seek out another best-case scenario? Speaking hard truth, 360 degrees. I can't do it. I'm not going to stop doing it now. Is it to get 3% as a stretch goal, which would be a great outcome for the Libertarian Party compared to 1% of the last time around? Is that the goal? And to call that a victory and to move on?
Or
is it to actually take the freedom-centric ideals that those of us in this room share deeply in common and to actually translate that into action? By working and influencing and having a seat at the front of the table of the next administration. That's the question for you to ask yourself. I'm not telling you what the answer is.
I don't like this.
But the question is,
Libertarian vote for Trump. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
It's not you don't owe me an answer. Nobody owes me an answer. I'm a guest, and I'm glad to be here. But the question is, do you want to get 3% or shoot for that as a stretch goal, or do you actually want to change this country by working together? And I will tell you this, I'm speaking to you as a libertarian at my own core. I have gotten to know Donald Trump over the course of the last several years and the last several months. And you're going to hear from him tomorrow night. And the question is, do you want to influence the next administration or don't you? That is the question for this room to ask. And my thesis for you, you believe it? You all get to speak your mind. I respect that. Libertarians in the room got to speak up. But now the question is, how do you get it done? I believe the future of this country depends on a libertarian nationalist alliance that will save this country. That's what I believe is required. And my challenge to you is,
booing.
How do we work together to actually restore free speech in this country? So you get to speak your mind as long as I get to in return. How do we actually restore
I don't give a fuck. Say what you want to say.
Get booed. So you are free to worship if you wish to worship how you want in this country. How do we work together to restore the actual Second Amendment, not as a recommendation, but as a right in this country? How do we put an end to a central bank digital currency
making me laugh.
once and for all in the United States? How do we end the Federal Reserve's failed policies and bring competition to the dollar in the United States of America? No, I love it. How do we...
He's getting just as many pro-chants as he is anti.
The three-letter agencies that populate this infested cities in Washington, D.C. We're
Here
not
comes
just
his
reforming
libertarian
it.
stuff.
You cannot reform that beast.
He does.
You want to get serious, get in there and shut it down. Shut down the FBI. Shut down the ATF. Shut down the CDC. Shut down the U.S. Department of Education. Fire 75%
Everybody wants that.
Everybody
wants it. You know what I'm saying?
In Washington, D.C., and send them home packing because they never should have had that job in the first place. Rescind every unconstitutional federal regulation that Congress never passed.
We'll be here for that,
to
too.
FTC
Follow.
to
We'll be here.
FDA to TSA. I call that one thousands standing around, by the way. God knows what. Shut it down. So the question is, how do we work together to actually make possible in this country what we have not yet achieved? How do we revive who we are, the Constitution of 1789, the Revolution of 1776? I am sick and tired of standing around here complaining about it, but what I wish to do is to translate this vision into action, because that's what our founding fathers did 250 years ago. You don't get this without making a sacrifice. It's easy to pat yourself on the back and say you say the right things, but if you want to translate it to action, this is our moment to do it. You want to end foreign wars? Great. End foreign aid to every other country around the world that doesn't advance U.S. taxpayer interests. Flatten the tax code while we're at it. Exit the UN. Stop funding the WHO. This is within reach, my friends. And everything I'm telling you, this isn't new for tonight. This is what I've been saying for the last year across the presidential campaign trail. But how do we translate vision to reality? Are we people of words or are we people of action? That is the question before us right now. Well, who's going to get it done? That's the question for you to ask yourself. You don't owe me an answer to that question.
We'll see.
You owe yourselves and this country an answer to that question. And I'll tell you this, 2 core principles going forward.
True. I want to see the debate. Let's go.
The people we elect to run the government should be the ones who actually run the government, not the shadow government in Washington, D.C. And the sole moral duty that those leaders owe, the only moral duty of a U.S. elected leader is to a U.S. citizen right here at home, not somebody else halfway around the world, right here at home.
I'm trying
in our
not
own
to interrupt.
country.
I really am.
It's not too much to ask. It's not a black idea or a white idea or a Democrat idea or a Republican idea. These are American ideals that we secured in 1776. And I think we live in a 1776 moment right now. And I've come here today to tell you, from one former libertarian rapper to an audience of libertarians here with us today, let us move from words to action. Let us actually take the policies that you and I care about and turn them into reality and have a front seat to make sure we get it done. And if I have anything to do with it, I believe many people in this room should be advising, if not directly involved, in the next administration of the United States of America. That's why I'm here today. So do what is right for America, fight for our Constitution, make George Washington proud, make Mises proud, make Hayek proud. That's how we make America great again. That's why I'm here tonight, and I'm looking forward to talking to my friends Dave Smith and Clint Russell. Let's get them out here. Thank you, guys. God bless you.
All right, we're done with the opening speech. Let's go.
United States of America. Let's actually get the job done. Thank you, guys.
This guy, the guy scratching his head, not interested.
Thank you.
Here we go.
You said it. Who said that? Free Ross, pardon Assange, and Snowden deserves to come home. That much we agree on. I said it on day one of the campaign, and if we have anything to do with it, just met Gabriel, Julian's brother. That man should not be in a foreign prison. That's what it means to be free. And by the way, every peaceful January 6th protester deserves a pardon, along with every one of those protesters on day one in this country. That's what it means to stand for one standard of the rule of law in America. Thank you, guys. Couldn't leave that out. Thank you. Thank you for that.
See how it goes. Debate. There's Clint.
All right.
Oh, damn. Clint's taller than him.
We're going to jump into a moderated debate. I'm going to pass this off to Dave Smith.
He grabs the stage. He grabs the mic.
Hey! How's everybody doing? Are we having some fun? I think
Not
that was
yet.
pretty cool.
Here we go.
So we're gonna start this up here. Angela, how long are we supposed to go for? All right,
30.
We'll figure it out. Someone will tell me when.
All right.
Kicked off. Okay, full disclosure, as I kind of host moderate this thing. I love both of these guys. They're my guys. I think it is so cool
he's all in
that
for
Vivek
this
Ramaswamy
guy.
came to this convention to talk to us. This is something the Libertarian Party has never really had before, where national figures are coming to address our concerns. And of course, I'm very happy that my boy Clint Russell won the VP nod to be up here.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So broadly speaking, I think the topic for this was
put it into words.
How to dismantle the deep state or something like that. One of my favorite things about you, Vivek, I shouldn't say one of my favorite things. My favorite thing about you and what your campaign and your voice has kind of been directing is this kind of, I think one of the things missing from the populist Trumpist movement in this country is a direct focus on a reduction in the size and power and secrecy of government. And it's one thing to kind of say in the abstract, we're going to drain the swamp. But if spending is going up and the spy agencies always have their secrecy, the swamp by definition is not drained. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so look, this is part of the fork in the road in the Republican Party I was talking about. A lot of well-intentioned Republicans believe that you have to reform this administrative state. Fire Christopher Wray, you will hear, and then wait for an applause line afterwards, right? It doesn't work because if you cut off the head of one head of an 8-headed hydra, it grows right back. You have to gut it at its core. And so I am of the belief the only correct answer is actually to shut it down and start from scratch and don't rebuild the same cancer you created in the first place. This is practical. So they say the president can't do this. Actually, beautiful thing about the law is, one of the things politicians ought to try is actually try reading it. Turns out the president, there are these civil service protection rules, which I'm against, which say I can't fire you because I disagree with you of your views on abortion or whatever. Fine. Say what you will. Those rules do not apply to mass layoffs. And mass layoffs are absolutely what we need to bring to the DC bureaucracy. And what Elon Musk did to Twitter, we need to bring on steroids to DC. And you know what? Anytime, and here's the other step of this that we don't talk about enough, anytime one of those government officials has pressured a private sector actor to do something that the government official couldn't do directly, we got to disclose that. You called it the Twitter files in the case of one company. I call it the state action files. Anytime a government actor has done something through the back door that they couldn't through the front door, at least we as the public have to actually see it. And I think that combination of transparency and actually be willing to shut down and mass fire large numbers of people is what it's going to take, because no other amount of reform can actually get that job done.
No disagreement, actually. I would just add that what I find confusing.
Make them fight. Make them fight.
And Crossfire Hurricane that was responsible for ultimately spying on and attempting to coup Donald Trump. And there's this rhetoric about, well, we need to shut it down and we need to start from new, but it implies that the institution itself isn't the fatally flawed institution. Like, do we need a federal police force, which is essentially what the FBI is? Do we need, thank you, do we need a central intelligence agency which goes around toppling dictators and fomenting coups? And no, the answer should be no.
They topple democratically elected governments too.
Yes.
In
fairness.
I'm glad Vivek laughed at that.
So I think that is probably the biggest divide between, from our conversations in the past, is like, it seems to me that America got off the path that it was supposed to be on sometime around the foundation of the central bank and the FBI and the
Woodrow
CIA.
Wilson.
Yes. The progressive era.
I don't trust
So why can't we rewind? Why do we have to not just fire and cut and shut down and rebuild, but rather just shut down, abolish, and be done with it?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Don't rebuild.
Let's start
abolish.
with step one, right? Because we've got the long run future, and then we've got the next 12 months. And I think that the moment we live in right now, we cannot let this one slip our hands right now. Is within 8 months, within 9 months, I believe we will be in a position to turn a lot of this into reality. And you got to take one of two risks. right? Because you can't say, oh, I'm going to cut exactly the amount that I need to. None of us is God, okay? The way you got to look at it is there's one of two risks you're going to take. One risk is you're not going to cut enough. You cut fat, but you don't cut enough fat.
Taking more
But
notes.
at least you're not cutting muscle. The other risk is you're going to say, you know what, I'm taking a risk, but I'm cutting so much that I'm going to risk actually cutting some muscle. That's the risk I think we got to be willing to take. That's the risk we got to take. So that's the next step. And then if we discover that we cut some muscle, right, and something happens that we didn't know about, we're like, oh, no, that was really necessary. I'm open to taking the risk to say we learned that the hard way, and then we will rebuild what we're missing. So that's the way I look at it. Okay. Maybe we'll need that step, and maybe we won't. And I suspect in 99% of the cases we'll discover that we didn't. Yeah. But step one is step one. Yeah. And step one is actually making the afuera. Afuera. Well done. So I think that's the way we got it. We got to bring a little Javier to the United States of America.
Completely agree.
On steroids.
Everything's on steroids. That makes it better.
I love meeting that guy earlier this year too. He's an animal. So I think he'd be a good advisor for the next administration. I think.
Right. You, of course, when you met him, I think I remember you said that he's a big Mises guy and you're more of a Hayek guy.
Yeah. He actually is a big Rothbard guy. Actually, even a big Rothbard guy.
Now,
what he told me, because I said that beforehand, and then when he saw me, he's like, actually Rothbard. So I said,
okay, I can only get so erect. Now, this is a little bit off topic, but since this Malay thing came up, you said you're more of a Hayek guy. Have you not read Mises? And if you have read Mises, how could you possibly prefer Hayek?
Well, it's a first love kind of thing. It's a first love kind of thing, right? Because Mises is, in the modern sense of the word, what you'd call more based, okay? But Hayek was constitutional liberty was my first love.
Fair enough.
And so you gotta what brought you in, right? Everybody here has something that drew them in the first time. And so for me, it was at the age of 19 reading the Constitution of Liberty.
Fair enough.
And his case for not just the economic, because I'd read Nozick before, and I was underwhelmed, right? I don't know about how all of you feel, but Nozick is brilliant, right? I mean, IQ off the charts. But he made a case that didn't tap into the moral case for actually being a libertarian. And I think Hayek did that in a beautiful way. He made the moral case for capitalism, that not only was it the right system, it was the only just system. And I think the Constitution of Liberty, the part that stood out to me the most, actually, and bringing me back to my own, late teen years here, is he said, you don't actually respect your fellow human if you condescend upon them so much to say that their own worth is tied to their financial worth. Right? So if the whole premise for the redistributionist project was that your own financial worth is tied to your moral worth, that means you are morally so worthy that you deserve some iota of distribution. That means it causes you to still adopt that same premise and say, well, therefore, because you have less, you're still worth less, which is actually how we operate in an otherwise crony capitalist corrupt system where you're able to buy the favors you want, but it's actually degrading to the very people who you supposedly help. And so that drew me in a way that could speak to a 19-year-old in a way that still leaves me a Hayek guy, even though I can acknowledge that Mises might be the more based. Okay.
All right, fair enough. It's a fair answer that the guy who brought you into this always has a special place, because to this day I would take a bullet for Ron Paul.
We'll make it more
just because he was the guy who introduced me to this stuff.
You gotta watch the debate. I want to see how our VP candidate is doing.
Well, I mean, he'd have to be more than be here. But also, okay. Anyway,
could I
don't actually want to
bring up the differences. Let's go. I'm with you.
I like a lot of what you have to say. I genuinely do, and I think that the 75% across the board federal headcount cuts is like that. That is a massive step in the direction of saving this country, and I genuinely mean that. What I don't understand is Donald Trump and your support of Donald Trump in this regard. This is my genuine belief that the FBI actively worked to undermine a sitting president. I think they're also arguably, if not factually, responsible for the assassination of civil rights leaders and former presidents and other political leaders. Yeah. Why, in God's name, is Donald Trump talking about building a new building for the FBI in Washington, D.C.?
There we go.
So look. So I'm Vivek Ramaswamy.
Come on, don't take that bullshit. You're selling for it.
I mean,
but what I will say is, I'll say a few things about this. Are all of you? So he's speaking here tomorrow night, right? You guys invited him. He's coming here tomorrow. Are you going to agree with him on 100% of what he says?
No.
Do I agree with 100% of his policy positions? No. Okay. But do I believe that he is the best chairman? Who's going to be the president? Is he going to be the Democratic nominee or the Republican nominee? I think Donald Trump is unambiguously. I mean, come on. Look, I invite you to dream on.
Vivek's not doing well, man. Vivek's not doing well.
Right? I mean, I'm being honest here.
I mean, guys, listen,
let's be really honest.
I understand booing about stuff like you disagree with, but he's kind of right about that one. I mean, his prediction is it's going to be a Democrat or a Republican. I mean, it's a safe bet.
But let me actually lift the curtain a little bit, because you guys should be interested in hearing this, and this is not me blowing smoke. This is fact. I've had extensive conversations with Donald Trump about libertarian objectives. All right, I'll just one that's going to be flat out, at least publicly evident. Right? We spoke backstage in New Hampshire after I dropped out of the race about opposition to a central bank digital currency. He did something that I've talked to other politicians about this. The CDBC or whatever you'll hear from certain other candidates.
CBDC.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying the way that yeah, exactly. But I'm giving you what you'll get from other.
Sorry. I am autistic. I'm a libertarian.
What you get from other.
Because we're better than them, JC.
What you get from a lot of politicians. Yeah, the CDBC. Yeah, that bad thing that my consultant told me is a bad thing. Donald Trump doesn't do that. He asked me, "What the hell is that?" Yeah. And we had an honest conversation. Say, okay, this is what it is. He said, all right, well, what's the reason they want it then? Right? He's curious. And I believe that if you can't state the best argument for the other side, you don't know what you actually believe. That night, he didn't change his mind. 3 nights later, he's on the stump in New Hampshire. I'm still backstage. I'm listening. Wait a minute.
True.
He says, it goes on stage and says, I'm here tonight to announce that I am opposed to the creation of a central bank digital currency. And he has stuck to that position ever since. And so I think here's what I will say. I think the Republican Party and its leadership and the next president of the United States will be a better version of itself because of the existence of the people in this room. Now, I want that influence to be as great as it possibly can be. And then there's a tactical question. Is that going to be by getting X percent, 3%, whatever it is in a ballot? Or is it going to be some other means of actually making sure that we don't just talk about, but shut down agencies? Actually get in there and flatten out as much of the federal government we can so we can have as low and flat of a tax code as possible so anybody can achieve what they want in this country. Actually end endless foreign aid to conflicts that are marching us closer to World War III. How do we turn that into reality? And I believe it is unambiguous. And I know many of you are going to disagree, and that's fine. But I believe in this election cycle, unambiguously, the best chance to do that is making sure of 2 things. One is not only is Donald Trump the next president of the United States, but those of you in this room have an opportunity to shape the way we actually run this country. I spoke to him in the last couple of days, and he says, we want to work together with the Libertarians. I take him at his word, and if I have anything to do with it, you have my word, I can give you that you are going to make sure the policies you care about in this room are translated into action in the next administration. Yeah. That's what I could tell you.
Oh, it's all right.
Well, thank you. That was like a friendly comment. I appreciate that.
Yeah, there was a friendly comment delivered in the most aggressive way I've ever seen. You should be fucking vice president, man. And you're like, all right.
I've never been threatened into being VP before.
I was. That's how it happened with me. But
I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry.
Let me ask this question, and I'll ask this to you, Clint, because look, there's definitely a point here that Vivek is bringing up that whether we like it or not, the reality of the situation is we live in this kind of uniparty 2 wings, and it's going to be a Democrat or a Republican who's the next president. Do you think that, given the fact that Donald Trump was president for 4 years, do you think we've seen much to indicate that the people in this room will be shaping his policy in any meaningful way if he's in again?
This probably isn't going to make me any friends in the GOP, but I'm going to tell the truth because that's what I promised you guys on the stage just about an hour ago.
Let's go!
I'm very concerned about some of the maneuvers that I've seen and some of the rumors that I've heard, particularly when it comes to the foreign aid package that was passed just last month. You have You have Lindsey Graham. You have a handful of Boris Johnson. God knows how that fat idiot would know. But he also said that Donald Trump was ultimately the one that was responsible for greenlighting $100 billion additional dollars that are going to proxy wars against nuclear powers. That is not America first. That is not make America great again. That is neoconservatism. That is Nikki Haley.
Yeah,
that is the
I need
person
more.
that you ended their political career. Tell me why Donald Trump is better, because I can't see it. I don't understand what's happening.
Here we go.
there.
Come on, dude. It's
So I
heating
had
up. It's
somebody
heating
in
up. It's heating up. Let's go. Come on, Clint. Go. Let's go.
So fucking good.
So
Dave's like, it's fucking good. Can't say
I
no.
got a what was supposed to be a gotcha question when I was in Washington, D.C. yesterday, which is, how would you have voted on that aid package? Would you have voted no? I would have voted no. That's what I can tell you. I'm here as me. And I think that I applaud you for...
You're here
I don't
defending
think
Trump.
that
Don't
that
fucking
advances
lie.
the best interest of the United States. And look, do I think that TikTok is a good platform for our youth? No, I don't. I think it's disgusting. Do I believe the U.S. government should be in the business of banning individual companies right off the bat, willy-nilly shooting from the hip? No. So I would have voted no straight down the line, and I disagree with my Republican colleagues who voted yes. That'd be the answer to that question.
I appreciate that.
Can I? Absolutely, that's
Keep
great
forcing.
answer.
Keep hitting
Can
him.
I ask
Hit him
you,
again.
Just a follow-up on that. Why do you think there was this push to ban TikTok? Do you think it's really because, as they say, it's partially owned by a Chinese subsidiary, or is it because of, let's say, a different foreign nation?
Well, I think you're talking about you're talking about a foreign nation beginning in Silicon Valley. Actually, it's Facebook lobbying is the reason we passed that bill. That's what I believe. I actually believe the reason is
I don't think that's what he's saying.
they're literally taking the same videos from TikTok
This is
and putting
stupid.
it on
Stupid
Reels.
question.
Who do you think is actually benefiting from that? Who was lobbying for the first version of this the first time around? So I have no patience for people in Washington, D.C. who now suddenly have discovered a concern for China, didn't give a second care about 60 Chinese transformers.
I
or
don't
electric
disagree
goods.
with
They didn't
Kelly.
say anything about that.
Let's go.
But suddenly they decided TikTok was the issue. And you know what? Here's the way I look at passing laws. Even
That's
if you
what he
agree
was
with the law
talking
or
about.
not, at least
That's
I can
what he's
respect
talking
it
about.
if you're applying the same rules of the road, right? So if there's some kind of behavior you don't want, then have a debate about banning that behavior. But the idea of putting a prior restraint or a ban on one particular company, I think is a dangerous precedent in the United States. Now let's take the example of, have you seen a case of this social media company that a lot of kids are using, influencing what users see to prop up the CCP? Yes, we have, and I'll tell you exactly how. Have we seen an instance of your social media account being shut down if you claim that the COVID-19 virus originated in a lab in China? Well, yes,
Happened
you've seen
to
that
us.
at large scale.
Yes.
Were your own posts censored if you said it? Was your own account censored if you said it? Yes, it was. Was there a state actor, a nebulous puppet master behind the scene, a Wizard of Oz, who was getting those tech companies to do it? Yes, there was.
I want more
and that
fights.
government was the United States of America's government. And you know the companies that were doing it were YouTube, TikTok, not YouTube, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. They act Twitter before Elon acquired it. So that's what I think is, this whole thing is a farce. It's a smokescreen they've created. Do I think that TikTok is good for a good influence on young people? No, but that's a separate question from asking whether you're going to pass a bill banning the existence of one random company. It's unprincipled, it's unconstitutional, and that's why I'm against it. You can both at once believe something is bad for someone while saying it's not the government's job to be in the business of banning it.
I appreciate that.
Couldn't agree with that more.
Fight.
Do you think, Clint, is there, if there were to be, say, like the Libertarians, I think a lot of people in this room probably agree. I mean, look, the reaction obviously has been, there's been things that you've been on your feet cheering for what Vivek's saying. There were a few things that you had a mixed reaction to, a few things that drew some boos. What do you think, Clint, is like the biggest obstacle for most of these people in the room, if you could speak on their behalf or for yourself, that is what you just can't get over the hump to say, okay, I can swallow this pill that we may agree on some issues with Donald Trump. Certainly all the right people hate him, but I can't find myself pulling the lever for him.
Yeah. It's interesting because I was thinking about that right before we came out here, and it was actually a tagline in your speech about turning words into action. The issue has been that the GOP, throughout my entire life has not turned words into action. They haven't. They've promised to defend. They've promised to defend the Constitution. When? I'm going to die before they do it. I mean, this is my deep-seated concern. They also talk about limited government. They talk about ending the wars. They talk about bringing our troops home. When? It's not happening. So the reason the Libertarian Party is as viable as it is, the reason that Donald Trump and yourself and even RFK are here this weekend is because the election margins are so thin that you guys need us. And I appreciate that you're willing to come and talk to us, because there's not real animus, particularly between you and I. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. But there is a tremendous amount of animosity between myself and the GOP, who has ran around talking
we
as
gotta
if
be
they're
up at
Ron
9
Paul
a.m.
and governing as if they're John McCain.
There we go. Come on, man. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Make it bleed.
That's a first.
Come on.
And if you watch the GOP debates, you would know we agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, look, to be fair, it is almost kind of like, look, I think it's not so much that Clint's arguing with you. Because, look, this is the stuff Vivek was talking about in those debates.
Vivek is defending Trump, and he should beat as if he was.
Trump, I think more than
and even more than Donald Trump, just the GOP broadly. It's like, like, when do we actually expect to see the outcome? Because we're $35 trillion in debt, over $1 trillion in interest alone.
Keep going.
I mean, that's going to be the largest expenditure for the United States government. The largest government in the history of the world is going to spend more on interest than on our national defense. I'm sorry, but that's just not a sustainable trajectory. And I know you know that. Yeah. I know you do.
And by the way, $7 trillion of that $35 trillion number comes from
Stick with us, bro. Stick with us. We have a good time.
Thank you. That the Republican Party was responsible for leading us into.
Let's go.
Now,
get him, dude.
Say this about Donald Trump. He was the single person who, back in 2016, opposing the Iraq War was toxic in the Republican Party. So you're asking for pieces of evidence. It's easy, and I love the stuff you're saying. You're saying it really well, and they love you for it. But it is easy to come into a room. And I've been in these rooms too.
It's a hot room.
I go to you go to a room of people who agree with you. That's great. But to go to an entire political party and to take the signature step that they took and to say this was all wrong, and then to convert the majority of people in that room in a direction that starts a revolution, that's actually what it takes. What takes real courage. See, I would sooner go to a room like this with the Democratic Party or with you all than just preach to a room of people who already agree with me, because then we're not actually getting something out of this. But I think that in many ways that is what Donald Trump did to the Republican Party in 2016.
That's
the
true.
only person who opposed the war in Iraq, other than Rand Paul, got to respect.
Yeah, of course.
Rand Paul, but in terms of people who got double-digit, actually in the late stages of that primary, and the guy who won it, look, to me, how do we take that to the next level? Right? What does America First 2.0 look like? And this is not for argument. This is for opportunity. And one thing I will tell you is, I'm not some GOP politician. I've been a businessman. I chose to run for president over the last year. If you guys watch the GOP primary debates, you'll know that I was not a favored child of that party's establishment, okay? But I'm here to,
it's because you're Indian.
I care about the country.
I'm sorry.
The future direction of not only the
Fuck
Republican
off, Joe.
Party, but even the America First movement
it looks like
is
a man,
actually
but
yet to be defined. Right? The America First movement is one wing of the Republican Party, now the majority, that
JC.
stands in opposition to the neocon view of yesterday. The neocon, what is that? Surveillance state, expand it, foreign wars, keep the war machine running, and the money printing machine running. That's now receding, but you have the America First movement that still needs to now play that forward, right? You got the Dick Cheney wing, but play that forward. The future of America First is still being defined as we speak. And I want you all to understand, this is a major opportunity. I see myself, I believe it is my responsibility to play a role in shaping this for the better rather than the worse. I don't believe in recreating a mirror image of the left-wing nanny state in the form of a right-wing nanny state and calling it industrial policy because it sounds better. I believe the future is combining that strand of the America First movement that speaks to me national pride, pride in this country, pride in who we are, restoring purpose for people who lack it, and say that we pledge allegiance to the United States of America because of what it represents. Not because it's a geographic space, but because there are certain ideals enshrined in our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. To combine that with the policy vision that we, 98% of us, agree on in this room right here. That's the opportunity sitting in front of us. And I think that if we go the direction of just, hey, saying that this is a separate silo and we view that as oppositional, you will not have the influence of shaping it. I think it will be an opportunity to shape the future direction of this country by fusing those libertarian and positive national pride-oriented nationalist instincts that actually make our country the best version of itself. And I am here to make sure we don't squander that window, because it's not going to present itself again. It's going to be baked 8 years from now. This is our chance to actually get that right, and that's what our founding fathers stood for. Yeah. That's what I stand for today.
I'm with you. That's why I say extra doubt.
All right, so
that's why I say extra doubt.
I think the kind of disconnect here, and look, I know I'm moderating this, but obviously everybody knows my bias.
You have opinions, David?
Occasionally. I think the disconnect here is that I highly doubt that anyone in this room would kind of agree with your point that Donald Trump opposing the war in Iraq on that stage in South Carolina and telling Jeb Bush his brother lied us into Iraq was an amazing moment. That his rhetoric about America first is substantially preferable to neocon rhetoric about spreading democracy. But the issue is you kind of have these 4 years where he clearly got rolled by his deep state at almost every single turn. And then, as Clint mentioned, just the other day, he's bragging about how the aid to Ukraine is a loan, not a gift, and how he influenced that. By the way, it's a loan with 0% interest and no enforcement mechanism of them paying it back. So it's very different from a gift. And so it just seems to me like he's giving us these indications that while he might say the right thing, has he learned anything?
Just made me feel like an old man.
And also just some of the people being floated around, you know, I've heard rumors of Marco Rubio being considered for VP. I mean, the guy, we're not big fans of Rubio here. The guy, now I've heard rumors about great people, including yourself as well, but like, the question is like, has he learned is there any indication that he's actually learned how to maneuver once in power?
So let me say, I'll give you my word on this, and then I think we got smart minds here next to me up here. Let's talk about vision and actually where we want to go, rather than person. I mean, because how much further are we going to go, right? You can talk about personalities and individual people. That's less valuable than actual vision of where we're headed. But you asked a question, I'm going to answer it. So here's my view. I ran for president.
We got to hit him, dude. We got to hit him
this time around, and I learned a lot of things.
You spelled your name wrong. She won't answer you.
This game, okay? There are a million things I would do differently in my own campaign. Not ideological policy things, a few things maybe, but the operations of it, just running in the sport of politics. A million things you learn, such that if I were advising somebody to do it again, or if I was, God forbid, ever doing it again, you were going to understand what you didn't know the first time around. I know for a fact Donald Trump would say the same thing about the fact of coming in from the outside, not knowing the first thing about politics, coming in from the world of business, but I think that's an advantage. And then saying, you know what, am I going to run for a second term if I already did everything perfectly the first time? There'd be no reason to run for a second term. And so it's my view that we have an opportunity to shape, for the better, the future direction of the America First movement. Do we want to seize it or not? I believe we do. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing every bit of what I am doing. That's why we have now an official opposition in the Republican Party platform from the top down to the opposition of a central bank digital currency, to backdoor censorship from tech companies in ways that we did not several years ago. And I think that this is the direction of the future. Take that positive national pride strand of the America First movement, combine it with the libertarian core of the Constitution, the libertarian bones on which the Constitution was written, with 3 branches of government, not 4.
But those people,
and a Bill of Rights
unconvinced.
That has, say what you will about it, the best and greatest guarantor of actually protecting individual rights of any other nation in human history. Combine those 2 things. That's our future ahead, and that's why I'm here. And you know what? Is anybody perfect? We're going to say this. Am I perfect? Is anybody in this room perfect? Is anybody God? Raise your hand if you're God. I'm not. Okay, just Dave Smith. A couple of them back there, too, so you're going to have to duke it out.
He'll be here
but
on
for
Sunday.
the rest
His
of
name's
you,
Ron Paul.
But for the rest of you, none of us is God. But the beauty of this country is that we're not perfect, but we aspire to perfection. Yeah. And the left makes this mistake. They do the same thing. Well, Thomas Jefferson was a slaveholder. Therefore, the nation was started in 1619 and we abandoned the Constitution because it was written by slaveholders. No. We are fallen human beings. But I would rather live in a country that has ideals and has people who fall short of them than to live in a country that doesn't have any ideals at all. And you know what? That's what the United States has founded on, is the pursuit of perfection. So don't turn your back on that. Help us pursue perfection and the vision that we set into motion.
Smack 'em.
That's what I ask for you, and I would say
It's
let's
time.
go back to talking about policies and
Sure,
ideas.
sure thing. Absolutely. Okay. So in terms
Agree,
of
it's
policy,
not a debate,
I
it's a
think
fuck
that here's
fest.
one
Suck
area
fest.
where
Shuck
we
fest.
might differ a bit. One of the things you ran on was kind of a crackdown of trade relations with China.
Redo with Larry. I'm down for
I
it.
would say crackdown of our economic dependence for vital attributes of our life from China. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Clint, what do you think about the idea of that?
Well, I'll just ask a follow-up before I jump through this TV screen. How do you decide? How do you approach this from a libertarian free market perspective, but also have the president who's running on, I'm going to dictate what materials, what supplies are vital to this nation, and therefore
I'm not feeling inspired right
whatever
now
to diminish the supply coming out of China. I don't understand.
Yeah. So, beautiful question. Okay. This is a question of, I'll give you an analogy from the Trojan War. Okay. So, Greece would have never defeated Troy by tearing down the walls of Troy. The walls of Troy were too hard to scale. So they gave the gift that they knew that Troy could not resist, the gift of the Trojan horse, which they then used as the vehicle to burn it down from within. And I think in many ways, China has done this by viewing capitalism, not real capitalism, but a perverted form of it, as the Trojan horse that they've used to actually burn us down from within. I'll explain what I mean. Is it capitalism if one end of that party, so let's say China says that the United States, or let's use the word of BlackRock. I'll give you a real world example. BlackRock manages U.S. government dollars from California's pension fund and New York's pension fund that require them, the government actors require them, as a condition of managing their
Party
money,
is made up of the people
to
who
say
show
that
up.
companies like Exxon and Chevron cannot
Not
actually
totally wrong.
maximally burn fossil fuels in the United States. They have to adopt Scope 3 emissions caps. Yet that same company, exact same company, as a condition for entering business in China, had to lobby for lower listing standards for Chinese companies in the United States, and is actually one of the largest shareholders of PetroChina, to whom they don't apply those same Scope 3 emissions caps. I'm sorry, that's not capitalism.
I gotta put the music
That
on.
is a crony capitalism in reverse.
That's true.
That is state-directed capitalism. That is mercantilism. So we cannot delude ourselves into just reciting the same slogans, by the way, as that neocon wing of the Republican Party did 40 years ago. We're not going to just recite those mantras, because that gain isn't capitalism. It is us pretending like we're indulging in international capitalism when we're actually trading with a mercantilist actor.
Yeah.
So against that backdrop, my view is, can we depend on that same country for our own defense industrial base? That doesn't make any sense. Now, maybe some of you think we don't need a defense industrial
this
base,
debate
and
makes
that could
any
be a
sense.
coherent view, and you're allowed to have that view. But for those of you who actually agree that there's some minimal defense industrial base that the U.S. requires, it is completely incoherent for the U.S. to depend on that counterparty for providing the very defense industrial base that's supposedly defending against their threat. It doesn't make any sense. And so that's my position, which I think takes into account the reality of what we're actually facing in this unique circumstance, without throwing the baby out with the bathwater and say we somehow give up on free trade in the first place, and we give up on trade as a way to actually reflect Adam Smith's vision for the people who are actually playing by the same rules of capitalism.
Saying a lot of words, but I don't
appreciate
fucking
that.
care.
I appreciate the clarification. It does answer a lot, but I view all trade wars, mercantilism, I view all of it as Band-Aids on bullet wounds. I really do. I see it as ultimately the reason that our industrial base has been outsourced to China is because we closed the gold window.
Well, a lot of regulations here.
Well, I mean, it's really a large product of 1913, the Federal Reserve Act, and then closing the gold window in 71. You look at the industrial base; it's just it evaporates over those following 50 years. I don't think that's a coincidence. Now, we're
still producing a lot of paper money.
Well, no, that's true. I mean, but that's really what we're dealing with right now. Is that while we import a lot of actual goods that are being produced by China, and we ought to be appreciative because we couldn't afford to buy them if they were being made in America. What our main export is paper, green paper. That's what we export. That is not a foundation that's sustainable either. And I think that tariffs or any sort of, these are all just like pinpoint targets on what is ultimately a wound that is fatal. Yeah. And we have to end the Federal Reserve if we're going to resolve that.
Let's go, dude. And the Fed. And the Fed. And the Fed. Yeah. And the Fed.
Ron Paul will be here Sunday night.
Sunday night, all right. So I'll say two things in response to this. First is, we're not going to, here's a deep agreement. We're not going to beat China by being at China. Okay, that much I definitely agree with. Look at the central bank digital currency. The main argument for it in the United States is that China's doing it. Why is China doing it? They're doing it because they want to be able to wipe your bank account clean if you say something that the government doesn't agree with. So keeping up with the Joneses or the Jinpings is not an answer for why we do something here in the United States. So there we deeply
He's got a lot of good lines.
You know what country banned TikTok
Letting him
before
talk
the United
too
States
much.
did? China, actually. So we're not going to beat China by being China. The point of monetary policy, you're not going to find daylight between us. I think that our dollars should be pegged to commodities that actually have real value, purposefully tie the hands of the federal government. Now, that's a hard answer. But China I think that is a necessary but not sufficient answer to the question. Okay. Because I think China has understood that the gain from trade model only works if you have a commercial actor on the other side. But if somebody else is guided by non-commercial goals, engaging in a system that was designed for actual engaging in mutual commerce, they're able to advance political goals through a vector that was exclusively designed for trade. And I think that's the trap we've fallen into. And you know what I want to avoid? I don't want to talk foreign wars on one side of the world. I don't want a foreign war on this side of the world either. But in order to wake up to that reality, we got to say that if you're not playing by the same set of rules, open up our trade relationships with Japan and South Korea and India and other countries where we've restricted it. If you actually want to declare economic independence from China, producing in the United States is good, but you got to be open to every other mechanism to do it too. So I think that's where we might find some common ground.
Okay. Very good. All right, so let's talk a little bit, because the broad topic of this was about the deep state, but we were covering a lot of things. But I will say that here's an area where I do think there's some daylight between the two of you. I hear you talk a lot about the FBI and the CIA, the NSA. Another three-letter organization is, which is just as bad, is the DEA. And I know you've kind of taken like a very aggressive posture toward drug cartels in Mexico, even at one point talking about a drone campaign against them. Why don't you just support calling off the stupid, disastrous war on drugs and just get this stuff out of the black market?
So I'll say a word on this here. You guys are, I'm in the Libertarian Party convention here as the guy who's defending some level of drug regulation in the United States.
This audience is very high.
Right. Yes. I didn't get that sense. No. So here's what I will say is, I favor medical choice. So let's start with common ground, and then I'll go with where we differ. Decriminalize. There's one GOP candidate who favors decriminalizing ayahuasca, ketamine, psilocybin for people who want to use it to treat PTSD, certainly veterans who are suffering from PTSD. That doesn't exist today. And so I understand the arguments for medical choice, and I'm fully in favor of it. I mean, I've dealt with the FDA. My first business was in biotech, and I've dealt with the same FDA. Don't forget, medical choice means two things. One is we've, of course, been taught the hard way in recent years. Just because the FDA has approved something doesn't mean that you should ever be mandated to take it. So that one. But just because the FDA has not approved something does not mean that you shouldn't be able to take it. In fact, you deserve to have medical choice, and I stand for the absolute, actual right to try.
Stop letting him talk. We
and
need
so part
more.
of what we're seeing here
You
is
say that, but it's
this
not
is
true.
actually administrative blackballing, where we do have a right to try law. Actually, you got to think about things that Donald Trump passed. The right to try law was actually passed under Donald Trump's tenure. He pushed for it.
One
but
of the few good
FDA
things he did.
blackballed it. Here's a dirty little secret in the pharmaceutical industry. If you're a company that avails yourself of right to try, so you say that, okay, I'm going to make my therapy available for people who want to try it, even if the FDA hasn't approved it. Even though the law permits you to do that, the FDA will completely penalize you and blackball you on any other application you bring before them. So that's why no company actually does it. So I'm focused on tackling what I think is the next frontier of actually dealing with stupid drug regulation in this country, which is ensuring medical choice for medical purpose. And I think let's cross that bridge first, is where I'm at before we have a further discussion. On the issue of fentanyl, which is where I was the most hawkish, okay? I don't think it is a drug overdose if somebody takes something that they don't know contains a substance and then die from it. I have met parents across this country, and this is not a joking matter or anything else. Okay, legalize what exactly? Right?
Let him talk, but fucking push back.
I'm talking about where I was most hawkish is on fentanyl. Well, if somebody's taking a pill that they might have purchased illegally, but the kid takes it and they die not knowing it contained fentanyl, that's not something they signed up for. That's not a fair bargain.
100%.
And that's happening intentionally as well.
But I think
my focus is on addressing that crisis. And do we agree on this issue? Of course not. But am I going to be probably the Republican who's going to be most likely to bring the other half of medical choice to bear? I believe that is as far as we're going to get as the next step.
It's fair enough. I think the point that people are making as they
Visibility.
kind of heckle here is that the whole point is that you're 100% right. It's that person was poisoned. They didn't OD on drugs. The point is that you will exclusively find this in the black market. You're not going to hospitals there's not an issue of people going to hospitals and getting a pain pill and ODing from fentanyl because it's tested and it's all weighed out.
So this is just an area where we're going to we agree on 98% of policies. There's going to be got a part of the 2% window where when we look at what part of medical choice do we agree on, if you deserve to take a substance for medical purposes that has not been approved by the FDA, you can't do it today, and I believe you should have the opportunity to do it. From ayahuasca to ketamine to psilocybin. I agree with you.
Should be,
do I think it's going to be net good at this juncture, especially when you're dealing with,
and
this is where it actually
Clint right
the rubber
now.
hits the
It's
road
not
for
looking
me
good
is,
for Clint.
I'm a libertarian for adults.
Huh?
Kids aren't the same as adults.
Agreed.
Okay? And so that's, I think, where I also draw a big line of impact, and that informs
I'm an
a lot
adult.
of the views and the stances I've adopted.
I'm a grown up.
I 100% do agree with that. Kids, if my kids are listening, you have zero rights. All right. Guys, I've been given the sign that I got to wrap up. I really enjoyed this so much.
Too bad you
Clint
didn't actually
Russell, Vivek
moderate.
Ramaswamy. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, give it up for Vivek. He didn't have to do this. Hey, I just want to say thank you guys for welcoming me. Thank you guys for keeping an open mind. You've had an impact on me. Give a round of applause to Clint and a great moderator, Dave Smith, as well. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the warm welcome.
RFK still going on with Tim Pool. All right, so where are we at? Are you guys feeling what I'm feeling? Was it underwhelming? Is that where we're at? Trying to crank up the volume here. Let's cut this volume. Come on, dude. Why? Okay, we'll be here for that too. Where are you guys at on it? I'm working on getting some of the Swamp Boys on here, but let's switch over here. Got your live chats on. Don't ask. What do you mean don't ask? I am asking. What's up? We need him to debate Larry instead. For the new Super Bowl, this has been terrible. Adequately whelmed. Okay, I guess. Big win for Vivek. I think that's probably true. Let me see. Maybe it's because I don't have it pulled up. There you go. See it updated. There we go. That's what it was. I got you guys now. First time hearing Vivek, mostly awful. That's your first time hearing him? I'm really surprised about that. You love this song? This song is the good one. You don't know what's up. Yeah, man.
We're going to get some more Swamp Boys on to see what their reaction was from the floor, how they feel about everything. So we're just waiting on them to get out of the room and get to somewhere quiet. Host. Debate's over. Let me know. Here we go. We'll let them join up. All right. Vivek asked the right question. What are we going to do with 3%? Inflation is more than that. Funny. Yeah, I don't know. Is Tim's after hour rave party? Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh my God. Bye, Joe. Might come back. Go into Liberty late night stream. Yeah, man. Anyway, we're here. We're going to be here tomorrow, too. It's going to be 9 a.m. It's going to be 9 a.m. We're going to be back. There's supposed to be a presidential debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we'll be here for that. Hopefully the LP will have their good stream up. You know, they need to get rid of Karen Ann's Google Docs. And we'll be here for it. Either way, we'll find somebody. You know, we've been doing it all night. Even if the LP can't provide its only good stream, we will provide our own. While we wait, we'll see if somebody else grabs the candidates as they're walking out. Because I gotta say, man, I don't think Vivek did a very particularly good job. Or not Vivek, Clint. I don't think Clint did a particularly good job. I think Vivek took it away from him, just like Larry did. And it's unfortunate that we have poor representation. That's how I feel about it at this moment. We'll see how it goes. You love this song. You lie. You don't know the song. Nobody knows the song. That's why we played it. Should we shout out to Rob to jump on? Yeah, go ahead, man. Go grab him. I've tried to grab him on now. He says he's going to be on here in a moment. So we'll see. I pinged him again. We'll call him. We could do that. Does anybody feel differently about the debate? I mean, the next big thing is going to be 9 a.m. tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. Everybody else is just kind of talking about what happened, man. I don't know. There wasn't a lot of good moments. There were a few. When he gave it to him, it was good. Yeah. At Mr. Studio Girl. Okay, he's pinging Mitch. Let's see. Rob is actively chatting. See what he's saying. Come to emo party in the back of a room. Get on live stream. We're gonna pull the boys on. We're gonna make it happen. We are gonna get Rob to jump on. Wonder what Pat is doing? Hanging out at the strip club. That's what he was doing earlier. So probably what he's doing now, if I had to guess. Nah, he was walking out when we caught him. I'll be nice. We have our own sad emo party with this music? Probably. I don't know why he keeps playing the song. I don't like this song. Let's go to my liked songs. Those are much better. If I could ever fucking find it. Home. The fuck? Patty deserves to have some fun. The guy worked way too much. He does. He's having fun. I don't know, man. I want to see what happens tomorrow. Excited for the presidential debate. My money is still on Recklin Walls. Duke is betting for Chase Oliver. And we have a couple other people betting as well. We had some conversation in the Swamp Chat earlier about said such thing. Let's see what they were saying. Just ended. Let me hop on. Yep. Yeah, I mean, there was more discussion about who was going to win or money's on Chase win, either one. Yeah, there seems to be no disagreement there. Most of us think that Rec's going to win, but MC does not have the room, so could go either way. Next, Florida Freedom Fest, I say cruise. What about you? The cruise, the thing with the cruise, right? So Florida Freedom Fest, the thing with the cruise is that it's going to be more expensive individually for everybody. That was the thing, right? With the house that we rented last time, it could easily be bought in for $20, $50 for the whole weekend. For the cruise, everybody's got to put in $300-$400. So, Florida Freedom Fest cruise for the non-brokes only, I guess, is how that would go down. RFK challenged Trump to a debate while they're both here. Trump hasn't responded. Go figure. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to. We said this before. Trump is not going to debate anybody from the LP or RFK. The same reason he didn't debate anybody from the GOP nomination, because there's nothing to gain for him. It's only to lose. Right now, Trump has the highest statistical chance of winning. Right, exactly what Magoo said. He has the highest statistical chance of winning at this moment. So why would he engage in a debate with anybody else? He has nothing but losses to gain from this whole thing. So I don't think it's ever going to happen. It's pretty obvious to me as well, but I don't know. People keep seeming to want it to happen. It's just not going to happen. All right, here we go. We got Rob with us. Let's pull this out. Give me 1 second here. I mean, you're live. What's up?
What's up?
I can hear
I'm
you.
live.
Yeah, you are live.
This is not the setup that I want. I would like to go upstairs. I would like to go upstairs to get my camera.
You can go upstairs and get set up. We're just chilling. Everybody will wait.
All right. Well, I need to kind of wait.
You dragging Mitch with you? Is that what you're waiting on?
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do it myself. I got some other things.
All right, here we go. Oh my God, hi Rob.
It's the Swampcast. I don't know if you heard of the Swampcast.
Of course.
Have you heard about the Swampcast, the Swamp Preachers podcast?
Who is it?
It's the Swamp Preachers podcast.
Oh, it's Josh. What's up, Josh?
We're in a swamp, so I mean, this would be a good path to swamp from. Yeah,
that's right. Dude.
So, I would like to run upstairs so I can get the camera hooked up, so we can
bring everybody up. Bring everybody up. We'll wait.
Should I go get my light ring then? No, I think this is fine.
Do whatever you need. Just get set up. We'll be here.
Are you busy right now? Can I go upstairs? Can you watch my shit? Yeah, I got you. All right, here you go. You can have both of these for now.
You can have both of these.
Put them in so we can talk to you.
All right, we'll talk with Josh. Hey, how was your perception of the debate? The Vivek and Clint debate?
So I actually went to dinner, but I heard it was a killer one.
Killer, underwhelming, I'd say.
I can't hear shit now.
You can't hear nothing now? You can't hear me at all?
Yes.
Try again. 1 2 1 2.
1 2. Okay, there we go.
Okay, yeah. So I heard it wasn't a debate at all. We were watching, man. It was very underwhelming. It was a suck fest. That's what I heard.
I heard that our guy got feedback pretty bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It was not good for Clint. It was not good.
That was not a good look.
Yeah, Magoo says a 3-way podcast between the three. Dave and Clint just kind of everybody's rubbing each other's shoulders. It wasn't good, man. Yeah.
God damn, that's horrible.
So you went to dinner. You didn't even stick around for the thing.
I voted. I left. I went to dinner. I had probably one of the best burgers that's in DC. I had no interest in hearing Vivek speak. I got to see him at Y'all Rev earlier this summer. Everything he said there was what he said in the first presidential debate for the GOP. Like, his final speech was like the first 2 minutes of his speech at Y'all Rev. Like, it was absolutely great.
Yeah, it seems like the debate to me seemed more like a speaking platform for Vivek. And every once in a while, Clint got a nice zing in. You know, he hit him hard on a couple things. But that was like 2 or 3 moments out of an hour and a half debate. It was just sad. Just sad.
So,
He's catching. Who's that? Something's going on. They're saying, sir, you can't record here. You got to take this out of the room. We'll see what happens. I can't hear anything Josh is saying right now, so he must be muted.
I am muted. I am kidding.
Okay.
Everybody wants my attention right now. I don't get to have a break.
Well, bring him on. Bring him on. Who's here? Who's here? Bring him on.
I'm gonna, you know, they're not here anymore. I was like, they wanted to talk to me. I was like, I'm kind of right in the middle of a podcast right now.
Right. Yeah. No, all good, man.
To come on camera.
Tell him that's my purse. I don't know you, says Magoo. Yeah, man.
That's my purse. I don't know you. Ow.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a good debate. I was hoping you were there so you could give commentary on what the reaction was like in the room, man.
I knew it wasn't going to be a good debate. Like, I watched Vivek debate. Like, he's a very good debater. I don't know what we were thinking putting.
They put it was Clint by 52%, so 48% were against him.
Yeah,
that's tough. That's tough. Yeah.
Oh, he's got this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It was rough. It did not look good. They should have hit him harder. Should have hit him harder on the lockdown stuff. Why? Because it seemed like Vivek kept trying to say, "Well, I'm not Trump. I'm Vivek," and kept trying to take that angle on things, saying like it's not really me, it's him, all this kind of stuff. But he's there defending Trump. Everybody knows why he's there. And Clint should have hit him hard over the head about that and said, no, your motherfucker was the one that locked us down. Your motherfucker's the one that ran up the debt. Your motherfucker's the one that did all this shit. Why should we give you trust again to end to drain the swamp, to do all this shit? No, you ain't gonna do it. Your boy ain't gonna do it. You're full of shit. That's how it should have been. But that's not how it was, man. It's not how it was.
You know, I thought that we had some hard pipe hitting type, and you know, we gotta I appreciate that.
Yep.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that too. Like, I appreciate the lack of effort given.
You appreciate the lack of effort.
Like, I really do. Like that.
Yeah.
Like, I can appreciate the lack of effort given. I wouldn't too if I didn't think I was a serious candidate.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing that Joe was saying. You know, Hanush has been in the chat all night, and he said the same thing. You know, if you're not going to at least pretend that you got a fucking chance, what are you doing? Why are you giving up right away? I'm back.
Yeah.
Josh, hold up. Hanush says, I'm back. Josh, know who rigged the poll that resulted in Clint evading? He thinks it was rigged. I don't think it was rigged. But,
I don't think it was rigged.
Yeah, no, that was just who won.
If it was rigged, I totally get it. It was me.
There you go.
Everybody else is blaming everything on me this weekend, so why not make this my fault?
That's right. Ah, man. You excited for tomorrow?
I mean, I gotta be, I guess. Like,
Termot made the stage. You put your money on him.
Yeah, Termot made the stage. LNC elections are tomorrow. There's like a certain insistence from some people that we need to do the elections quickly and then get into presidential. I want to suspend the rules and just go straight into presidential and skip that shit, but we'll find out what happens.
Magoo wants to know if there's Dominion voting machines at the LNC right now.
There is no Dominion voting machines. We're using old school pen and paper ballots when we have to.
That's right. Unfortunately, it takes so fucking long to count.
That's the best part. I'm not gonna have to do it. It's gonna be Tubbs' problem.
Yeah. Oh, Tubbs counting? Oh, man.
Tubbs got to count at least the vice chair votes. I can't count that. That's unfair.
Is he counting with a tablet and a chisel? Is that how he's doing it? RoboCop powered by Lisa TM. Oh, I broke him. The connection went low. Whatever it was they used was rigged because Clint went over Larry. Oh, goddamn. Yep. We're losing Josh right now. Connection is low. Rob should be getting his stuff together real soon. He should be on his way up and down the elevator, running into people, I'm sure. We'll get some more on the ground reporting as it comes in. Somebody broke the LP stream. Look at this. Still fucking just like spinning. There you are. You're back. I see you. I see you. Can you see me? There you go.
Let me complete the instance top real quick.
Yeah. We'll keep them open. Pop. There. All right, here we go. We got Rob coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Showing non-videos. There we go.
Here, I'm going to swing around to a different part of the table. Give us.
No, you're good. I see Rob setting something up.
Yeah, this interesting shit. Yeah. What? What about?
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. Because the LP stream has been broken for like the last 2 hours. Whatever stream they had going is down.
I mean, this is not what. That's not my.
That's not your problem.
Yeah, it's not my problem yet. Like, I don't staff. That isn't my issue. Like, I'm not the executive director. I'm not getting paid. Like, I am just a very pleasant volunteer who is doing my job to be as pleasant of a volunteer and serve the party and its members.
So are you hanging out in the? I heard you guys are hanging out in the emo party room. Is that where they're at?
Yeah, the enemies of the state party.
Oh, okay. Have you been outed as a hipster yet? Is that what I? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's take a walk through, man. Like, why not?
Yeah.
Fun.
Oh.
Here, let me.
There you go. Got you. Yep.
There we go. So you got the whole convention crew. Like, check all.
Oh, what's up, peeps? Hey, how you all doing?
Big
pretzel. That's what we use. What's going on here?
This is the party. We're Swampcast. We're going swamping into the party here.
Yeah, go through the swamp. Yeah.
Yeah, look, there's everybody. Look, we got Foe and Jack here. Say hi, Foe.
Hey, what's up, Foe and Jack? Hey, Malay, afuera. Nice. What's up?
All kinds. Got my man Ben Weir over here, DJ.
Oh, there you go.
Swampcast going strong. So yeah, it's just, little LP party, something to blow off some steam tonight,
Yeah.
Everybody had a real contentious afternoon and morning, all the debating on credentials and amending the agendas and all the other fun nonsense that goes along with it. Like,
I was saying earlier, it's a tradition. If we don't fight about who gets the right to vote, it's not a real LP convention.
Yep.
That's how it goes every fucking year.
Literally, I think it was, I forget who it was, but somebody was like, I've been coming to the national conventions since like 2002 or something. And he's like, every year we fight about this. Like, what's the vote level? Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, I actually found out the whole 7/8 thing was actually Nicholas Sarwark put it into the bylaws in like 2010 and raised the threshold to like move delegates.
Make sense. Yeah.
Oh, you got to remember, 2010, that era of the party was absolutely different than it is now. Like, this party is completely cyclical. Shit happens in cycles. We're going through another one again. Like, people really lose sight of this shit, man. It's not as serious as they're making it to be.
No, politics didn't start until the year I started paying attention. That's how it happens.
Oh, dude, it's like the people in here who are like, oh, the party's bankrupt, we're losing money. Like, nothing I've done studying any of the LNC financials, and several people, including business owners, people who, money managers and finance people have all told me, like, it looks shitty, but it's not imminent bankruptcy. Like, you guys just need to fundraise more is all.
Like, what's been the problem? I'm like, oh, people just don't want to donate. Like, yeah, no shit. It's fucking shitty economy, inflation. Like, what do you expect? Everybody's down on fundraising. Every fucking organization.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Todd Hagopian's report earlier. It seems like everything's fine.
I mean, Todd's right. Like, I talked with Todd the other night, and I was like, do you think this is a bad? He's like, no, we're fine. We just need to manage ourselves. Don't go on any crazy spending sprees. Don't go dumping money into shit that's not going to have any ROI. Like, that's just the reality, man. It's like what I said in the vice chair debate is like, we need to stop spending all this stupid ass money on ballot access just to go spend more money in 2 to 4 years on shit. And just, we need to stop looking at like stupid things to throw money at. Like, oh man, we should do this advertising campaign that we don't even have candidates in for. Like, it's got to be funneled around somebody people can rally around when that shit happens.
Yeah. Can you see Joe's comment there? We reviewed ourselves and decided we're doing a great job. LP.
It's kind of like the real government, man. Like that's kind of like the problem we have as libertarians is we set up our own internal bureaucracy that's just as bad as the duopoly in real life. And then we weaponize it against each other because every couple of years we feel like our side needs to be right.
Yeah. But to Todd's point, I don't think that we're doing like as nearly bad as we could be doing, I guess. It doesn't seem like you were saying, everybody's down right now. Inflation, whatever it is hitting everybody. I think the LP's doing fine financially. I mean, we raised $180,000 in 2 days for a presidential fucking debate. Like, I think we're doing fine.
Yeah, guys you would have never expected either. Like I said it straight up to Joshua Smith on the fucking convention floor. I know I'm a Mike Tremont guy, but I'm really proud of you and really impressed that you were able to raise like $28,000. And dude, when I came in here on Wednesday night, he had like $500, $600 in for the fucking thing. That means in 2 days, this man raised well over $25,000.
Yeah.
That's impressive. And people forget Joshua Smith used to do shit like this for the party on a regular basis. I've had plenty of former and current staff who come up to me during before convention and were like, hey, like Josh used to come to headquarters back in the day and he would just come and just sit there and phone bank for hours and just get donors in.
Right.
We got Rob back and
he's getting set up. He's getting set up. You guys are in the same room. I saw that earlier. What the fuck's up with the chicken?
My regional gavel.
Yeah.
We use for the gavel for the regional.
Hell yeah, brother.
This was the talking chicken or the talking fowl. You had to hold my cock if you wanted to speak. I made the entire regional delegation have to deal with people holding my cock. It was so pleasure.
I love it, dude. I love it.
You gotta have fun with this shit, man. Everybody's like, that was stupid. Why did you do that?
It's hilarious.
You guys aren't having fun. This is a boring ass business meeting convention with boring ass stupid shit, and you're gonna get worried about a fucking chicken.
Yeah.
A rubber chicken.
Was that the squeak noise we kept hearing on the live mic? Rob, you got to fix your mic or something because we can barely hear you. We hear Josh fine, but we can barely hear you.
He's muted. I muted you, so we didn't have.
Oh, double. That's what it was? Yeah.
I didn't want to get the wums. Me and Josh will be on the same.
All right. I don't know. Set it up and we'll be good. Where's dump truck at? That's what the chat wants to know. Where's the dump truck?
She's sleeping up in the room. She's tired.
There you go.
It's been a long day.
A long day of dilatory bullshit.
Oh yeah. There was a couple times where she turned around and snapped off at other delegations because they're like, this guy blah 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 full of shit, and she was like, that's bullshit. I've sat on every fucking meeting, heard everything, and you guys are just idiots. And she how the fuck do you know shit? And she's like, oh, because I'm the fucking credential.
Because I was sucking his dick.
I mean,
That's
that
how,
is
dude.
not an untrue statement.
That's
We are a
not
married
untrue.
couple.
Yep. Nah, dude. It was so stupid, man. I was in the live chat this morning, and I just kept pushing back because people kept saying, I told you earlier, they're like, oh, the Credential Committee chair is an MC Plant. It's all fucking staged. It's all bullshit. Nah, dude. You don't know nothing about Josh.
They want to know something. Everybody wants to find a bad guy, man. It's okay.
Yep,
I'll be their
yep.
villain. It's cool.
Yep.
I like playing the villain. That's fun by me. You want to
Yep.
hate me? Go for it.
All right. Rob's showing us his cock.
Setup is fucking terrible.
Yeah, your setup is terrible. Yeah. You're good.
See,
If you guys, Rob, if you've got the better camera and the better mic, you can set both of you up on the same thing and I'll make it full screen. But, yeah.
His camera looks like trash, though.
Right now, yeah. It's not in focus.
Whoa.
That's not what we want to see. We don't want Big Red up close.
Here, come on this side so I can put the...
Okay. Yeah. We'll make it work. The most professional stream on YouTube, peeps. Welcome to the show. My boys are professional podcasters. That's right. See, Joey knew where we were going with that. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Rob's frozen now. That's how professional he is.
I got like 10% battery life. I'm going to sign off and go grab some battery packs. I'll be back.
Yeah. All right, we'll look at Rob's big frozen body. Oh, there we go. Elgato broken. Yeah, we'll see. There we go. It's fixing. You're doing something right. You got to unmute yourself.
Can you
'cause
get-
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the tilt right on this thing.
Yeah. This is what happens when we don't have time to prep ahead of time. We just get the raw, what the fuck is going on?
I'm just trying to get what's going on, and every time I fucking touch the camera, it goes off.
Yeah. Yep, just went off again. Yep.
Yes, I do. Hey, Nancy, nice to meet you. Yeah, we're live right now. We're doing a swamp cast. No, come in here.
You got to get your
I don't know,
camera
it's just-
on.
So, let's
I'm looking for it, Magoo. I see it here. Take it's a good take thread on what happened. Let's see what this is. Think this in more play terms is the pitch that Vivek Ramaswamy tried to make. Blah, blah, blah. MAGA is superior to Dems or neocons, and that's what the large LP want. Here, let me pull this over while we wait on Rob. We can have this kind of in the side chat here. Oh yeah, let's go like this. Let's do that. We'll have Rob when he's live. I think this is more, in plain terms, is the pitch that Vivek Ramaswamy tried to make to Clint and Dave. MAGA is superior to Dems or neocons and just larger than the LP. Vivek wants to be the heir apparent to that movement. Hey, it's Mike Termott. Look at that. I can see him, but I can't hear you guys. I cannot hear you. Fix your microphone. Mike is back. Well, it seems like Mike can hear us, but we can't hear Mike. We're glad you made the debate stage. Hell fucking yeah. Happy to see you. There we go. There we go. We hear it. We hear it.
my own ear. Oh my goodness! Now output.
It sounds better. I could hear something. Joey. They're coming back. They're coming back. Rob's having technical difficulties. The bar did not train him for this. Nope. Can't hear. Can't hear. Nope. Josh was doing better on his iPhone. True. Who made the Tower Gang song? I'm not sure. I'm glad Delegate did the right thing and added Mike. Yes, same. Try again. Say something.
Okay.
I mean, I can shut music off, but that's not the problem. I can't hear them. There's a lot of background noise, but not you. What? There's something going on in the background, but it's a lot of feedback. I can't hear you clearly. Cannot hear you clearly. Repeat, cannot.
Cannot hear us at all. Can you hear us at all?
Now I can. Yep. Try mic.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're good. We're good. All right, cool, guys. Welcome.
It's great to be with you. How are you?
Not bad, man. Not bad. Glad to see you made the debate stage. Thought you were going to get screwed there. Glad you got on.
Yeah, well, there was a little bit of drama. There was completely unnecessary.
Right.
But it seemed to have gotten itself turned around. So I
Yep.
apologize for making everybody. Did Charles Fillet make the debate stage and then he bumped? This guy came out of nowhere, right? So what's going on here? The problem was that somebody put in 15, a couple different people put in like $15,000 in the last 60 seconds, and I was trying to react, and I hit the wrong credit card number.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's the panic. So I put in the 5,000 I thought was necessary.
Wow.
And then it refreshed. I thought I'm still a few thousand, $2,200 short. Somebody put it in unless you go ahead and go and put another 1,000, and the gate closed.
Wow.
So, you know, when it comes to thumb war, I guess I'm not the right guy.
Nah, man, you made it, dude. You made it on the stage.
Thumb war right now. Thumb war right now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, no.
Thumb war. He got me.
I think
Oh,
you
he got
gave
me.
up. I
He's
think
pretty
you
good.
gave up.
He's
You
not
didn't
bad.
put up a good fight. No, Chad is saying speak. Yeah.
I'm glad he's on the debate stage. And the LNC was really nice about it. They took my $2,200 today so that it would be fair.
Oh, there you go.
I get into the discount.
There you go.
So I gave him a blank check. I literally gave him a blank check, not metaphorical. I literally gave him a blank check last night. And they said, $2,200 does it. Is that okay? And I'm like, sure. If it does $2,200 I sent this week. So, whatever.
$2,200 well spent, right?
It's worth it getting
Yeah.
stage. I mean, that's gonna be of course. And then it's, oops, I don't hear Tim right now. But Tim's
Yeah,
not
your
saying
mic
terribly.
your mic is cutting in and out, but we're hearing most of what you're saying.
Hold
So
that, Tim. There you go. There we go.
yeah, we're good,
Tim,
man. We're
where are
good.
you geographically?
I'm in Georgia right now, so close. Not in DC, but close.
You listened tremendous amount of fun. You had Bobby Kennedy speak today. I missed
Yep.
that. I was in the same building, so I can't really say much about that. Vivek spoke today. Actually, I was in the same building and missed that too, so I guess I'm working so far. Who else was here today that I missed? No, that's about it as far as important debates go. I saw two guys. Oh, by the way, Josh Lopko is in our house today. And I
Yeah.
saw him.
Yeah.
He supports
Yeah, he's on Team Termont all the way. No, we saw all the debates today. We're gonna be watching all the debates tomorrow too, so it's gonna be great.
Well, there's going to be a lot of time. And I'm grateful to the animals. But Josh Lopka had a weird take as the head of the credentialing committee. You know, we're so you guys coming in and out with the audio.
Yeah, see, Josh's mic is way better. Give Termont Josh's mic.
It's the AirPods.
That's what it is. Yeah.
It's the AirPods. The noise canceling. All this background shit is not playing in. I could go to the comedy show that I paid for upstairs and just let Josh take over, honestly.
Switch it, dude. I don't care, man.
Yeah.
I want good audio for the stream. That's what I want. Yeah.
He wants good audio. I'm gonna switch video here. Yeah, switch it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, come over here.
Oh, you're not even that far apart. You guys, come on, dude. Just get on the same fucking thing.
It's my way to make it. My audio is terrible. Here, put an AirPod in. This is a lot easier.
We got both. Try again.
How's that? How are you guys?
Oh, so much better. So much better.
Much better. Nancy, the most popular libertarian.
My campaign manager, Jim Turney.
Oh, yes, we know Jim. Yes.
Jim has run every presidential race since Thomas Jefferson.
I don't think Uncle Jim's that old over here yet.
He's the right man for the job.
That's right. Yeah, everybody knows Jim. Happy Jim. Yeah.
Everybody knows Jim. Everybody knows Josh Lofka. So it
Yep.
doesn't matter whether anybody knows Mike Tremont or not.
Hey, you got the right people supporting you, and that's what counts.
Right. And most importantly, Nancy, my wife, is here.
Yep.
She puts up with more bullshit than most counselors.
That's the only person anybody wants to see. They're coming for Nancy here.
That's right. Yeah. No, good to see you guys all there, man.
Nancy.
What's up, Nancy? How you doing?
Everybody wave.
Put this in
your ear.
You have a hearing aid?
I was going to ask an inappropriate question. It's good. How you doing, Nancy? She's not saying nothing. She can't hear us.
No, it's Rob.
No, she couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries. All good. It's probably better.
That one doesn't work. But it's all good. We're having a good day today. We're the enemies of the state party, which of course is a very important event because it's a very important topic. Because we know that every damn one of us is only one day away from being ourselves. So we need to stand up for these poor people who have been on the wrong side of not the law, but the wrong side of the government. Those are two different things. So I'm really glad that we're here. We're a bit of a sponsor of this event.
Yeah.
So we're super happy to be here and support you. So nice to see you guys.
Good to see you too, Mike. How are you feeling about the event? How are you feeling about the debate tomorrow? Do you think you got a good chance of standing out? Where do you think you end up at the end of this? You going to win?
I think we walk away with the nomination.
Okay.
But I must say that it's not because there's anything I have negative to say about the other fellas. They are each in their own way absolutely terrific. I will share with you the truth, and I have shared this with each one of them. I love them each, all, and every one, but their strategies suck.
Yo!
And that's why, if it were up to me, I would rewrite each one of their strategies. But they, as libertarians, as thought leaders, as individuals, as ethical guys, I just think each one of them is absolutely fantastic. I just hate their strategies, and I think our campaign is the one that's set up to actually disrupt the duopoly.
All right, man. Well, hey, we wish you the best of luck. We're glad you made the debate stage. We're happy to see you on there, and we'll be rooting for you, man. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm rooting for you too. I think about you. Bye.
All right, good deal, Mike. All right, Josh, we'll let you enjoy the show. We're going to get back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. So if you want to hop on, get some better audio, and we'll be good, man.
We can maybe try out to run it from the table if I can do it.
There we go. Let's do it, man. All right, good chilling. All right.
See you later.
Yeah. All right, so there we go. We got the people from Live on the Floor. We'll work on the technicalities of it all and making sure the audio is better for the next one. But hey, I think I'm about Tim too. What does that mean? Serious question. After all this, will Mike run for sheriff? Probably not. Probably not. Can't have communism without sharing. Nancy is a delightful person. I don't think I've ever met Nancy. I've met Mike many times, and Mike isn't my choice for who should be the nominee, but I will not be disappointed if it's Mike either. I think he has a lot of the right answers. I mean, if you watched our prediction videos, and if you haven't, go ahead and check them out on the channel, but if you watched our prediction videos, I think he's very well polished. I think he has a lot of the right answers, but it seems to come off as inauthentic. And so, as much as I like Mike, I don't see him as a mover of minds and thinking and getting people to think about liberty in a different way. I just don't see him as that guy. But I think about Tim too. You think about me all the time. I think about you, JC. That's what I think. He would be a better sheriff. Yeah, I think so. We talked about this during the live show. Yeah, I think he'd make a much better local candidate, and we'll see how he does. I'm glad he made the debate stage though. It's disappointing to see that you can raise $25,000 to the party and not be on there. Lars Larry to avoid Clint. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Clint didn't do well. That wasn't a good showing for him, if I'm being honest. I like Mike. Yep. All right, peeps, we're going to end it here because there's no more major business stuff happening tonight. Everybody's going to be getting drunk and having a good time. So can you move back here and run for LPF chair? I don't want that headache, dude. Look, you saw what Angela went through. It's like a 1/10 power at the LPF thing. But, you know, I don't want that stress, man. Godspeed to anyone who wants it, and I'll support the best person for the job. But fuck if I don't want that headache. Think of raising $25K for the party like a liberty tax. I'm running for LPF chair in 2031. I will hold you to that. Don't think I will forget, because I will not. All right, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. 9 a.m. fresh is going to be the Libertarian presidential debate. We'll try to get on stream here about 8:30 or so. That's going to be my goal. 8:45 at the latest, because, you know, I'm going to sleep in a little bit. But, hey, we'll see you there. Thanks for joining. Make sure you guys follow and all that kind of stuff. I'll post in all the relevant chats when we're live. Links in the description. We'll see you soon. Adios.